Chapter 10. No, he decided, this place won't work, no matter how good it feels. Doing his best to ignore the temptation, Kyle seriously considered what it would mean to remain floating in the tank. First off, he was completely vulnerable. Sure, he had defeated the one attacker. But if more showed up, say a half dozen or so, all firing into the water, he'd either be shot or drown. Second, the lap in water and his relaxed state would interfere with detecting the approach of an enemy. And third, an old lesson from his academy, a relaxed warrior is a dead warrior. Still, it was with some reluctance that Kyle turned over in the water and swam to the edge of the tank. Moving around the perimeter, he finally found a secondary channel designed to keep the tank from overflowing. Reaching up, Kyle pulled himself out of the tank, water sloughing off him. Stepping into the channel, he felt sudden and intense flash of fear. Not only was the space quite narrow, but on either side was at least a 50-foot drop. Moving slowly and carefully, Kyle made his way across the narrow channel to the other side where he found another tank. However, this one was empty, and the drop to his bottom was at least 20 feet, too far to jump. Pulling the grapnel off his belt, Kyle fired the hook into the permacrete of the channel before using the mechanism to lower himself to the bottom of the dry tank. Moving across the surface, he found an opening in the wall leading to another dry channel. Stepping through the opening, Kyle started down a slight decline, being careful where he placed his feet as there were drops of it over 10 feet on either side. I swear, if I ever meet the designer of this place. Moving around a right-hand bend, the sound of beating wings reached Kyle's ears. The feeling of sudden danger came again, and in response, he ducked down just as a Malok shot over his head, its stinger just missing him. The avian screeched loudly as it worked to turn itself around. Rising to his feet, Kyle pulled out his blaster. "Not this time," he said, blasting the creature. He proceeded down the channel, encountering 6 more Maloks along the way. By the time he reached the bottom of the channel, Kyle found himself growing sick of the creatures, particularly after having to step over the corpses of 2 of them. Negotiating an unusual and unnecessary part of the path, he soon found himself in yet another channel, this one filled water running along at a fair clip. Allowing the current to carry him along, he entered a darkened section where the channel suddenly ended and Kyle found himself unceremoniously dropped into another, fast-moving one. As he moved along with the water, a circle of light appeared in the distance, growing closer and larger by the second. Shielding his eyes, Kyle felt a gust of wind touch his face and felt sure that he had emerged into an open part of the channel. Lowering his hand and squinting against the bright light, he saw the sky above, confirming what his mind had told him. He also became aware of 3 Tuskens standing to either side of the channel just as the loud cries indicated they had seen him as well. Unfortunately for the attackers, the current had picked up speed and Kyle passed by too quickly for any of them to properly aim a weapon. A few stray shots flew past, but none came close. Kyle's bye-bye wave at the aliens added insult to injury. Suddenly, the channel dropped down at angle before Dogleg turned to the left, then to right turns. And then, to Kyle's horror, the channel suddenly ended. The water dropped away from him and he began to fall. Shock and panic gripped his heart and he nearly screamed in terror. But then his eyes spotted the water several feet below him, growing closer every second. Working to calm himself, Kyle realized that an impact against the water from the height would be crippling at best, fatal at worst. Unless he did something. Turning over as he fell, head below his feet, he made a fist with his right hand, extending it out in front of his body, while pulling his head into his chest and legs together. 6 seconds later, he hit. Feeling as if every bone and right hand was broken, Kyle forced himself to endure the pain, not responding to the impulse to yell. His head plunged in, the impact like a hand thumping against his skull, and then his whole body was in, rocketing down until the mass of the water slowed his progress to a crawl. Opening his tightly closed eyes, Kyle saw he was floating in a tank much larger than the one he had been in earlier. A curved wall was visible, bordering a larger central shaft that went down several more feet. A sudden feeling of pressure in his chest brought the observations to an end for the moment as he swam upwards, breaking the surface of the water just as the feeling of pressure grew more intense. Drawing in a grateful breath, he began to tread water, turning his way, and that as he took in the enormity of the space he was in. An unbroken line of gray and white permacrete soared overhead, forming a curved wall that bordered the space. Kicking his legs, Kyle began to swim along the outer wall, passing under the place he had fallen from. Pain began to radiate from his left leg, so he held that one still, using the other and his arms to guide his path. Moving around the circumference of the large tank, Kyle spotted an opening only a short distance away. He swam towards it, finding a set of what looked like steps leading underwater. Unsure of why they were there, but not really caring, Kyle climbed up, finding himself in yet another channel, similar to the one that had dropped him into the tank. And sure enough, as he moved up the path, more Tuskens appeared, this time a group of 4. But positioned as they were, the alien had to fire down at him at an awkward angle, spoiling most of their shots. Kyle, on the other hand, had a nearly perfect angle as he opened up with the blaster, nailing 2 of them right away. Surprisingly, the remaining stepped up into nearly the same spots as their comrades and a few seconds later, joined them. With his forward progress unimpeded, Kyle moved up the channel, noticing that it was beginning to shallow. By the time he reached the space where the bodies of the Tusken lay, the water barely covered the tops of his boots. Stepping onto one of the permacrete landings on either side of the channel, he collected the Tuskens' weapons, using the power packs to recharge his blaster to full and getting the shield up to 80% power. He also found a belt of thermal detonators next to one of the Tuskens. An evil grin came to Kyle's face as he attached them to his own belt. That done, he looked around and saw where the channel disappeared into an opening not unlike the one he had been in earlier. Moving to stand near the opening, he noticed a series of gates that separated the water in the channel he had just been in from one that was before him. It ran level for a short distance, then angled down sharply. Moving to the top of the decline, Kyle spotted another group of Tuskens below where the channel ran level for a bit more before angling down a second time. And for some reason, the aliens were looking that way and didn't hear his approach. The evil grin appearing on his face again, Kyle retrieved 2 of the 5 detonators he had. Arming the devices for 5 seconds each, he placed one at the edge of the incline where he was and very gently sent it rolling down. As the silvery orb rolled and bounced down the channel, he aimed and threw the second one at the other side. It hit about midway and began to roll down. Hearing the noise, the Tuskens turned around, spotting Kyle. One raised his weapon over his head in a defiant gesture as the others worked to aim theirs. None of them thought to look for the detonators until the devices went off, the explosion echoing loudly in the confined space. Kyle's grin was frozen in place as all 3 aliens were blown into the air. When they came down, it was into the water, the splashing sounds echoing up the shaft as the water dragged them down. Waiting until the space was relatively quiet again, Kyle considered how to take on this latest channel. Although unsure of where he'd end up, the top of the channel was too exposed to provide a margin of safety. Also, this channel looked it would be fun ride. A mischievous grin replaced the evil one as Kyle moved to the top of the channel. Sitting down in the water, he inched himself forward until the current caught him. Down he went, accelerating as he whooped and hollered. When the shaft flattened, then angled down again, he was airborne for a few seconds, the sensation sending waves of adrenaline surging through his body. Looking ahead, he saw that the end was coming fast and, with a strong impact, he splashed into a large pool. But any exultation was quickly replaced with fear as Kyle felt the water tugging at him, pulling him forward. Raising his head above the water, he saw that the pool continued on for dozens of feet, then suddenly disappeared in the distance. Turning over onto his stomach, he struck out, arms pulling and legs kicking, ignoring the pain from his left leg. For a moment, it seemed the current would win as he continued to move forward. Then, as quickly as it had come, the pulling sensation dissipated. Not willing to take a chance, Kyle continued to swim hard until his hands smacked into a rough surface. Looking up, he saw he was touching a ramp made of permacrete. It angled upward slightly and was discolored by the water to a degree, but as Kyle found, it was also solid. Pulling with arms and pushing with legs, he managed to get the rest of his body out of the water and onto the ramp. He lay there for a while, getting his breath back and letting the shock of the moment pass over him. A roaring sound caused him to turn over, his eyes widening at what they saw. Perhaps 10 feet from where was, the pool ended, the water plunging down and out of sight. Kyle could only wonder how far it fell, much less where it ended up. And I was almost. A shudder passed through him. More minutes passed as he let his body have a brief rest, rising only when he felt the fingers of sleep touch his mind. Moving up the ramp, he found a metal corridor that moved off to the left. He had just taken a step in that direction when his left leg buckled, nearly spilling him to the floor. Quickly shifting his weight to the other leg, Kyle reached out, placing a hand on the wall as he worked to steady himself. He tried stretching the leg, but doing so began to hurt so much he stopped after the 5th one. I sure hope this doesn't mean what I think it means. In any case, he had to know. Moving carefully, Kyle tried putting weight on the wounded leg and, to his surprise, found it responsive and supporting. But he was far from happy about it. What had just happened had been a warning. The medicine and bandages were, at best, a stopgap measure. He was going to have to find an exit soon before he was unable to walk at all. Moving down the corridor, Kyle began to negotiate a left turn when a Tusken sprang into view, calling something loudly. Normally Kyle would have jumped back, but his wounded leg wasn't up to such maneuvers. The attacker's weapon was pointed right at him, so close it was nearly point-blank range. Sitting in his holster, Kyle's blaster might as well have been a mile away. His draw wasn't particularly fast, and he knew there was no way he could get to the weapon before the Tusken fired. If only I could get to my weapons, And then, something happened. Sometime later, Kyle would understand what had occurred, but at the moment, it was surreal. Time itself seemed to slow to a crawl, the Tusken's finger tightening on the trigger of his weapon with surprising slowness. And in that same moment, the lightsaber somehow flew off of Kyle's belt and into his hand. Somehow it ignited, the emerald beam flashing into existence. Somehow, both his hand and arm were moving, arcing up and across, the energy blaze slicing the attacker from waist to shoulder. What remained of the body crumpled to the ground as time suddenly returned to normal. Kyle stood there, dumbfounded, seeing the lightsaber clutched in his right hand, seeing what it had done to the Tusken. His logical mind fought to make sense of what had occurred. It seemed impossible, but in the end, he couldn't deny the truth. Somehow he had done this. Standing there, transfixed as he was, Kyle tried calling to Ron in his mind. Perhaps the old Jedi would understand what happened and be able to explain. But there was no answer to his call. "Come on, Ron. I need some help here." Silence was the only reply. Deciding that standing here, trying to communicate with the spirit of a dead person, was a waste of time, Kyle turned the saber off and reattached it to his belt before continuing his path down the corridor. He followed it through a right turn, noticing that about 300 yards away, it widened out into an open space. He soon found himself in a large room where the floor just beyond where he stood sloped down on both sides to yet another channel filled with water. Sighing, Kyle moved in that direction when the hooting and shouting of 2 Tuskens reached his ears. He cast about, but didn't see them. Just then, a voice seemed to whisper in his mind. "Behind me." Without even realizing he was doing it, Kyle pulled the saber off his belt, igniting it even as he whirled around. A second later, he felt pressure as a series of blaster shots struck the lightsaber blade and were deflected. Shifting his right leg back, he used it to brace himself as the attackers fired again. Now he could see them, the Tusken standing in what looked like a theater box made of permacrete poised over the channel. The aliens continued to hoot and holler as they pressed their attack. Reminding himself to remain calm, Kyle concentrated on a single thought once again, this time of defense. The feeling of being filled up came again, the sense of power. Down, up, across his body, over his head, he moved the saber gracefully, deflecting every shot that threatened to come near. Then, remembering what he had done before, a subtle change in the angle of the blade sent his attacker's shot arcing back towards them. It took less than a half dozen more shots before both Tuskens fell. Kyle closed down the saber and returned it to his belt, then noticed the full feeling he had was still there. It hadn't gone away like before. And with it came a warning of danger. Unsure what the feeling meant, he gazed about the room until his eyes fell on the water. That's when he noticed them. From the top, they appeared almost like puffy white clouds, innocuous. But the sense of danger grew as he moved down the slope towards the water. When he was as close as he could be without going into the water, Kyle saw the reason behind the feeling of danger. Unperturbed by a current, this water lay still and clear, and as such, it allowed him to see the body of the creature underneath the puffy white shape. Long, vicious-looking tentacles dangled down. Kyle felt certain that if he got too close, he would find just how deadly they were. "No problem," he muttered aloud, drawing out his blaster. Placing the sights in the middle of the creature's body visible above water, Kyle fired 4 shots into it. The tentacles under the water reacted violently with the impact of each shot, although no sound came from the creature. With the impact of the 3rd shot, the roiling tentacles went limp, and the puffy cloud shape sank beneath the water until it reached the bottom of the channel. Still, the danger sense remained. Looking up the channel, Kyle spotted 2 more of the puffy cloud shapes. Aiming carefully, he fired another series of shots, killing the second creature much as he had the first. The third, however, was too far away. Nodding to himself, Kyle holstered the blaster and slipped into the water. Without a current to resist him, he was able to move forward easily, stopping when he was about 8 feet away from the creature. Treading water, he held his blaster out of the water and fired. Tentacles jerked violently before going still as the creature sank. But still, the sense of danger was there, warning Kyle. Unsure of what it meant now that the creatures were dead, he swam forward, head on a swivel, casting about for more attackers. He had just passed the body of the 3rd creature when he heard the guttural speech of Tuskens. Treading water again, Kyle strained his eyes to see ahead of him, but there was no one visible. Still, the speech of the Tuskens echoed loudly in the room. There was no doubt of their presence. It was just a matter of finding out where they were. Remembering the tank he had fallen into earlier, Kyle decided to try a similar tactic. Taking a deep breath, he sank beneath the water before swimming forward. The channel went on for another 10 feet before ending in a dark gray permacrete wall. Nearing it, Kyle looked up through the water, and there, standing on an inclined floor, were a pair of Tuskens. Pulling his blaster free, Kyle let himself sink down in the water a bit more before kicking upwards with all his might, doing his best to ignore the pain in his left leg. All but exploding out of the water, he mashed the trigger, crimson bolts leaping from the blaster. Falling back into the water, he sank back down, waiting to see the results of his attack. Nearly a minute before the feeling of pressure in his chest told Kyle he needed to surface soon. Readying himself for a second attack, he kicked upwards again, but this time angled himself forward as well. As he came out of the water, the force of his arc sent the operative slamming down on the inclined floor in front of him. Pain flared in Kyle's chest as he hit, the air being driven from his body. Squinting against it, he held the trigger of the blaster down and swept it in front of him. A pained cry reached his ears, followed the sound of a body impacting the ground. Turning on his side, Kyle allowed his demanding lungs to fill themselves even as pain echoed up and down his chest and stomach. Doing his best to ignore it, he pushed himself up with his free hand into a sitting position, shaking the water out of his eyes. When they cleared, he found that both Tuskens were down and out, their bodies lying crumpled on the ground. Waiting until the pain in his chest and stomach faded, Kyle retrieved the Tuskens of their weapons, charging his blaster back up to full power. With the shield also reading 100%, Kyle activated it. He also noticed the sense of danger was gone from his mind as was the full feeling. He missed it immediately. Granted, he wasn't sure if the power he felt was supposed to be his 24/7, but he liked the way it felt and wanted it to stay. Finding another corridor at the top of the ramp, Kyle entered it, moving through a turn until he encountered a dead end. Backtracking, he found a lift. Stepping onto it, the mechanism activated automatically and he rose up to the floor. When the lift stopped, he moved down another corridor that, in time, brought him to another lift that took him down to the lower floor. He entered a short corridor that brought him into a larger room where a large, dark-colored vehicle sat beside two red-colored drums. Beyond was a large door, presumably used to allow the vehicle access to the outside. The problem for Kyle, it was closed, and as he stepped into the room, two Tuskens attacked, shooting at him from behind the vehicle. About to take cover behind the drums, he quickly reconsidered as he recognized the symbol on one of them. These are fuel drums. That gave him an idea. As the attackers came out from the vehicle, brandishing their weapons, Kyle moved back in the direction of the corridor. Then, centering the sights of his blaster on the middle of one of the drums, he fired. The explosion, when it came, was deafening. Burning pieces of the first barrel landed on the second, which exploded as well. Orange-white radiated out, scorching the floor and the vehicle, as well as incinerating both Tuskens. Kyle was knocked off his feet by the blast wave, falling to the floor, unable to contain a scream as his wounded leg struck the ground. He lay there for several minutes until the pain receded enough for him to sit up. Glancing at the leg, Kyle spit out a curse. The white bandage was growing dark as fresh blood from the wound threatened to soak through. I'm in trouble. When he was finally able to rise to his feet, Kyle had to clutch the near wall for support. His left leg was growing weak, and he feared that if he tried to stand on it, it would collapse him to the ground. Plus, he still had the problem of finding an exit from the room. Looking round, Kyle spotted an opening in the wall on the far side. It took several minutes before he was able to hobble over there, finding that the opening was, in actuality, a large lift. Stepping on it, Kyle felt a familiar feeling enter his mind once again. Nodding to himself, he found the controls, sending the lift to the upper level of the room. No sooner had he hobbled off and into the space than a Tusken appeared, brandishing a weapon. But as it looked at the wounded man, the alien began to make a sound like laughter. Feeling a flash of anger, Kyle was tempted to give in. Instead, he smiled at the alien. So, I'm funny. Is that it? The Tusken continued to laugh. Then how about this? Kyle shouted, raising the blaster from where he had concealed it behind his back before getting off the lift. The Tusken's laughter turned into a scream as it was pierced by multiple shots. Kyle surveyed the room, finding little of interest at first. Tempted strongly to sit down and rest, he resisted and continued to surge, finding a control similar to the one on the lift. Pressing a button on the panel, Kyle heard the sound of a mechanism engaging followed by another sound from somewhere below. I wonder if it could be. Moving back to the lift, he rode it down to the lower floor, and when he stepped off, a smile came to his face. The large door beyond the still burning vehicle had risen, allowing a view of the biggest water channel Kyle had seen so far. Still hobbling, he passed through the opening, finding himself on an inclined section of permacrete leading down to the water. A breeze touched him, the air seeming to caress him. Looking up at the open sky above him, Kyle decided he had found his spot. This place was large enough for the crow to fly into, and should any other attackers come, he had a defensible position. Reaching to his wrist, he activated his locator beacon, then sat back, his back against the permacrete, which proved to be warm, exposed to the sun as it was. Anywhere else it would have been relaxing, but was the last thing he needed to do right now. I've got to stay awake. There may not be any more Tuskens around, but I can't chance it. But try as he might, the operative caught himself again and again nodding off. It was hard not to, given the ordeal he had been through. Still, he could not let himself sleep. It was just too dangerous. Kyle was also becoming increasingly concerned about the blaster wound to his leg. Despite sitting there, barely moving, blood continued to flow from the wound. It had soaked through the bandage and was beginning to stain the permacrete underneath. I hope Ouija was able to get Jan. I need help. He tried not to worry, confidently telling himself that his heart was creating more blood to replace what he was losing. But as time passed and the stain grew, his concern grew. The desire to sleep kept pressing at him. And despite the best of his resolve, Kyle found he could no longer resist. With the flicker of pseudo-motion, the moldy crow roared out of hyperspace. The pilot banked the ship towards the planet, its riot of colors, brown, tan, and white turning silently beneath him. Locating the spaceport, he asked for and received clearance, the controller asking the pilot to wait by his ship as he was expected. Feeling a little confused, the pilot complied nonetheless, setting the ship down as sand and dirt swirled around the landing bay. No sooner had the engines been shut down than a man and what appeared to be a droid came towards the ship, the man gesturing. Opening the canopy, the pilot started to climb down. Hold it. Hold it. Stop right there. Pausing in mid-climb, the pilot turned to look over his shoulder. What's the problem? Who are you? The man asked. Who are you? The pilot replied. A blaster suddenly appeared in the man's hand. Don't play games with me, boy. I've got enough worries without dealing with some wise-ass stranger. Now tell your name or... The man raised the blaster threateningly, his meaning clear. The pilot sighed, then told him, seeing a brief flash of recognition in the man's eyes. Then they grew hard again. Maybe you are, maybe you ain't. Tell me why you're here. The pilot sighed again. I received a priority signal to come to this planet right away. And who sent you that signal? Someone named Ouija. Look, can we talk later? The man said. You need to get back in that ship of yours and head out right away. And why is that? The pilot asked, beginning to get irritated. The man moved closer until inches separated the two. He hadn't lowered the blaster. Because my friend Kyle needs help. Now are you going, or do I blast you and head out myself? Kyle Katarn. The man nodded. Well, why didn't you say so? Scrambling back into the cockpit, the pilot had the repulsors online within seconds, the drive booming to life shortly after. What's my course? Due north past the old Katarn place, the man said, lowering the blaster as he quickly described the ridge that the pilot would pass over before arriving at the farm. Kyle said he'd have a locator signal going. Got it, the pilot said, lifting the ship a few feet off the ground before feeding power to the drives. With a thundering boom, the ship leapt forward, gaining ground and altitude by the second. The man watched it go, then turned to the droid. Well, wasn't he a bit of rude fella? I could have at least asked me my name. Ouija's beeped a strong retort. Oh, shut up. You droids don't know nothing anyways. Despite the even temperature of the climate control cockpit, the pilot felt a bead of sweat make its way down his neck. Concern over what had happened to Kyle occupied his mind as he tried to coax a bit more power from the engines. Grasslands and moisture farms slid underneath the racing ship as the pilot tuned the cockpit receiver to the frequency of Kyle's locator beacon. The device indicated it was functioning properly, but remained frustratingly silent. Come on, Katarn, where are you? Give me a sign here. Minutes passed as the pilot scanned the view outside, looking for the ridge the man had described to him. Deciding that the altitude might be too high, the pilot brought the ship lower until it was less than 300 feet above the rolling landscape. The pilot gripped the controls, ready in case a high hill or rock formation appeared. Then, in the distance, a new ridge appeared. As it drew closer, the pilot scanned it. That's it. Roaring overhead, the pilot also spotted the farm. It flashed underneath the ship. Now would be a good time, Kyle. As if answering the silent plea, the electronic receiver beeped once, paused, the beeped a second time, paused for a bit longer, then began to emit a steady, strong series of beeps. Dialing down the volume, the pilot checked the incoming frequency, feeling a smile appear as the computer showed it was coming from Kyle. The pilot pushed at the throttle, a futile gesture, but illustrating the desire to find the operative, to make sure he was all right. Green grass, still glistening with morning dew. A soft, warm wind that ruffled his hair. A sky so perfectly blue without even a hint of a cloud to spoil it. He was home, the home he knew so well. His mind, usually crowded with plans and ideas, was blissfully clear. It was all just perfect. So this is what you dream about. How pathetic. Whirling around, Kyle spotted a black cloaked figure standing a short distance away. Though he couldn't see a face, he had a strong feeling he knew who it was. "This happens to be my home," he said, a mixture of anger and defensiveness in his tone. "And last time I checked, it was yours too." The black cloaked figure responded to this with a derisive laugh. "You have access to the ultimate power in the universe. Are you so limited as this? Have you no greater vision?" "What do you mean?" Kyle asked. In reply, the figure reached into his robes. A moment later, it held out a clear, plastic cube. But as Kyle watched, it began to fill with a mixture of black and purple smoke. Anger was replaced by curiosity as the operative stepped closer. "What is it?" "This," said the figure, "is my vision for what can be. What you can be." The roiling smoke now filled the cube. But after a few seconds, an image began to emerge, growing in size until Kyle could see it fully. The castle sat there, comprised completely of black stone, except for a few places where one light shone through. Finger-like spires stabbed up at the sky from his roof. The image moved down to show an oversized entryway where a veritable river of black-clad soldiers was emerging, splitting into two flanks. Now the image pulled back to the sky full of black ships of every size and description, each emblazoned with a purplish-red crest. The image zoomed back to the entryway now, displaying two figures standing there, dressed in flowing black robes. Kyle's eyes widened as he recognized his own face, and next to him stood Jan, he whispered. But something was wrong. Neither he or Jan looked right. True, they were together, but their expressions showed no joy or happiness. Instead, their faces were hooded-looking, eyes sunken and skin an almost sickly-looking shade. "Is this?" he began. "Yes," the black-cloaked figure holding the cube said. "This is one possible future for you, Kyle Katarn. A future in which the galaxy is at peace. No more wars, no more conflicts, no more debate and dissent. It is beautiful, is it not? It looks and sounds like the Empire." The black-cloaked figure laughed again. "Palpatine is nothing more than a naive pretender. You can be a far greater leader than he, and bring the galaxy under control at last. And the one you care for so much will be at your side." Kyle studied the face of the other Jan. He didn't like what he saw and shook his head. "Who am I to decide what's right for the galaxy? Katarn. And for that matter, who are you to suggest this to me? I can't say this future you're showing me is very appealing." "Then you would turn your back on destiny. Your chance to heal the galaxy." Now it was Kyle's turn to laugh. "You can't be serious. I can barely handle taking care of myself, much less the galaxy." "I see," the black-cloaked figure said, withdrawing the cube. "So then you have decided." "Decided? Decided what?" Instead of an answer, the black-cloaked figure pulled something else out of his robes. The snap hiss of a lightsaber being activated was heard as the crimson shaft of light appeared. "Since you refuse to cooperate, the only alternative then is death." And with a snarl, the figure launched itself at Kyle. Caught by surprise, the operative grabbed desperately for a weapon and came up with own lightsaber. It came to life a second later, just in time for Kyle to execute a horizontal block against the vertical slash aimed at his head. The black-cloaked figure pressed the attack, and Kyle could feel not only physical strength, but a sense of power radiating from the attacker. Suddenly, the crimson lightsaber changed directions, sliding along Kyle's beam, and then slashing down towards his legs. He barely got his saber there in time. The black-cloaked figure pressed harder, and then leapt back. His left hand came up, facing palm out. Kyle had a moment to wonder at this before something struck him hard. He was knocked backwards and off his feet, the lightsaber flying from his grasp. Landing in the soft grass cushioned the impact somewhat, but it still drove the breath from his lungs. The black-cloaked figure moved forward until it stood over him. Fighting to get his air back, Kyle felt around in the grass for his saber. "It's no use," the figure said. "Your power is nothing compared to mine. I thought to make you one of my own, but you have chosen. And now you shall pay." The figure raised his lightsaber for a final strike. Still fighting for air, Kyle couldn't move. But then, a sensation rippled through, like a sudden wind brushing through the grass, except this one moved across his whole body. His vision blurred for a moment, then cleared. But something was different. It was as if someone were looking through his eyes. Kyle's right hand reached and into it flew the saber hilt, the emerald blade igniting a second later. The crimson blade swung down and was blocked as Kyle raised his arm. But is this really me? I couldn't breathe a second ago. Then, to the operator's surprise, he spoke, but it was not his own voice. You forget, Jarrett. He is no longer alone. Ron. I am here, my friend, answered the old Jedi. We shall face this menace together. And the next thing Kyle knew, he was back on his feet, holding the saber in both hands. The black-cloaked figure cast off his hood. A closely cropped corona of dark brown hair clung to the sides and back of the otherwise bald scalp. Where I should have been was only a strip of black cloth. Strange tattoos were visible along the thin lips. The moderately lined face seemed to speak only of darkness and cruelty. Kyle realized he had been completely wrong about the figure's identity. Jarrett licked and smiled. So, Ron, he said with oily purr, I see you live. I thought I had taken care of you before. You destroyed my body, Jarrett. But your dark powers could never touch my spirit. This youth is your pupil then. Or perhaps not. I sense things in him, things I can use. You will never have the chance, Dark Jedi. I will see to that. Your powers are nothing compared to mine, old man. But Kyle's are. You sense that as I do, Jarrett. That is why you pursue him. Jarrett licked his lips again. And you think you can protect him. He has already tasted of the power I can offer him. And he will want more. He has also tasted of the light. I will never allow you to. Okay, Kyle decided. I've heard about enough of this. Concentrating, he found himself able to speak. Excuse me. You two do know I'm right here. And I'm not just some pawn for you to fight over. I think I'd like to have some say in what happens to me. Kyle. Ron, I'm sorry, but shut up for a sec. He looked at the Dark Jedi. If you think you're gonna use me as some kind of puppet, Jarrett, then I have news for you. I will decide what my destiny will be, not you and not Ron. Jarrett stood there, lightsaber glowing, and for a moment, it seemed as if he would strike. But then, the sky, the ground, the grass all seemed to blur and grow hazy. Jarrett grimaced, head swiveling to look about. Looking back at Kyle, he smiled, an evil smile. Be grateful, Katarn. My power is not great enough to maintain this dream world any longer. But make no mistake, one day we shall meet again, and on that day, I shall make you suffer for your ignorance and arrogance. And with that, the Dark Jedi vanished. The space around Kyle continued to grow hazy. What's happening? You are returning, Kyle. Jarrett is no longer able to hold you in this place. Nearly all the space around the operative had grown dark, except for a small patch upon which he stood. So this was all a dream. Of a sort, Ron said. You did well here today, Kyle. You have taken another step along the path to becoming a Jedi. Your training has reached the next stage. Kyle was about to ask what that meant when the space he was around grew dark and he could no longer see anything. But a few seconds later, he heard a voice. It began to grow in volume. Somewhere in the aqueducts of Surreal. Come on, Kyle. Don't do this to me. Wake up already. The owner of the voice had been calling like this for the last 30 seconds, but so far no response. Blast you, Kyle Katarn. Wake up. The eyelids that had been still all this time gave a flutter, then began to tremble. The owner of the voice saw this, the dark feeling in his heart beginning to change. Opening his eyes, Kyle immediately shut them against the sudden glare of the sun. Too bright, he croaked. A second later, the brightness beyond his eyelids dimmed. Opening his eyes again, Kyle saw a pair of hands directly above him, shading him from the sunlight. Gradually, his pupils contracted, allowing him to see without having to squint. He focused on the hands once again, knowing right away they didn't belong to Jan. "Kyle," a voice called urgently. "It's Wexter. Can you hear me? Are you all right?" Turning his head to the right, Kyle saw the wizened face of the engineer. He smiled, raising his hand. "Hey there, Wexter," he managed to say. His throat felt dry and chalky, making it hard to speak. The older man warmly clasped Kyle's arm. "You gave me quite a scare. Thought I'd lost you there for a sec." "Lost me," Kyle said. Wexter gestured, and Kyle saw the moldy crow parked nearby. Well, not exactly parked. Having followed Kyle's tracking signal to this place, the engineer had spotted the limp form lying on the side of the channel and had made an emergency descent. Despite his parched throat, Kyle had to chuckle. "You're lucky Jan isn't here to see that." Wexter looked over his shoulder to where the crow's back half was partially submerged in the water. The engineer shrugged, then smiled. "I think she'd be grateful. That ship probably hasn't had a bath in decades." That broke both men up. But in the midst of this, Kyle began to cough harshly. Retrieving a bottle of water from the kit he had brought from the ship, Wexter held it out. Nodding in thanks as he took it, Kyle took a small sip, then another so as not to overwhelm his throat. Gradually, the pain and soreness faded to a point he could speak. "Where's Jan? I thought she'd be the one to pick me up." "Not back from her mission yet," Wexter said. "When the call came in, I jumped in the crow and flew here as fast as I could." Kyle nodded, smiling. "Ouija must have gotten through." "Who's Ouija?" Kyle looked at his friend with questioning eyes. "The droid who called you." Wexter shook his head. "It wasn't the droid that called, Kyle. All I got was a text transmission using the frequency you specified and the recognition code. It said to come here immediately, that you were in trouble." "Text transmission," Kyle echoed. Wexter nodded. "Probably from Ouija then." The older man looked confused for a second, then snapped his fingers. "Ball-shaped with a couple manipulator arms." "That's him," Kyle confirmed. "I see," Wexter answered. "So who was the guy with the blaster?" Kyle chuckled. "Hoxel Nufton. A neighbor and friend of my father's. You met him at the spaceport." "More like he met me. Demanded to know who I was, and once he figured out I was here for you, ordered me to fly over here at blaster point." Kyle chuckled again. "That's old man Hoxel for you. Temper like a lava pit." Wexter took this in, then shrugged. "Anyways, I flew over and found you unconscious and not breathing." Kyle's eyes widened at hearing this. "Not breathing." Wexter nodded. "And then you made this grunting sound and started breathing again, but really raspy." Still wide-eyed, Kyle lifted a hand to his neck, finding the skin tender to the touch. Maybe it wasn't a dream after all, he thought. "Kyle, you okay?" He looked to Wexter, seeing the concern on the man's face. Forcing a smile onto his face, he replied, "Yeah, I'm okay. Just thinking about something. So, we getting out of here." "Unless you got a reason to stay," Wexter offered. "No," Kyle said strongly, "no reason to stay at all. In fact, I'd prefer to get out of here right away." It was then he remembered the wound in his left leg. Shifting his eyes that way, he expected the worst. Instead, he found that bandage he had applied earlier was gone, replaced by an oversized piece of gray cloth. "Your leg was pretty messed up when I got here. I changed the dressing and applied some more medicine. Anything else will have to wait until we get back to the Intrepid." "Then let's not waste any more," Kyle said, reaching out a hand. "Help me up." Nodding, Wexter rose to his feet and got close to Kyle, wrapping the younger man's arm over his shoulders. "Ready?" A nod. Grunting with effort, Wexter rose, pulling Kyle up with him. The operative pushed with his right leg to help, trying but failing to contain a few moans of pain as his wounded leg protested the movement. But a few seconds later, both men were upright, Wexter holding onto Kyle to keep him from falling. "Okay," the engineer said. "Here we go." Together, they walked towards the crow, Kyle doing his best to keep his left foot off the ground and let Wexter lead him. A dozen steps brought them to the side of the ship. Now comes the fun part, Kyle observed. You're telling me? Replied Wexter. After judging that Kyle still had plenty of arm strength, Wexter helped lift him up until the operative managed to get a solid grip on two handholds. That done, Wexter came around to the other side of the ship, climbing up into the cockpit and across to the other side. Reaching down, he grabbed Kyle's arms just under the wrists. Okay, he said, we're gonna do this all at once. When I say go, push off and I'll pull. Okay, Kyle replied. Counting to 3, the engineer called loudly. Go. Pushing off on his right foot, Kyle jumped up towards the cockpit. At the same time, Wexter used the momentum to pull up and forward. The combined effort resulted in Kyle half climbing, half falling into the cockpit. With a bit more help, he finally fell into the forward couch, teeth gritted and eyes closed against the pain radiating from his left leg. Wexter strapped him in, then moved to the rear couch, beginning the power-up sequence for the crow's engines. Wexter. Yeah. Jan is not gonna be happy when she finds out you ripped up the seat cover to make this bandage. Probably not. Both men chuckled as Wexter hit the switch for the canopy. The sound of it lowering brought a smile to Kyle's face. The forward repulsors came online without a fuss, but the rear ones, submerged in the water, wouldn't light at first. It took Wexter raising the nose and turning the ship nearly sideways before the after repulsors came free of the water and, with a bit more coaxing, came online. The ship gave a big shudder as the main drive activated, water spewing out of the nozzles before being replaced by the blue glow. About time, Wexter commented, glaring at the controls. You did have them underwater, you know, Kyle said. You're not helping, Wexter retorted. Smiling widely, Kyle looked out through the front windscreen as the unbroken wall of permacrete gave way to a view of a grassy plain, some distance away. It reminded Kyle strongly of the dream. Sunlight slanted into the cockpit, the filters in the transparent still working to reduce the glare to keep it from being too harsh for human eyes. The effect provided a warm light that moved across Kyle's face. That feels good. Then the grassy plain was gone as Wexter hit the thrusters and the crow took off, arcing into the sky. Chapter 11. The flagship of the Dark Jedi Jarek cruised through space with seeming impunity. Once an unfinished superstar destroyer, the vessel had been appropriated shortly after the battle between the Empire and the Rebellion at Endor. Modified to Jarek's personal specifications, the Vengeance was unlike any Star Destroyer. Its dagger-like hull had been tapered so that it sloped downward from the ship's keel. Ungainly-looking wings jutted out from the rear of the ship near its massive array of engines. But what was most striking of all was the ship's color. All Star Destroyers employed in the Empire Space Navy were white to off-white in color, whereas the Vengeance was a dark gray bordering on black. Aside from the cluster of engines stabbing light into the void of space, the ship might as well have been cloaked in darkness. The interior was nearly as dark, the muted light a concession to the human officers and crew who operated the ship. But for those dark knights who served under the former Imperial Inquisitor, the dimly lit corridors were of little concern or challenge. At this moment, one of them, perhaps the one closest to Jarek, was moving through one of the darkened corridors at a fast walk. Her original name had been lost years ago, and now she was known only as Saris, a former Imperial agent who had become one of Jarek's many followers. Slowing to a normal pace, she stopped before one door in particular and began to raise her hand to touch the call chime. But then, remembering the last time she had done this and the reaction, she instead closed her eyes and concentrated. Lord Jarek, it is Saris. Are you all right? She waited nearly a minute, and when there was no response, she repeated the mental call. This time, there was a reply as the door before her slid open. Saris stood there, not taking a step forward. Come in, Saris. It was the voice of her master, inviting her in. She complied, trying but unable to contain a flash of fear. Jarek's voice had sounded tired and weak. She wondered what had happened to him. Do not worry, my apprentice, Jarek replied, having read her thoughts. I am weakened for the moment, but my strength shall return. And there is something we must discuss. Saris moved into the room, the black cloak she wore waving slightly with each step. She found Jarek sitting in the middle of the floor, legs crossed under him, hands resting on his thighs. His breath came in short, harsh gasps. "Master," she said, approaching him. "A short while ago, I felt a strong disturbance in the force, and I sensed you were in pain." A smile came to Jarek's face as he listened. "You are doing well to sense all this, my apprentice. But you still have much to learn. For if you were truly growing in the dark side, you would know what I know now." Saris lowered her head a little, accepting the rebuke. "I fear too, Master," she said, "for if you sensed me trying to read your thoughts, I believed you would become angry and punish me for intruding." Jarek nodded, understanding. "Your caution is wise, Saris. But as a dark Jedi, you must learn never to let fear keep you from acting. Rather, use your fear and let it give you power. But for now, peer into my mind and see what it is I wish to show you." She hesitated for a moment, fearing this might be a trick or perhaps a test. "Now is the time, Saris, while I am weak. Do not hesitate." Nodding, the dark Jedi took a seat next to her master, positioning herself in the same way as he. She pulled back the hood of the cloak she wore, exposing her face. What would have been a perfectly oval face was spoiled somewhat by the harsh lines of the cheekbones and chin. The mouth was small, the lips glowing with the faintest shade of red. Like her master, Saris wore an outfit of the deepest black with a pull-down flap across the chest colored in a deep crimson. Form-fitting, the top half left the shoulders and arms exposed, displaying long, lean muscles. Trousers, somewhat loose-fitting to allow maximum freedom of movement, lead down to high black boots that reached to just below her knees. Black gauntlets covered part of her forearms and wrists, leading up to black straps that ran across the sides of her hands and around each finger, just below the knuckle. Muted green eyes were visible beneath a crop of short blonde hair cut close to the scalp. Those same eyes now closed as Saris concentrated, seeking to probe her master's mind. She felt resistance at first, but with a bit of power added to her mind probe, the wall before her fell, and now imagery began to flow into her mind, a scene displayed before the encounter between Jarek and Kyle Katarn. She watched as words were exchanged, and then, with the flash of lightsaber blades, a battle began. To her surprise, Katarn put up an adequate enough defense to keep Jarek from landing a single blow. She wondered how this was possible, given Jarek's demonstrated proficiency with the weapon. But as her mind delved deeper into the scene, she sensed a third presence, and a moment later, realized that it was the Jedi Ron, and he was helping Katarn, guiding his steps, his attacks, and his defenses. The Jedi from before, she thought, remembering an old tale of how fallen Jedi could, for a time, still remain in this plane of existence before moving on to the great beyond. And somehow, Ron has done this. Precisely, Jarek replied. But then, as the scene went on, Saris began to sense more. It had seemed clear to her that the old Jedi was helping Katarn with handling the lightsaber, but now she was sensing something new, something more. And then she saw it. The scene grew wavy as Jarek, unable to finish Katarn, realized he could not continue the fight and maintain the dream world. It faded away as the dark Jedi's essence had returned to the ship. "Master, that human?" I sensed. "He feels the Force and his power." "Yes, Saris," Jarek answered. "Katarn is special. He has a deep connection to the Force. If he can be turned, he may very well be the most powerful dark Jedi ever." "But he refused you, Master." "True, Saris. But like yourself and the others were, Katarn is blind to his great destiny and what he can become. This is why our new mission will be to find him and educate him." Saris smiled at this. "Master, I wish to see more. If I may?" It was as if the wall she had broken through slammed down with unstoppable force, cutting her off from Jarek's mind as an invisible hand pushed her away with great force. She flew away from him, fetching up against a wall. The pain was immediate and intense, the blow strong enough to stun her whole body and render Saris incapable of mounting a defense or executing an attack. She lay there as Jarek rose to his feet and approached her, stopping inches away. He glared down at her. Your powers are growing, sorries. This pleases me. But do not forget your place. As you are now, you are no match for me. Do not attempt to test yourself against me again, or the consequences shall be unfortunate. Despite the pain she felt, Saris managed to look up at the Dark Jedi, and then bowed her head. I understand, Master. In an instant, the Dark Jedi's attitude seemed to change. He smiled at her. Good, now come. There is much to do. I have a plan to bring Katarn to us, and then we may begin his training and bring him over to the dark side. Soon after the Moldy Crow's skids had come to rest on the well-worn surface of the spaceport landing bay, Kyle was treated to a display of comedic proportions. First, Hoxel Nupton had come boiling out of the main building, all but tearing the doors off as he exited, Ouija hot on his heels. Grabbing for the handholds built into the side of the ship, the man pulled him up to the level of the cockpit, his face appearing just as Wexter pressed the control to raise the canopy. Where have you been, boy? You tell me you're just going out to your old man's farm, and the next thing I know, the speeder I lent you comes rushing back with this crazy droid at the controls practically screaming at me to get you some help. Hoxel. Don't interrupt me, boy, the man said, and then, while I'm sitting here, worrying and fretting over what might have happened to you, this guy shows up, asking all kinds of questions instead of heading out to find you. Now wait just a second, Wexter said, incredulous, you're the one who pulled a blaster on me, remember. I didn't know who you were, Hoxel answered defensively. You show up here in this rattletrap of a ship, eh? Rattletrap, Wexter exclaimed. Let me tell you something. This ship is a classic, one I personally worked to. Son, Hoxel said, I know what kind of ship it is, and it's obvious you haven't been taking very good care of it. Look at this hull. He pointed to one of the rust-looking plates. Hey, Wexter said angrily, I'm nearly as old as you, friend, and it's because of my work that this ship hasn't fallen apart. Really, Hoxel said, because in my day. As the two men continued to argue, Ouija floated up to the other side of the cockpit, his photoreceptor focusing on Kyle's face. The droid emitted a string of beeps and whistles. I'm okay, Weeg, really. The droid gave a disbelieving blatting sound, and then added, Then how exactly do you explain the bandage on your leg? Giving the droid a fake smile, Kyle responded, It isn't that bad, Weeg. I've had worse. The droid's response clearly indicated that it did not believe him and doubted he could even walk. Umbrage rose inside Kyle. Is that right? He said, fixing a glare at the droid. Well, we'll just see about that. Bracing with his arms and pushing with his right leg, Kyle began to lift himself out of the cockpit couch. He was almost out when his left leg hit the lower part of the instrument panel. In the space of a second, it felt as if the pain started in the bottom of his feet, then shot up through his spine, before exiting through the top of his head with the force of a volcano. With a barely subdued scream, Kyle dropped back into the seat. Turning to see the two older men still arguing, Ouija let off with a loud string of strident and angry beeps and whistles. Cut off in mid-sentence by the droid, the two men looked to the front cockpit where Kyle was trying, but failing, to not express the pain he was feeling. The men looked at each other. Maybe we should save this for later, Wexter offered. Looking as if he were slightly impressed, Hoxel nodded and slid down to where Kyle was. What in heaven did you do to yourself, boy? He exclaimed before his eyes caught sight of the bandage around Kyle's leg. This is why I didn't want you going off by yourself, boy. Those blasted Tuskens. We should have killed the lot of them years ago. But no, you had to go off to that house. And now look what's happened. You Katarns, you and your father. Too blasted stubborn. I've said that all along. Kyle sat there, doing his best to deal with the pain as Hoxel went on. And where someone else would have felt rebuked or ashamed, Kyle realized the old man's angry words had a different intent. Finding his voice, he managed to say, both of us, heh. I'll take that as a compliment. Why you, Hoxel sputtered. I can't believe how disrespectful you are. If you weren't hurt. Just then, the sound of electricity sparking inside the cockpit was heard. Looking to the other side, Kyle, Wexter and Hoxel all saw where one of Ouija's manipulator arms was held up menacingly, a welding torch visible, giving off another spark as it touched the hull of the ship. The droid emitted 2 whistles and a beep. "What did he say?" asked Wexter. Kyle smiled. "He said he's heard enough out of both of you, and that if something isn't done to fix my wound, he's going to do something extremely painful with that torch." For a moment, it seemed as if Hoxel was going to argue, but then Ouija punctuated his statement by directing the flame of the welding torch directly onto the ship's hull, where it gave off an even brighter spark than before. "Wait here," the man said, stepping down from the cockpit and running inside. He returned a few minutes later, carrying a syringe. He stepped back up to where Kyle was. "Here, this will work." "What is it?" Wexter and Kyle said at the same time. "I got it from the emergency kit I keep here. It's a sedative. It'll take care of the pain at least." He turned to Wexter. "I assume you know a doctor you can take him to." Wexter nodded. Moving closer, Hoxel found a vein in Kyle's left arm and pressed the tip of the syringe against it. The needle slid in easily. Pressing the plunger, Hoxel waited until the stopper in the syringe had reached the bottom of the tube before pulling it out. "There," he said, "that should take effect in a few minutes. Now, tell me, did you find what you came here for?" Kyle contemplated the question before answering. "Yes," he finally said. "Yes, I did. And something more." Hoxel nodded, and then moved in close before speaking again. "Now you listen to me, boy, and listen close. You promised me right here, and now that you're going to take care of yourself, quit being so reckless." Kyle smiled at him. "I'll try," he said. "Good enough. And one last thing." Seeing the man's eyes, Kyle could sense the strong emotion in them. He gave Hoxel his full attention. "I want you to keep me posted on how you're doing, and understand that you will always be welcome here. Your father may be gone, but as far as I'm concerned, you're part of my family now, and this will always be your home." Kyle felt his throat close up a little as the emotion welled inside him. He raised his left hand, and Hoxel clasped it firmly. The 2 men stared at each other for a long moment. "I'll remember," Kyle said. "Thank you." Nodding, Hoxel stepped down from the ship and moved away. "Ooh off." The air exploded out of Kyle's lungs as something landed directly in his lap. A moment later, Ouija's photoreceptor appeared, mere inches from his face. "Weak," Kyle exclaimed, trying to get his breath back. "What are you doing?" The droid issued 2 perfunctory beeps. "What's going on up there?" Wexter called. "Ouija wants to come along," Kyle answered. Then to the droid said, "I don't know if that's a good idea, weed." "Eh?" The droid cut him off, beeped angrily. "Oh, please. It wasn't my fault father left you there. I wasn't exactly." The droid interrupted again. "No weed. I wasn't going to just leave you there to rot. Geez, what do you?" Now the droid switched tactics. "Of course I care what happens to you. You're my friend. I just..." The droid jumped in with another string of beeps. "Okay, fine," Kyle declared, exasperated. "You want to come? Then you can come." "All right." The droid emitted a single, contented beep, settling itself into the lower portion of the cockpit so it would be out of the way. "What I give for a laser wrench right now," Kyle thought, and then called to Wexter. "You better increase power to repulsors. Looks like we have a passenger." Wexter smiled as he keyed in the changes to power settings. The canopy lowered and locked itself into place. Air swirled as the crow rose off his skids and into the air. Looking outside, Kyle waved at Hoxel, who lifted a hand in response. Then, the view shifted as Wexter spun the ship around and engaged the drive, sending the ship rising into the sky, accelerating until it became a mere dot on the horizon. Back at the spaceport, Hoxel felt his eyes sting suddenly and reached into his pocket for a cloth to wipe at them. "Blasted dust. Keeps aggravating my allergies." And so, Kyle concluded, after dealing with Ouija, Wexter and I departed from Sulan and made the jump to hyperspace without further incident. "Well," Mon Mothma said, It seems your side trip to Sulin turned into something bigger than you expected. Kyle nodded and smiled. Between the Tuskens and water slides, there weren't a lot of dull moments. The rebel leader smiled also. "So how are you feeling?" she asked. "He'll be just fine," said Dr. Berth, securing the last strip of bandage. "And there. How does that feel?" "A lot better," Kyle replied, trying a few experimental movements. "It doesn't hurt to move it anymore." He sat on the edge of a diagnostic table, with Dr. Berth and Mon Mothma to either side. One leg of the trousers he wore had been rolled up to expose his injured calf. "Good," said Berth. "The damage wasn't extensive, but strangely, when I inspected the muscle, I saw evidence of recent trauma, including some tearing and nerve damage. Probably the reason why it hurt so much when you were shot. I'm just not sure what would have caused it." Kyle thought back to his overly aggressive workout from days prior even as Berth continued. "But, whatever the case, you should be fine. However, in order for everything to heal properly, you've got to give it sufficient rest. And as part of that, here." Berth held out an object. Seeing it, Kyle rolled his eyes. "Doc, you've got to be kidding." The object was a cane. A rubber grommet covered the lower half of the black shaft, which curved in the shape of a 7 towards the top, where a piece of rubberized nylon provided a solid gripping surface. "What?" Berth said, seemingly not understanding. "Doc," Kyle said emphatically, eyes shifting to the cane. Berth shrugged. "Look, I was able to repair the damage from the blaster shot. But the musculature still needs time to recover before it'll work normally. Bottom line, you won't be able to walk without it." "Oh, come on, Doc," Kyle said. "Not convinced. I feel fine. See." Sliding off the table, he stood a step forward and then the left leg buckled. Kyle started to fall, but Berth was ready and caught him, guiding the operative to the chair Mon Mothma had vacated. Kyle sat down heavily. "Whoa, that was close. Thanks, Doc." "No problem," replied Berth as he held out the cane. "Now will you?" "There's no other option?" Kyle asked. "Sure there is," the doctor said. "You can stay in sickbay for a week having a machine work on your leg until it's healed." Kyle reached out, accepting the cane without another word. "Well, Mon Mothma, with that settled, Kyle, I'm placing you on restricted duty until further notice." The operative nodded. He had been expecting this. "Then this meeting is concluded. Mon Mothma, if I may." "Yes, Kyle." "About Jan and Weiji, I was wondering about their respective status." The smile disappeared from the rebel leader's face. "There has still been no word from Jan. She's missed one communications checkpoint in the last 4 days, with the next coming in 2 days. Hopefully, we will hear something from her by then. And as for your droid..." "Oh, great," Kyle said, hearing the tone in her voice. "What did he do?" She waved his concern away. "Nothing bad, I assure you. The techs examined him and reports are that he appears to be functioning well. However, he refuses to allow them to perform a detailed scan of his interior circuitry without receiving your permission first, in person. The techs reported they tried everything they could, but Weiji was most strident in his refusals. He was delivered to your quarters about an hour ago." Kyle nodded. "I'll talk to him. Tell the techs he'll report first thing tomorrow and cooperate with them." "Thank you," said Mon Mothma, "and be sure you get some rest, Kyle. I want you back on active duty as soon as Dr. Berth deems you fit." "You got it. Just remember, the doctor, don't push the leg too far or too fast. It'll come along on its own in time." "I will," Kyle replied. After taking a few faltering steps with the cane and getting some help and tips from Berth, Kyle walked out of sickbay, the cane clicking on the floor with each step. He headed to his quarters, passing by a number of the Intrepid S crew on the way. Fortunately, the repulsor scooter just outside sickbay allowed him to hide the cane. He could only imagine the comments if people knew. Arriving at the entrance, he used the cane to step down from the scooter. His left leg wobbled uncertainly, and his earlier resentment for the Plasteel staff was lessened. Stepping inside his quarters, Kyle found Weiji floating to one side of the room. Mon Mothma tells me you wouldn't let the text take a look at your insides. Ouija responded with incredulity. That's what you wanted me to do, wasn't it? You said so in the ship. Calm down, Weeg, Kyle said. You did just fine. And what about you? The droid asked. Leaning against the wall for support, Kyle held up the cane. Have to use this for a week. Other than that, I'm fine. Ouija's reply was relieved sounding. You worry too much about me, Weeg. But then, you always have. The droid responded by floating over and extending one of his manipulator arms. Kyle allowed it to clasp his right hand. Someone has to, it said. Kyle patted the droid's frame. Thanks, Weeg. I really do appreciate it. But on another topic, do you still have it? In answer, a compartment opened on the droid's body, and out came the hilt of the lightsaber. Kyle took it, examining the black and silver shaft. Ouija asked a question. Because I wasn't ready, Weeg. And think about it, how exactly do you expect me to explain this to Mon Mothma? Hey, guess what? I went home and found out I'm a Jedi in training. Here's my lightsaber to prove it. Oh, and I also have conversations with the dead Jedi in my mind. Well, it's the truth, Ouija replied. Truth or not, Weeg, I'm not sure she could have handled it. This on top of everything else, including me being a former Imperial. I'd be lucky if they didn't lock me up for psychological observation. You will have to tell her someday, Kyle. You will have to tell them all. I know, Ron. You're absolutely right. It's just that I don't feel ready. I don't know how to explain this without sounding like a loon. Ouija is right, Kyle. You would be telling them the truth. I understand that. But it's been ages since anyone's even seen a Jedi. And here I come claiming to be one. A former Imperial, a mercenary, and a rebel agent. Even I find it hard to believe. Ron was silent for a long moment, then responded. Then you must learn more about the Force, my friend. Seek the knowledge that is available in it, the wisdom that countless Jedi before you knew. And perhaps in that, you will find the words you seek. Kyle considered this, and then nodded. It sounds like a good idea. But how do I do it? We will begin with the meditation exercise, having you learn to feel the Force, and then seeking knowledge from it. Okay. Begin by finding a place in your quarters. Kyle looked around, settling on the bed. He sat down on it. Now, Ron said, place the lightsaber in your hands, close your eyes, and begin your breathing exercises. Suddenly, Ouija spoke up, asking more questions. I don't see why not, Kyle replied. You should have proper clearance. As for tomorrow, let the text take a look at you, okay? Ouija responded affirmatively, then floated out of the room, intent on exploring the ship. Sorry about that. No need for apologies. Kyle started again, placing the lightsaber in his upturned hands, then closing his eyes and focusing on his breathing in through the nose, out through the mouth. Good, Ron said, just like that. Find your center. Be at peace. Kyle continued this for several more minutes, beginning to feel relaxed. Excellent. Now, reach out with your mind. But how? Kyle asked. As you did before, Ron replied, concentrate on a single point, the first question you have, the first thing you want to know. Staring at the darkness behind his closed eyelids, Kyle concentrated, thinking of how he was going to explain to people who and what he was now. Suddenly, light seemed to fill his vision, a warm, gentle light that began to spiral into a kaleidoscope of colors, each seemingly richer than the last. Yes, Ron said contentedly, now we may begin. Kyle heard this, and though he didn't completely understand, something in him said confidently that he was in the place he needed to be, and that his questions would find their answers. Smiling, he allowed himself to fall into the whirlpool of light. Having finished his explorations of one whole deck of the massive Star Destroyer, Ouija floated towards the entrance to Kyle's quarters. The self-guided tour had been enjoyable for the droid as he had encountered members of the Intrepid as crew, and while many could not understand him, they were for the most part friendly. Now, with his internal batteries dipping towards empty, the droid had returned to charge up his systems before trying the next deck, The door to the room readily opened at his request, and he passed inside, photoreceptor looking for a recharging station. When Ouija saw Kyle, the droid stopped short. Activating sensors, the droid made as full an examination as it could, but the results were confusing at best. His own electronic brain could not credibly believe what it was seeing. For there, about 6 inches above the bed, was Kyle, floating, his legs crossed Indian style underneath him. His eyes were closed and there was a smile on his face. "Hi, Week. Welcome back." Now the droid reacted, letting forth with an incredulous stream of beeps and whistles. "Calm down, Week," Kyle said, softly interrupting. "It's okay. I'm all right." The reply from the droid was even more incredulous. "I'm serious, Week. I feel fine. In fact, I feel great." The droid scanned Kyle with his biosensors. The readings came back: heart rate, blood pressure, all normal. The only abnormality was a higher than normal reading in a portion of the brain. Still unsure, the droid asked a question. "Yes, Week. I can't see you. You're floating just in front of me." "How?" the droid asked. "It's the power of the Force, Week," he replied. "Don't ask me to explain exactly how, but I have these powers now, as you can see." Ouija asked another question. "Actually, yes, I can. Watch this." Still floating, Kyle reached out a hand. A cup sitting on the sink in the fresher trembled, slid, and then, as Ouija watched, rose into the air. It moved towards Kyle, finally settling in his hand. "It's incredible, Ouija. I would have never imagined this was possible. And according to Ron, this is only the beginning." The droid was still not convinced. "Weak, it's still me. The same Kyle Katarn, you know. It's just that now, I am something more." When Ouija responded to this, Kyle's face creased in a frown. "Laugh if you want to, Weak. But this is the truth. I'm not kidding you." Ouija said more. "I know it seems unbelievable. I'm the one doing it, and I don't quite believe it either." Ouija asked another question. "Each thing I do seems to take effort, kind of like working with my mind like I'd work with my body. In fact, now that I say it, maybe I'll take a little break." The droid watched as the man descended until the mattress gave off a sound as his body settled onto it. Opening his eyes, Kyle blinked twice, and then focused on the droid. "Hi again, Weeg." The droid beeped a question. "I feel okay, Weeg. Maybe a little tired, but nothing hurts." His head cocked to one side as if he was listening to something. He nodded. "It's like Ron just said. Using the Force does require some effort, depending on how experienced you are with it. I've got to build my mental muscles just like I work out my body." Now EG offered a comment. Kyle smiled. "I've been wondering what Father would think of this too. Ron has told me that he was Force sensitive too, but never really explored it." Then Ouija asked the question. Kyle hesitated before answering. "I don't know. I feel like I know a bit more about the Force now, but I'm still not sure how to explain it to the others. I guess I'm not ready yet." Ouija seemed to accept this, and then turned to a different topic. "Oh, come on, Weed," Kyle exclaimed, "not you too. Why do so many people seem to have a problem with my growing a beard?" The argument continued for an hour more, neither side gaining ground or capitulating. Finally, it was decided that Kyle would keep his beard and Ouija would let him know the moment any gray appeared in it. The next morning, Kyle accompanied Ouija to Droid Inspection Lab Number 3. Inside, he found a group of technicians milling about, conducting various tests on some of the Intrepid's cadre of droids. One of them spotted the two newcomers. "Can I help you? I'm Kyle Katarn, and this is my droid, Ouija, here for inspection." "Oh yes," the man in the technician's uniform said. "I remember this one well." He extended a hand. "I'm Cat Illness Specialist in the R series of droids. I noticed yours has some of the components of one." "He's a custom built," Kyle offered. "I figured as much," said Illness. It would perhaps explain why he was so reluctant to allow us to perform the full scan. Kyle shrugged. "Ouija has always been unique. But don't worry. I've talked to him, and he's agreed to cooperate with you. I see, said Elnis. Well then, Ouija, if you'll come with me, we'll begin with the internal component scan. The droid's photoreceptor turned to look at Kyle for a moment. As if sensing the droid's hesitation, Elnis spoke again. I promise you it won't hurt, Ouija. We just want to take a look at your internal systems. It's not often my team, and I get to examine a droid as unique as you are. Afterwards, we may have a few questions to ask, and that'll be it. Hearing this, Ouija floated past in the direction indicated by the technician. He beeped something, and Kyle could not help but laugh. Talk about your delusions of adequacy. Make sure to behave yourself, Weeg. This shouldn't take more than an hour or so, Elnis offered. Should I have him wait here for you afterwards? No need, he knows the way back to my quarters. The technician nodded, and Kyle turned and left, returning to his quarters for another meditation session with Ron. When Ouija came back 2 hours later and began to tell Kyle how well he was treated, he found the man floating just below the ceiling of the room, and the same cup from yesterday along with his blaster and lightsaber floating in front of him. To Ouija's incredulous surprise, Kyle smiled. It's incredible, Weeg. I'm doing very much the same things as yesterday, but the sense of confidence I have now of control, I think I'm getting better. You are growing, Kyle, said Ron. The next day, after Dr. Berth had authorized it, Kyle made his first trek out of his quarters. He still used the repulsor scooters to move across large spaces, but where he could, he walked, the cane clicking loudly in the corridors, announcing his presence wherever he went. And as he had feared, seeing the cane had people treating him differently. It had taken a little less than 2 hours after breakfast before he had had it. And so, to the next person who offered to help him, Kyle said this. Instead of helping me, crewman, there is something more important I'd like you to do. Of course, sir. Kyle smiled a predator's smile at the man. Inasmuch as you can, spread the word that the next person after you who offers to help me or treats me like some kind of invalid is gonna get a beating courtesy of this cane. He raised it menacingly. Am I clear? Yes, sir, the now frightened crewer said. Good, Kyle said, still smiling. On your way then? And so it was when Kyle came to the mess hall that night for dinner, no one offered to help him. However, several whispered conversations went on as he was observed struggling to balance a tray full of food with one hand. Seeing a table close by, Kyle made for it. The tray wavered again, threatening to spill. Come on, he told himself, almost there. And so he was when the cane slid a bit, causing Kyle to overstep. The tray tilted and began to fall. Whoa there, called a voice. A pair of hands reached out from behind him, grabbing the tray before it could spill. At the same time, another pair of hands grabbed Kyle's left arm and pulled, helping to steady him. The whole incident was over in a few seconds. Having been sure the tray was going to spill, Kyle realized he was breathing a bit fast. Calming himself, he turned to his benefactor. Thank you, that was a little too close. You're welcome, said a familiar voice. We're always glad to help, said a second, also familiar, voice. Turning in the direction the voices had came from, he saw the smiling faces of Tinavil Undomiel and Nerwin Aldarian, the co-heads of Rebel Intelligence. Well, he said, a bit nonplussed, this is unexpected. Oh, said Tinavil. And why is that? Asked Nerwin. Man, they confuse me when they do that. I'm not sure who to look at when I answer. Well, he said, trying to come up with an answer, I figured with Jan's mission and all, you two would be pretty busy. Oh, we are, said Nerwin. But we decided we needed a break, said Tinavil. Kyle nodded. Well, you couldn't have picked a better time for it. Thanks again. You're welcome, they said together. How in the heck do they do that? He reached out a hand. I can't take that now, he said. Oh no, said Tinavil, pulling the tray away. There's no way we're going to let you do that, added Nerwin. But, I mean, ladies. No buts, the two of them said together. You're coming with me, said Tinavil, shifting the tray to one hand while she took Kyle's left hand with her right. She started ahead, and he finally had to take a step to follow her. "I'll get our food," offered Nerwin, heading for the line of people holding trays. Being virtually dragged, Kyle tried a final protest. "Come on, Tenaville, I'm not some invalid here. I can walk." "I know that," she answered without looking at him, "but a little help can't hurt, can it? Still, I can pull rank on you, you know," she said, turning to look over her shoulder at him and winking. "You don't really want me to do that, do you?" Memories of Jan saying something similar flashed through his mind. Kyle chuckled. "All right," he said, "you win this time." With another smile in his direction, Tenaville guided Kyle over to a table, allowing the operative to take a seat by himself and placing his tray down before moving off to meet her sister, who was approaching, carrying 2 trays. The twins took seats opposite Kyle. "See," said Nerwin, "that wasn't so bad, was it?" "I suppose not," said Kyle. "It's just that ever since breakfast, everyone on this ship is treating me like some old man who can't manage to tie his own shoes." "Is that bad?" asked Tenaville. "When some guy older than me decided he needs to help me get onto one of the repulsor scooters." "Yeah, was that bad?" The twins stared at him for a moment, and then began to laugh. Cheeks coloring with embarrassment, Kyle looked away. "It's not that funny." "We're sorry," said Nerwin, still chuckling. "It's just," Tenaville added, "the mental image." They dissolved into laughter again. "You know," Kyle said sarcastically, "I'm so glad you two stopped by. I feel so much better now." Still, watching them and remembering the incident, Kyle admitted to himself that it was kind of funny. But no way would he admit it. Instead, he tucked into his meal, as did Tenaville and Nerwin once they got themselves under control. Later, when they had finished, the twins both gazed at him. Having finished his own meal shortly before, Kyle met their gazes until it became uncomfortable. "What?" he finally asked. "We were just wondering," said Nerwin. "How the mission to your home planet went," finished Tenaville. "We saw that droid you brought back," added Nerwin. "Is he yours?" asked Tenaville. "Well, sort of," Kyle replied. "My father built him years ago as a specialty droid to help around the house. And when my mom died, Ouija sort of became my de facto guardian." "Ouija," the twins said together. "That's his name," Kyle explained, "although I mostly call him Weed." "Where did you come up?" began Nerwin. "With such an odd name," finished Tenaville. "Well," Kyle said, smiling as he recalled the event, believe it or not, it was the first thing he said. "Once my father got him working, he asked him some questions, beginning with, 'What is your name?' And he said Ouija," asked Tenaville. "For real?" added Nerwin. "True story," said Kyle. "You can ask him yourself if you want." The twins looked at each other, exchanging a glance. Kyle decided it was time for him to ask something. "Listen, I know a lot of your work is classified, but can I ask you about Jan's mission? Have you heard from her? Or anything in regards to the mission?" "That's okay," said Tenaville. "We don't mind if you ask," said Nerwin. "The only problem is, we don't know much in the way of new data," finished Tenaville. "No comm traffic or data downloads." The twins shook their heads. "The last communication from Jan came while you were still on Sulin," said Nerwin. "She reported successful entry into the driving system, and that she was setting course for Outpost Beta as scheduled," added Tenaville. "That's the last we heard," finished Nerwin. "And she's already missed one communications checkpoint," said Kyle. The twins nodded. The silence grew until all three at the table grew uncomfortable. "Maybe we should," Tenaville began when her wrist chrono began to chime, as did Nerwin's. The twins looked at the devices with disappointed looks. "Time to get back?" Kyle asked. "Yes," said Tenaville. "I guess so," added Nerwin. "Well, I don't want to keep you, so." Just then, the twins leaned across, each taking one of Kyle's hands and squeezing it. "It'll be okay, Kyle," said Tenaville. "Don't worry, Jan will come back safe," said Nerwin. We just know it, they said together. Kyle smiled at them. Thanks, both of you. I'll try not to worry. The twins gave him a last, glowing smile, then let go and turned away, moving for the room's exit. Waiting until they were gone, Kyle carefully rose from his chair and headed back to his quarters. He had a question to ask Ron. Chapter 12. Arriving back in his room, Kyle sat upon his bed, closed his eyes, and began his breathing exercises. Time passed, and soon he found himself in the whirlpool of light. A part of him wondered about this idea he had, if it was the right thing to do or not. He posed the question. A long pause ensued before Ron answered. What you ask is difficult, Kyle. Even for a fully trained Jedi like myself. I'm not looking for any specifics here, Ron. I just want to make sure Jan is alive. I understand. The problem lies not in the journey, but in the return. Casting one's mind across the vastness of the galaxy is possible, but if you should lose your way, there is a good chance you will never return. I'm not sure I understand, Kyle thought. Are you saying that my mind can get lost in space? In a sense, yes, Ron replied. The galaxy is a place full of great beauty and wonder, Kyle. Even the strongest Jedi can become distracted by that beauty and lose sight of the path he is on. Once that happens, it was becoming abundantly clear to Kyle the true danger of what he was asking. But his concern for Jan was greater than it was for himself. I still want to try. Very well, said Ron. Then you must listen to my voice and do as I say exactly when I say it. Understood. Yes. Then let us begin. Reach out with your mind, Kyle. See this ship. See its exterior, its hull, its engines. See all of it. Kyle concentrated, imagining what the exterior of the Intrepid would look like. And then, with the sensation like he was moving forward rapidly, he saw it. Oh my? You must stay focused. Realizing he was already distracted, Kyle fought to refocus his mind. But it wasn't easy. Before him, situated in the cobalt and velvet carpet, was the Star Destroyer, its white hull stark against the void. His eyes roved over it, the thin-looking prow, widening out into the rest of the hull. He saw the high conning tower, topping by the ball-like shield generators. The view shifted, and now he was looking at a massive array of engines, glowing blue-white. It was very tempting to get lost in it all. I feel the same as you, Kyle. But, if you cannot keep from being distracted, there is no use in continuing. Feeling as if he had been challenged, Kyle was determined not to lose. He closed his eyes against the spectacular scene and told himself that the ship was all he would look at, nothing else. When he opened his eyes again, Kyle found a point to focus on, locking his gaze on one of the shield generators. He focused on it, blocking out everything else. Good, Ron said. Sound pleased, you have taken the first step. Now, we may move on. Tell me what to do, Kyle thought. See in your mind a ship, one about to jump into hyperspace, heading for Draven system. See your hands on the controls, the course entered in, the ship ready. It took more effort to comply. But as he focused on the shield generator, Kyle allowed new images to flow into his mind. He saw himself in the cockpit of the Moldy Crow, hands on the controls, ready to jump to hyperspace. And now, Ron instructed, make the jump. In his mind, Kyle imagined his hand activating the hyperdrive. A second later, the sensation of acceleration came again. The space in front of him began to move faster and faster, the stars becoming lines, and then finally mere pinpricks flashing by at ever greater speed. The plethora of visual and physical stimuli increased, and Kyle began to feel overwhelmed. Ron, it's too much, can't. And then, the sensation of hurtling forward was gone along with the rest. Kyle closed his eyes briefly, and when he reopened them, a new region of space lay before him. And though he had never been there before, he somehow knew exactly where he was. We're here. We made it. Yes, Ron said, sounding a bit surprised. Yes, we are. Well done, Kyle. The operative smiled, and was just about to search for what he was looking for when streaks of bright light burst forth from some distance ahead. As he watched, the image became more distinct and clear. "That's laser fire." "Indeed," said Ron, "but from what?" The two of them concentrated all the harder, and the sensation of moving forward once again came for a few seconds. But it was all the time needed for Kyle to see what was happening clearly now. And the scene brought with it horror. Before him, a Lambda-class shuttle dived, turned, and weaved as turbolaser fire from a second, much bigger ship streaked across space. And looking at how the shuttle moved, Kyle knew in an instant the pilot had to be Jan. "She's under attack. Control your feelings, Kyle. There is nothing you can do to help her. Remain calm." "But Ron, do as I say." Feeling as helpless as a newborn, Kyle watched as the shuttle weaved through another curtain of turbolaser fire. Then, he noticed the course the shuttle was taking. "What is she doing?" "She's getting close to that behemoth." There was no reply from Ron. "Jan, stop. You're too close. They'll fry you with one shot." But the shuttle continued a seemingly suicidal course. And then, to Kyle's stunned surprise, he watched as it flew impossibly close to the other ship, skimming the surface. He also noticed no turbolaser fire pursued it. "It seems she had a plan in mind all along," said Ron. "As close as she is, the other ship can't bring its weapons to bear." "But what about when she makes a break for space? They'll have her." "Perhaps," said Ron. Wishing with all his being to be able to do something, Kyle watched the shuttle fly under the surface of the larger ship, coming out into the open near the rear of the larger ship. Expecting Jan to make a break for it, Kyle was stunned to see the shuttle slow, and then spin around. Laser fire from all 8 of his forward-facing cannons sliced across space and struck at one of the other ship's main engines. The attack continued, unabated, until the engine flickered and died. One last volley came from the shuttle, and then it whirled 180 degrees, its engines flaring bright blue as it shot ahead. Behind it, the dead engine suddenly exploded. Kyle exulted as the shuttle rode the shockwave of the blast, racing way ahead and out of the range of the other ship's turbolasers. Then, with a flicker of subtle emotion, it was gone. "All right, Jan. She is quite good," commented Ron. And then, as if a cold wind had risen up, both men felt a chill. Though he knew his body was back on the Intrepid, Kyle felt himself shiver. "Ron, what's going on?" "I don't know, Kyle." A new voice was heard, a loud, cackling laughter. "Jarek," Ron said, "I sense your presence in this place, Katarn, and you too, Ron. Have you finally come to surrender?" "In your dreams, Jarek. Be mindful of your feelings, Kyle." "I see I was right. The young one has the beginnings of the dark side in him. He will not give in to your temptations, Jarek." "Temptations, Ron? I only wish to offer young Katarn the chance his father never had. To know fully who and what he is." "I already know who I am," said Kyle, "and I know what you are." "Indeed, purred Jarek, are you so sure of this?" "I only wish." "You killed my father, you bastard." "Kyle." "No." "You speak the truth," said Jarek, "and now you wish revenge. Good, good. Then come to me, Kyle Katarn. Come find me, and we will finish this." Kyle was about to respond when he felt the sense of moving again, but this time backwards. And before he could utter a word, the driving system disappeared and was replaced with a view of the Intrepid. Seeming to pass into the ship itself, the headlong trip ended with a sudden stop as his mind slipped back into his body. It felt almost like a physical blow. Kyle's body lurched, his head striking the wall behind him with some force. Reflexively grabbing at his hurting head, he sat up, realizing a moment later that he was drenched in sweat, his breath coming fast and hard. His body felt drained of energy. "I'm exhausted," he realized. Moving to sit up on the bed, Kyle waited until his racing heart had calmed and his breath came and went normally. He wondered about Ron and what exactly had happened. And there was only one way to do that. "This won't be easy, but I've got to try." And it was not. It seemed to take forever to get his breathing to the right rhythm and his mind clear enough to reach out. When 2 tries ended in failure, fear began to rise in him. No, he said to himself, I won't give in. Fear is of the dark side. He tried once more, but every bit of effort he could muster into it, to concentrate, to focus. Minutes later, a feeling of victory ran through him as the kaleidoscope of colors appeared. Made it, he thought, now for Ron. He called out to the old Jedi with his mind. Ron, are you there? Are you all right? There was no response, but Kyle was determined not to let his concern or deter. He waited a few minutes before calling out again. I am here, Kyle. The old Jedi sounded very tired. What happened? I pulled us back. But why? Because, Ron said, putting as much strength into his words as he could, of you? Me? Your anger, Kyle, your anger. It was out of control. I feared what you might do, so I... Kyle realized he did feel anger, in combination with his concern for Ron. He felt anger at Jarek, anger at himself for being so helpless before, and anger at Ron for stopping him. You had no right. The Force cannot be safely wielded with anger, Kyle. That is the dark side. But Jarek killed your father. I know this. Kyle, all too well, I know it. I felt it when Morgan died. And you did nothing. Jarek's power was too great. I could not oppose him. You mean you were too weak? This is pointless, Kyle. This is what I warned you against. Your anger? The last sentence struck a chord in the operative. He remembered the conversation with Ron, telling him that he wasn't worried about his anger, that he had it under control. I don't exactly have it under control now, do I? Realizing what he was thinking, what he was saying in his mind, Kyle felt shame. His face grew hot. Ron, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. It is all right, Kyle. Many before you fell into this same trap. I've got to do better. I can't let this happen again. You will, Kyle, Ron said confidently, his voice stronger now. You are already learning. Now, we must both rest. I imagine your Jan will be back soon, and there will be much to discuss. You're right. And with that, Kyle allowed himself to surrender to the tiredness. Shifting position, he lay down on the bed. Just before drifting off, he managed one last thought. Thank you, Ron. Thank you for not giving up on me. There was no reply. But Kyle could feel the old Jedi smile as he drifted into sleep. What do you mean she's not coming back yet? Asked Kyle. Mon Mothma said nothing, giving him a strong look. Sorry, he said. I just thought. I understand your concern, Kyle. But the fact remains that Jan is safe, and well along with the rest of her team. And once their hyperdrive is repaired, they should be arriving the same time tomorrow. Though much of what Mon Mothma said earlier had glossed over him, Kyle had understood that Jan's shuttle had sustained some damage from an attack by an unknown ship. And though she had been able to make the jump to hyperspace, the hyperdrive had been hit, necessitating a sooner than normal exit. Fortunately, she had come back into real space only a few light years away from where a small Alliance fleet had been patrolling. Having reached the command ship on the shuttle's communicator, it had a little more than 2 hours before Jan and her team had been picked up by the calamari cruiser New Destiny. The commander of the vessel had reported that commander, oars, and crew all seemed in need of rest, but were otherwise in good shape. Well, as long as they're all safe, I suppose another day doesn't matter, Kyle concluded. Perhaps, Mon Mothma said, but I am most curious to hear Jan's report. Obviously, there is some kind of activity in the Draven system that we have been heretofore unawares. Especially that ship that attacked her, Kyle ventured. Precisely, the rebel leader said, there have been no reports of Imperial ships in that area, which leads to the question of what it is and who it belongs to. You know, you could order the Intrepid to go and get Jan so you'd know sooner. I could, Mon Mothma said, but such an action would be out of the norm. I don't want rumors of unfounded concerns to begin spreading. Good point, Kyle said. In any case, the central point is we all will have to be patient a while longer. Kyle nodded. Which brings me to you, Kyle. How are you? Getting better, he said honestly. Although truth be told, I think I'm actually getting used to this thing. He held the cane up. I am more concerned about your status. Mon Mothma pressed. Right, he said, according to Dr. Berth, I'll be able to return to duty in 4 more days. Mon Mothma considered this. A bit longer than I would prefer, but acceptable. Is there anything else? There was plenty, but nothing Kyle was ready to discuss. No, ma'am. Very well then. Dismissed. Walking out of the briefing room, his communicator began to chime. He pulled it off his belt and flipped the receive switch. Katarn here. Kyle, this is Zed and Wineglass. It took him a moment to remember. Oh, yes, Wineglass. What's up? Do you remember that research you asked me to conduct on a Jedi named Katarn? Sure. Well, I've come across some interesting findings. If you have some time, I'd like to show them to you. All right, he replied. Where and when? My office, Deck 16, Section 4, in about 30 minutes. I'll be there. Clicking off, Kyle went to find a repulsor scooter. He was eager to learn what Wineglass had found out. Kyle finally found the door he was looking for. Data storage and analysis, archival storage, room 1. Stepping off the scooter, he walked to the door and pressed a key on the control panel. Yes, said the voice of the archivist from the small speaker. Wineglass? It's me, Kyle. Just a moment. The door slid aside, allowing Kyle to enter. He quickly found that the normal-looking door belied the size of the room inside. The far wall was at least 400 feet away, and at least that wide, he estimated. But even so, the majority of the cavernous space was filled with bank after bank of computer panels, a thin margin of space between them. He also noticed the room was cold, enough that he could see his breath. Kyle. He turned to see Wineglass waving at him from a small office about halfway down the right-hand wall. Walking that way, he fought the urge to shiver. It was definitely growing colder the deeper he walked into the room. And here, Wineglass said, ushering him into the office. Stepping in, Kyle felt as if he had crossed a barrier between cold and warm air. By the time Wineglass closed the door, he felt fairly comfortable. The Imperials provided the ideal coolant apparatus needed to keep all these terminals running at peak efficiency, she explained, but they neglected to consider the needs of the operators. Hence that. She pointed to a corner of the room where a small, but powerful heater was churning out hot air that was quickly reduced to comfortable warmth with the cold air pressing in from outside. And this is where you work? Kyle asked. For the most part, yes, Wineglass replied, shrugging. I've gotten used to it. Besides, this environment provides me with no distractions, allowing me to really focus on my work. Kyle looked around the space. No way I could ever stand this. So, what did you find? You get right to the point, Wineglass said. Smiling, I like that. She sat down at the single terminal in the room, indicating Kyle should take the only other chair. Reaching to the small table the terminal sat on, she retrieved a pair of eyeglasses sitting there. With her free hand, she gathered the hair away from her ears, carefully looping the tips over them before letting the hair fall back into place. Noticing Kyle's curious look at her, she answered his unspoken question. I use them for reading mostly. You wouldn't believe how tiny some of the print I work with can get. If there's a problem with your eyes, I'm sure one of the doctors on board could fix them, he observed. Wineglass shook her head. No, I think not. These glasses were a gift from a dear friend who used to live on Alderaan. Ouch. I'm sorry, he said quickly. I didn't mean to. She waved away his apology and launched into her presentation before he could say more. Katarn, she began, born on the planet Socorro 60 years before the Battle of Yavin. His Jedi abilities were detected when he was just an infant and he was given over to the Jedi for training 2 years later. The records are somewhat incomplete, but it appears he was trained by a Jedi master named Yoda and rose to the rank of Jedi Knight very quickly. A star pupil, Kyle observed. Wineglass nodded, continuing. Given what I've learned of the Jedi and their order during the days of the Old Republic, you're not far off. Sometimes it would take years and in rare cases, decades for individuals to rise to the rank of Jedi Knight. The records indicate that the Jedi had very high standards. Makes me wonder about my being one, Kyle thought. Wineglass continued. 22 years before the Battle of Yavin, it is reported that Ron served as part of the Galactic Senate investigating separatist terrorists. He was then made part of the Jedi armies dispatched all over the galaxy to try and quell the separatist threat. When Palpatine seized power and ordered the extermination of the Jedi, records indicate that Ron was among the few who survived the attack by the clone troopers and then disappeared to who knows where. Wineglass paused for a moment, turned to Kyle. Is any of this helping? Yes, he said emphatically. Yes, it is. I heard about Order 66 when I was at the Imperial Academy. But the story we were told was that the Jedi were the ones who revolted, and the clone troopers acted to stop them from rising in rebellion. Wineglass shook her head in disbelief. And of course no one questioned it, she observed. Kyle shrugged. Why would anyone? There was no reason to, at least at the time. It never ceases to amaze me, said Wineglass, how some people try to twist history to their own devices. The history books are always written by the winners, offered Kyle. True, Wineglass admitted. Well, here's where things get interesting. They already are, Kyle said. Wineglass smiled at the compliment. There wasn't much in the archives concerning Ron from the time of the Jedi Purge, or for that matter, on any of the Jedi. You can't thank the Imperials for that. I know, Wineglass said, looking pained. Palpatine has so much destroyed, so many stories, so much history. Fortunately, he didn't get everything. Recovered fragments discovered on Coruscant 2 years ago tell of several Jedi fleeing for parts unknown, including Ron. Where we went wasn't perfectly clear, but the name Dagobah was mentioned. Never heard of it, Kyle said. Nor I, replied Wineglass. I did find it on a star chart. It's an outer rim world, and pretty much forgotten. Topographical scans show a jungle world not terribly hospitable to humans. So if this information is true, Kyle said, is there any indication of why Ron went there? Wineglass shook her head. None that I could find. It wasn't until 2 years after this that Ron's actual existence was confirmed. An Imperial group tasked with collecting any and all information on Jedi and passing it directly on to Palpatine reported that Ron was seen on the planet Sulan. Their report specified that he was seeking out one Morgan Katarn. Your father, I believe. I see, Kyle said. That explains how they found him later. A probe droid was dispatched to the planet and recorded the two men talking outside the main building. It was able to record part of the conversation and mark the mention of a place called the Valley of the Jedi, which Morgan Katarn seemed to know about and Ron wished to learn of. About 4 days later, Spaceport Control recorded a ship leaving the planet. Wineglass paused, turning to Kyle. You knew about none of this, I'm guessing. I was already at the academy, he said. Cadets weren't afforded a lot of time for personal comms. Wineglass nodded. Well, here's where things get even more interesting. Unconfirmed reports from the probe droid suggested that Ron left a lightsaber in the possession of Morgan Katarn, although Katarn himself was not a Jedi. Unconfirmed. Kyle asked. It seems that your father discovered the droid and blasted it. Did he now? The receiving station accepting the telemetry from the droid reported a sudden termination of communications about an hour after Spaceport Control recorded Ron's departure. The droid must have tried getting closer to the house, and father spotted it. He smiled as he imagined Morgan Katarn, blaster held in a two-handed grip, firing on the probe droid. Something wrong? Wineglass asked. No, nothing, replied Kyle. It's just my father didn't care for violence, except when, as he put it, events made it necessary. I'd say an Imperial probe droid on his land would qualify, Wineglass observed. Kyle nodded as she continued. Now check this out. The same listening post monitoring the probe droid later detected a transmission from a person later identified as Ron to our very own Mon Mothma. Mon Mothma? Kyle echoed. Are you sure? The Imperial voice print match was reported with 97% confidence. Wineglass read off the screen. Well, he said, that was something I wasn't expecting. Is there more? Not too much, Wineglass said. The last report I was able to find on Ron suggested that he had left known space for somewhere on the outer rim. Just like he told me, Kyle thought. So what do you think? Wineglass asked. First off, Kyle said, I think you're one heck of a researcher. You found a lot more than I was expecting. Wineglass smiled. I aim to please. Well, you did, Kyle said. I also think there's more to the story. My father knew about this valley you mentioned, and for Ron, a Jedi Knight, curious enough about it to seek him out, it makes me wonder about this place. Any info on it? Wineglass shook her head. One last question, if I may. Sure, she said. In your research, did you find any mention of someone named Jarek? The dark look on Wineglass' face was all the answer Kyle needed. He sat back in the chair she began to tell him. Kyle staggered into the room, so tired that just holding his eyes open required an effort. He and Wineglass had talked for several more hours as Kyle learned more about Jarek, and in concert with that, Ron as well. At the end, when he had finally left the office, he found himself amazed by the woman's stamina. Where he felt completely exhausted, she seemed perfectly alert. She definitely has a passion for her job. Probably explains why she's still going when I'm fading away. All but collapsing onto his bed, Kyle turned to look at Weegee as the droid beeped a soft inquiry. I'm okay, Weeg, just really, really tired. But I found out some important and interesting things today. I'll tell you in the morning. The droid replied with a soft chirp before shutting itself down. Lying back on his bed, Kyle's eyes closed as if weights had been attached to them. But tired as he was, his mind was still replaying parts of the presentations from Wineglass. Ron, he thought, I had no idea. You've been through so much. Makes me feel twice as bad for all the times I've been mean to you. My life was lived for the service of others, Kyle, Ron replied in his mind. But what about you? Who was there for you? He heard the old Jedi chuckle. If Master Yoda heard you speak thus, he would soundly chastise you and say that we all live to serve others, not to be served by them. I have few regrets about my life, Kyle. Perhaps the biggest of them was my not being able to save your father from Jarek. Had I had any inkling of his intent, I would have been there, by your father's side. I believe you, Kyle replied. I got the feeling you and my father were close. He was perhaps the truest friend I ever had. He never questioned my intent or motives when I asked him about the valley. He merely related the story to me, and then invited me to stay over for the night. He was perhaps the most unassuming man I'd ever known, and I truly, truly miss him. Me too, Kyle thought, his eyes beginning to sting a little. But, when all is someday done, Kyle, you may find that you have saved your father. Huh? What did you say? Something to be discussed later, my friend. For now, you must rest. And then, Kyle felt as if something touched his mind. A whispered word, a memory of days gone by, and then he was asleep, his dreams full of memories of his boyhood on Sulin. Kyle stopped by sickbay in the morning, and after a thorough examination, Dr. Berth looked up from the results and smiled. Things are coming along well, Kyle. The musculature is healing well and the connective tissues are all showing excellent progress. He pointed to the cane. I'd say you won't need that in another few days. What about workouts? Kyle asked. Berth frowned, considering the request. Some light exercise should be fine, but nothing strenuous. You're still healing. Push too hard and you could end up right back in here. The operative nodded gravely. Don't worry, Doc. I'll be careful. You'd better be, the doctor said. Leaving sick bay, Kyle headed off for a late breakfast, checking his chrono as he arrived in the mess hall. Jan's ship was due at 1,435 hours, which left an interval from now of about 3 hours. Standing in line, He was contemplating what to order when a voice called out. "Well, hello there, Kyle. How are you feeling today?" Turning round, he felt a smile come to his face, already knowing who it was. "You know, the way you two show up at times, I'm beginning to think you're stalking me." Tinavil Undomil and Nerwin Aldarian looked at each other, eyebrows rising at the same time as they turned to look at Kyle. "And what if we were?" they said together, their doubly serious looks boring into him. "Okay," he exclaimed, scary. "That's right," said Tinavil. "And you'd better not forget it," added Nerwin. "All right then," Kyle said, realizing that he'd been completely one-upped. He started to turn back around. "Oh, come on," Nerwin exclaimed. "We were just kidding," added Tinavil. Kyle continued to eye them, not sure what to say next. "Oh boy," said Tinavil. "I think we really scared him." "Well, he started it," observed Nerwin. "True," concluded Tinavil, "but seriously, Kyle." "We really were just kidding," finished Nerwin. He turned to face them again. "I knew that," he said. When the twins said nothing, he added, "I did." "Surreal," they said together. And then the three broke into laughter. Filling their respective trays, the trio headed for table, Tinavil taking his tray while Nerwin took the hand not holding the cane. "I told you before, this isn't necessary," said Kyle. When Nerwin didn't answer, the operative did the only thing he could. He gave in. When all three were seated much as they were the day before, the twins launched into an interrogation of sorts. "So," said Tinavil, "Jan's coming back today." "Did you hear?" asked Nerwin. Kyle nodded. "So what do you think?" asked Tinavil. "Yes," echoed Nerwin. "What do you think?" Confused by the question, Kyle hesitated before answering. "Think about what?" "About Jan coming back," said Nerwin. "What do you think about that?" repeated Tinavil. Sensing that he was stepping into a trap-laden area, Kyle considered his words carefully before answering. "Well, I'm glad," he said. "I'm glad she's coming back, and I look forward to seeing her." The twins stared at him for a moment before asking in unison, "Is that all?" "I was right." "What more is there?" he countered. Realizing that their prey had seen the net, the twins tried again. "We just thought," Tinavil began. "That you might be worried about her," concluded Nerwin. "Nice try, ladies." "Sure I am," he said honestly, "the same way Jan worries about me during a mission." "You hope nothing happens and the other person comes back safe and well." "And that's all?" asked Tinavil. "There's nothing else," added Nerwin. Kyle shrugged. "Well, I'd really like to know what caused her to miss the comm checkpoint. That's not like Jan." The twins looked at each other again, then back at Kyle. They shared the same thought. "All right, Kyle. You've won, this time." Finishing their meals, Tinavil and Nerwin excused themselves to return to their duty stations. Kyle watched them go, a satisfied smile on his face. "Maybe next time, ladies." However, he was left wondering if somehow news of his and Jan's relationship had somehow gotten out. They had done their best to be careful and not let anyone know. What now? Once things settle down, I'll need to tell her about this. See what she thinks. That decided, Kyle rose from his seat and, after cleaning his tray off and depositing it with a pile of other used trays, he made his way out of the mess hall. A check of his chrono showed there was still time for a brief meditation session before Jan's ship was due to arrive. Sitting in the rear cockpit of the Moldy Crow, Kyle was in the midst of a systems diagnostic. He had been at work for nearly 2 hours now, needing something to do to distract his mind from Jan's impending arrival. Though he believed she was all right, a part of his heart longed to see her, to confirm what his mind was saying. He also noticed that Wexter either hadn't or forgotten to fix the torn front seat cover in the cockpit. Kyle shook his head, imagining Jan's reaction when she saw it. Just then, the Crow's SCOM panel lit up. "Kyle, you there?" Looking up from the diagnostic reader, he flipped a switch on the comm panel. "Right here, Pooh. Are you busy right now?" The question was so simple Kyle was tempted for a moment to retort sarcastically that performing a system diagnostic would mean he was busy. But even as the words ran across his mind, he rejected them. He doubted the corn would tease him like that, especially now. "A little," he said. "I'm almost done checking over the targeting sensors. You need something? Just thought I'd let you know Jan's ship is on final approach, in case you were interested." Kyle lifted an eyebrow. Perhaps he had underestimated the corn. "ETA?" he asked, keeping any hint of anxiety out of his voice. "Approximately 5 minutes. But if you're busy." Moving with quick, precise steps, Kyle disconnected the diagnostic computer and shut the inspection panel. "Not anymore," he said. From the speaker came the hangar officer's strange-sounding laughter. "Just you wait, Pooin," Kyle thought, smiling to himself. Being careful not to exert his left leg, Kyle climbed out of the cockpit, using the handholds to reach the deck. After retrieving his cane from where it hung from the crow's starboard wing, he began to make his way across the bay to the area directly across from the space doors. Positioning himself on the railed platform just in front of the main landing area, he found Dr. Berth there, along with the medical team. The two men nodded at each other, not saying anything. Outside, the void of space normally visible was partly obscured as the Lambda-class shuttle came into view, its normally white hull looking almost gray. As it passed through the force field shielding the hangar bay from the vacuum of space, its wings began to fold up, revealing an ugly blaster scar along one of them. The shuttle drew closer, and more marks of laser fire became visible on its hull, one especially large wound near the engines. Landing skids extended as the shuttle settled to the deck with a last burst from the repulsors and a muted thump. The whole ship seemed to sigh as it came to rest. Berth and his staff were already moving, heading towards the shuttle as the boarding descended from underneath its nose. A minute later, the first of the crew began to exit. Kyle watched as they filed out, looking well for the most part, but tired. In fact, he realized they all seemed tired. It made him wonder exactly what had happened beyond on the mission beyond what the Force vision had shown him. And then, a few paces behind the last crewer, came the person he wanted to see most. Stepping out from under the nose of the shuttle, Jan looked as tired as the rest of her team. Her brown hair was askew and sticking out at odd angles. Her uniform was spotted with grease and dirt, suggesting that she had been at work on the ship. Her eyes swept across the bay, taking in the scene before her. And then, she saw Kyle. Their gazes locked for only a few seconds, though it seemed like much longer to them. Jan directed the briefest of smiles in his direction, and then looked away, moving with the rest of her team to where the medical staff was. Deciding that remaining in the bay might prove to be a distraction to Jan, Kyle turned and walked away. The last thing either of them needed was to provoke unneeded speculation. Besides, he had seen what he had wished to see. Jan was back, and though he did not see or hear from her for the rest of the day, it didn't worry him in the slightest. Right now, Jan needed to rest and recover. There would be time later. Kyle sat in the chair at his table, lingering a while even though his breakfast was recently finished. This morning, he had worked out for the first time in several days, and while his body had responded well, he had experienced some soreness and stiffness afterwards. Well, that's what happens when you go crazy all out, and then do nothing for a while. And right now, sitting in this chair felt comfortable enough that he really didn't feel like moving. His communicator dinged for attention. Never fails, he thought, sighing. Pulling the device off his belt, he spoke into it. "Katarn here. Kyle, this is Mon Mothma. I wonder if you have some time to come to the briefing room." "Why now?" "Sure, Mon Mothma," he replied. "Anything wrong?" "Very good," the rebel leader said. "I will see you here shortly then." And then, the transmission ended. Feeling a bit puzzled by this, Kyle rose, reluctantly, from his chair and headed for the exit. Whatever it was Mon Mothma wanted to see him about, he reasoned that she must not want to set over an open channel. Chapter 13. The doors parted and Kyle stepped into the room, his cane clicking on the floor as he walked. "Sorry I took so long," he said. "I couldn't." "What happened to you?" a voice asked emphatically. Looking ahead, he saw Mon Mothma seated at the table with the owner of the voice seated opposite. Except now that person had risen from her chair, her eyes wide and her expression a combination of surprise and disbelief. "Is none of that bad, Jan?" Dr. Berth says. "Try again, Katarn," she said, cutting him off, her blue eyes flashing. Okay, he thought. Guess that one didn't fly. Only one option left. Moving to the table, he took the closest seat and sat down, Jan's eyes following him the whole way, seeming to say, "I'm waiting." "I got hit in the leg," he said, blaster wound to the calf. "Dr. Berth has fixed the damage and says I'll be fine in a couple days. But I have to use this." He held up the cane. Jan stared at him for a long moment, and then shook her head. "I knew I shouldn't have let you go off alone." "It could have been a lot worse, Jan," Kyle said. "Frankly, I think that I—" "Katarn," she said grimly. "Yes, Jan," he replied, knowing what was coming next. "In any case," Mon Mothma said, stepping into the conversation, "the fact remains that Kyle completed his mission on Sulan and returned safely." "Completed his mission?" Jan asked, turning to Kyle. "What did you find?" "Perhaps it would be easier to show you, Jan," Mon Mothma interjecting. To Kyle she said, "If you would." He nodded, pulling his communicator out. "Wait, can you hear me?" A string of beeps and whistles issued from the speaker. Hearing this, Jan looked to Kyle, then to the communicator and back again. "Did I just hear what I think I did?" "Okay," Kyle said into the communicator, "but right now, I need you here. Can you home in on my signal?" Two beeps issued from the speaker. "As soon as you can," Kyle answered, and weak. This comes directly from Mon Mothma. A beep followed by a whistle issued from the speaker. "Good. See you soon." As Kyle returned the communicator to his belt, Jan all but exploded at him. "Okay, Katarn, explain what just happened." "Huh?" "That transmission," she said. "Explain it." His brows drew together. "I don't know what you mean. Since when do you speak R2? "Oh," Kyle said, getting it. "Well, if you can wait about 1 minute, I can show you." Shortly before the time was up, the door chime rang. "Enter," Mon Mothma called. The door opened and in floated Ouija. Rising to his feet, Kyle stepped over to stand next to the droid. "Jan, this is Ouija. Meet Jan Ors." The droid issued a short string of beeps. "He says he's pleased to meet you." More beeps, followed by a whistle. "Weeg," he said warningly. The sounds were repeated. "She's not going to like it." "What is it?" Jan asked, curious. "You don't want to know," Kyle said quickly. Ouija repeated the message a third time. "No, she won't like it." "Kyle, Mon Mothma, what did the droid say?" "Mon Mothma, I really don't think." "Consider my request in order, Kyle." He sighed. "Fine, just don't shoot the messenger." Jan raised an eyebrow at him. "Just tell us, Katarn." Looking uncomfortable, Kyle took a deep breath before speaking. Week said he's pleased to meet such a good-looking broad. Jan's cheeks colored and Mon Mothma barely stifled a laugh. "See, Weed, look what you've done now." The droid beeped a question. "Because it's a rude thing to say. You should remember what happened before." Unable to keep a smile from her face, Mon Mothma asked, "And what was that?" Kyle sighed. "Ouija says something similar to my mother once. My father removed his vocabulator and didn't replace it for 2 weeks. That did it." Mon Mothma erupted into laughter, soon joined by Jan, even though she felt embarrassed by the droid's comment. Kyle said nothing, taken aback by the reaction, having expected an angrier one. When the women finally got themselves under control, Mon Mothma was the first to speak. "Kyle, I'm curious as to how you understand what Ouija is saying." He shrugged. "I've been around him for years. It did take a little time at first, but eventually I learned to translate most of what he says." Ouija whistled something. Kyle rolled his eyes. "Sure you are, Weeg." "What did he say?" asked Jan. That is because he's very articulate. This brought on more laughter. Oh my, Mon Mothma said, wiping tears from her eyes. It has been some time since I have had such cause to laugh. Thank you, Luigi. The droid responded. Was that a you're welcome? Jan asked. Kyle nodded. Jan stared at the droid for a moment, then asked, so is this the reason you went to Sulin? Kyle nodded again. It turned out that disc AT-88 had was one of my father's old message discs. So there was something on it after all, Mon Mothma observed. Yes, there was, Kyle replied, and then turned to the droid. Play the message, weed. The holoprojector lens just below the droid's photoreceptor came alive, turning and whirring before light shone forth from it. The image of Morgan Katarn, Kyle's father, appeared and began speaking. They all watched until the elder Katarn finished with, use it for good. With that, the message faded as Ouija's holo-projector went dark. No one said anything for a long moment, the women digesting what they had just seen. Kyle, Mon Mothma asked, is this all true? He nodded. Unfortunately, the map father mentioned is gone. When I got to the house, I spotted a group of 3 people removing sections of the roof over the workshop. Then the map was destroyed. Asked Jan. I don't think so, he replied. This group, whoever they were, loaded the pieces onto a hover cart and then took them aboard a Black Lambda-class shuttle. Jan's eyes widened at the mention of the craft. Something? Kyle asked. Mon Mothma interjected. We will discuss that in time. But more importantly, Kyle, do you have the second item mentioned in the message? Weed. The same panel popped open on the droid's body, and the black and silver shaft came out. Kyle took it. Mon Mothma's eyes went wide for a moment and then her expression assumed the look of someone seeing something familiar. Does it still function? She asked. In response, Kyle pressed the activation button. With a snap hiss, the emerald green extended from the handle. What is it? Jan asked. That, Mon Mothma said, is a lightsaber. Back in the days of the Old Republic, it was both the symbol and preferred weapon of the Jedi Knights. A lightsaber, echoed Jan. Having risen from her seat, Mon Mothma stepped over to where Kyle was. She held out a hand. May I? Sure, Kyle said, pressing the same button again. The green shaft made a sound as it retracted back into the hilt. He handed it to her. Mon Mothma took the black and silver hilt, handling it with great care, her eyes roving over its surface. I had not thought I would ever see one of these again, she said. Jan moved next to her, also studying the weapon. When Mon Mothma handed it to her, she closely examined the shaft before finding the activation button. Is this how you turn it on? She said, pressing it. The snap hiss came again as the green blade reappeared, and nearly cleaved Kyle's skull in two. An instant before the shaft sprung forth, something told him to move, and so he did. Still, it was close. Watch it, Jan, he exclaimed. That beam is pure energy. You almost skewered me. A frightened look came into her eyes. She quickly swung the blade up, pointing it at the ceiling. Sorry, she said quickly. Maybe you'd better give that back, Kyle said, holding out a hand. Her expression changed, becoming defiant. I can't handle it, she said. Moving with more care, Jan tried to move the blade around, hearing the sound as it cut the air. Please be careful, Jan, Mon Mothma warned. I am, she said, turning to look at the older woman. And as she did, the saber blade swung down, heading directly for Ouija. An electronic scream came from the droid as it backed away as fast as its repulsors would allow. Startled, Jan wasn't able to act in time, and the blade, missing Ouija by inches, struck the floor, slicing through it. Quickly, Kyle was beside her, reaching to take the saber from her, turning it off as he did so. And as quickly as it had begun, it was over, that is, except for the blackened hole in the floor. Tempted to say something, Kyle looked to Jan. She was looking down at the hole as well, and her expression said it all. He knew there was no need to say anything. Jan was already scolding herself, and apparently, Mon Mothma saw it as well. Well, the rebel leader said, a small smile on her face. I suppose I'll have to have that repaired. The levity didn't reach Jan, who looked to them both with a haunted expression. I'm sorry, she said in a low voice. It's okay, Jan, Kyle said. It's not like you've ever handled a lightsaber before. Things happen. Indeed, Mon Mothma said, the important thing is, no one was hurt. Even Ouija, having known Jan for only a few minutes, floated over and extended his heavy manipulator arm, reaching up to pat her on the head as 3 beeps and a whistle honk issued from his vocabulator. What was that? Asked Jan. Weeg says he doesn't mind that you tried to kill him and he'll never call you a broad ever again. Relieved laughter broke the cloud of tension in the room. A few minutes later, the 3 were seated at the table. Mon Mothma sent a request, and soon after, a 3P0 type droid arrived carrying a tray with 3 steaming mugs of caf. Ouija attempted to greet the other droid, who pointedly ignored him. When it had left, he offered an opinion of the encounter. Snob, huh? Kyle said, well, not all droids are as outgoing as you, the weed. The droid then looked in Mon Mothma's direction and beeped something. What was that? She asked. Weeg has been exploring the ship since shortly after we got here. He wants to know if that's okay with you. Mon Mothma stared at the droid a moment, and then smiled. You can explore as much as you want, Ouija. But, please stay away from any secure or classified areas, all right? The droid gave a single beep, then a whistle. He agrees, Kyle translated. Very well, then, Mon Mothma said. You are dismissed for now, Ouija. But be ready in case I need to speak with you again. The droid gave a confirming beep, then turned and floated away, exiting the room. When he was gone, Mon Mothma looked to Kyle. He is a most unique droid. Yes, he is, Jan confirmed. I agree, Kyle said. Sometimes, he's more like a person than a machine. So then, Mon Mothma said, taking a sip of caf, let us begin with your mission, Kyle. And then I want to hear from you, Jan. Nodding, Kyle began with the unexpected reunion with Hoxel Nufton, and then moved on to describe the scene outside the house with the black shuttle and his subsequent battles inside and outside the dwelling. Still unsure about telling anyone about his Force abilities, he carefully edited out those parts. As expected, Jan gave him a look when he described the pool. You went swimming? She asked, looking disbelievingly at him. I had to, he said defensively, and then described the underground passage to the switch room, which allowed him access to the next part of the property. Jan shook her head. Swimming, she muttered. The tale continued as Kyle described finding his father's workshop, and Ouija as well as listening to the message. From there, he described his adventures through the tunnels and water channels, pausing for a moment as he reached a certain point. That's when I got hit in the leg, he said. My shield was too low on power, and the Tuskens managed enough concentrated fire to get through it. Jan gave him a concerned look, her expression saying she could only imagine how he had felt. Her eyes went white again as Kyle described having to use the lightsaber to slice through a grate and then being unceremoniously thrown out on the side of the one channel. Why didn't you send a signal right there and then? She asked, all but glaring at him. I was underground, he explained. There's no way it would have gotten through. The expressions on both women's faces grew more drawn as he told them of getting out of the underground channel, and then the ride he took down the one water slide. Water slide? Jan asked. Kyle shrugged, continuing his tale through the other places until he reached the point where he had found the large cargo vehicle. It took me some time to figure out the switch for the door was actually on the upper level. And once I got it open, I went outside, found a spot to wait and activated the signal. Jan shook her head again. I knew I shouldn't have let you go alone. Well, it's not like you had a choice, Kyle said. Besides, Wexter responded to my signal pretty fast. Jan gave him a look. In any case, he continued, Wexter picked me up, and after a quick stop at the spaceport to pick up Ouija, we headed here. Mon Mothma nodded once, and then said, very well then. While I would tend to agree with Jan on this, Kyle, It does seem that you had little to no warning of the opposition arrayed against you. Still, I would have preferred that you had retreated and called in backup before continuing. The New Republic has enough dead heroes. Believe me, said Kyle, if I'd had any idea it was going to be such a mess, I would have called in sooner. Now it was Mon Mothma who gave him a look. Jan, she said after a moment, I would like to hear your mission report next. But before that, let us break for lunch. We shall reconvene at 1400 hours. Kyle stole a glance at his chrono and felt shocked. The three of them had been in the room for nearly 3 hours. No wonder Mon Mothma wants a break. Rising from the table, he and Jan strode the door, Kyle a few steps behind her. Once they were outside the door, she rounded on him, an angry look on her face. Oh no, he thought. Here we go again. You know something, Katarn? You really know how to piss me off? Unsure of how to react to that, Kyle said nothing. I want to know one thing, and don't you dare try and lie to me. Are you really all right? Yes, he said, looking her in the eye. I am. Jan's expression changed so suddenly, Kyle didn't know what to say or do. The sharp flint in her eyes went away. The harsh glare softened. And most of all, the thin line of her mouth changed into a smile. After making sure no one was around to see or hear, she moved close, lowering her voice. I'm glad. I was worried. Kyle felt the tension leave his body as he smiled back at her. Me too, Jan, I'm glad you're back. She smiled at him a moment more. Then her expression changed to a more even one. Join me for lunch? She asked. I'd be glad to. He paused before adding, Commander. Jan gave him another look, and then the two of them made their way to the mess hall. Entering the room had made both operatives realize they were ravenous. And although Kyle told Jan he could manage, she insisted on carrying both their trays. I don't care how confident you feel, Katarn, she said. One misstep and then. She made a show with her hands of food spreading across the floor. Rather than argue, Kyle gave in. Once they were both seated, the two of them dug into their food, sparing conversation until their collective hunger had been satiated. Several minutes later, when their trays were no more than a collection of empty dishes, Kyle spoke in a confidential tone. We may have another problem, he said. Jan gave him a surprised look. What do you mean? Tinaville and Nerwin, Kyle said, going on to describe his encounter with them 2 days previous. Jan listened intently before asking a question. You really think they know? They suspect, Kyle replied. That's why all the questions about how I felt and all. You're worried. Kyle shrugged. I dunno. Those two creep me out sometimes with the way they talk, you know. Jan nodded. But for some reason, he trailed off, seeming to struggle with what to say next, then offering, I don't know if we have to worry or not. Kyle, we didn't want anyone to know. I know that. But with those two, I dunno, Jan, I feel like if someone has to know, that maybe we can trust them. I don't know, Kyle. Me neither. I wonder, should we talk to them? Maybe find out what they know. Absolutely not. Jan whispered fiercely. That'll only make them that much more suspicious. He nodded. Okay, you're right. Sorry. It's okay, she said, softening her voice. I'm just worried about anyone finding out. If it gets to Mon Mothma. I can only imagine, Kyle said, thinking dark thoughts. Let's just keep things as they are for now, Jan said. Y'all can handle it if they press you again, can't you? Kyle smirked at her. Piece of cake. I was an Imperial, you know. Lying and deception is our specialty. Jan fought back a giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. Listen, Kyle said in his normal voice, let me ask you this. Are you doing okay? That shuttle looked like it had been through something. Jan nodded. Just then, the alarms on both their chronos went off. Well, Jan said, pushing her chair back and rising, time to head back. Right, Kyle said, using his cane to help him rise. He was almost up when the boot of the plasteel shaft slipped. Unbalanced, he wobbled and was about to fall when two strong arms reached across his body, steadying him. Finding his balance after a second or two, Kyle looked down and realized the person holding him was Jan. They looked into each other's eyes and both felt their faces grow hot as the same thought flashed through their minds. Oh, Sith spit. Jan quickly let go and stepped away. But as he looked to the left and right using her peripheral vision, she realized people were staring at them. Standing in front of her, Kyle saw the same. The silence began to grow and he realized something needed to be said. Wow, he exclaimed loudly. That was close. Thanks for the assist, Jan. It took her a moment to realize what he was doing. Once she did, she responded. You're welcome, Kyle. But you need to be more careful. You could have been hurt. His face colored again as he scratched his head. Yeah, well, still not quite used to this cane. Anyways, we're gonna be late. You're right, she replied. We should go. And with that, the two left the mess hall, both wishing mightily that people had bought their little subterfuge. Waiting until they were some distance away and aboard one of the repulsor, they both sighed. Well, Kyle observed, that was awkward. You're telling me, said Jan, when I realized what I was doing. Yeah, Kyle said, while I do appreciate it, Jan, I probably could have handled things. She lifted an eyebrow. Is that right? Well, then, Katarn, next time I'll be sure and let you fall. Arriving back in the briefing room, the operatives found Mon Mothma standing by the table. She was holding something in her hand, a small smile on her face. Kyle, Jan, welcome back, she said. Please take your seats. When the pair had done so, the rebel leader held out the item she was holding towards Kyle. Dr. Berth said one of the cleaning droids found this in sickbay. Kyle took the thin slip of papery material, recognizing it a moment later. Yes, he said, sounding relieved. I thought I'd lost this. What is it? Jan asked. Just a picture, Kyle said casually, beginning to put it away. A picture, huh? Let me see. Somehow, Jan was quick enough to reach across Kyle and pluck the picture from his fingers. Hey, she studied the photo. This is your family, isn't it? Yes, he replied. A mischievous smile crossed Jan's face. Did you see? She asked Mon Mothma. I did indeed, the rebel leader replied. Look at you, Jan teased. You're so cute. Kyle reached for the photo, but Jan held it away. Come on, Jan, that's mine. Cool your afterburners, Katarn, she said, still looking at the photo. So this is your mom and dad. Yes, he said. Now please, Jan, give it back. Mon Mothma cleared her throat. Jan, I would like to begin the meeting. Oh, right, came the slightly embarrassed reply. Turning to face the rebel leader, she placed the picture on the table, not handing it back to Kyle, and seemingly oblivious to his strong look at her. I swear, he thought, she really drives me nuts sometimes. I'd better get that picture back right after the briefing. But for now, he decided, he needed to pay attention and find out what happened on Jan's mission. The Lambda-class shuttle flashed out of hyperspace. At the controls, Jan brought up the engines as the person sitting in the co-pilot's chair activated the radar and tracking systems. Anything yet? No, came back the flat reply. Jan spared a moment to look over at her co-pilot. Venio Drugan was a Twi'lek, a race Jan didn't know a lot about other than how they had been a favorite target of slavers for years. Venio had been rescued as part of a raid on Imperial shipping when a cargo container was found not to contain war materials as had been reported, by instead a group of Twi'leks recently captured and sold to an Imperial admiral for who knows what devices or means. Offered a chance to join the Alliance and fight for their freedom. Some had agreed, Venio among them. It was soon learned that she, among all of the group, had a particular aptitude for tracking and detection systems, and so she had been trained on them and placed as part of the tactical systems crew aboard the cruiser Triumph of Freedom. With the ship damaged beyond repair during the battle over Endor, the surviving crew had been sent off to the other ships. Venio's new berth was the Intrepid. At a mission briefing, exchanging introductions with her team, Jan had been slightly taken aback by the Twi'lek, for not only was Venio tall for a female at nearly 6 feet, but she was the first red-skinned Twi'lek Jan had ever seen. When she had commented on not encountering many of Venial's species before, the alien female had, surprisingly, taken great offense. "We all don't end up as dancing girls, you know." And with that, she moved away, leaving Jan nonplussed. Since then, the Twi'lek had seemed to be nursing a grudge. She was fairly cooperative during briefings, but her attitude and response to questions was borderline insubordinate. However, Jan had decided the best way to respond was not to at all. But now, with the mission underway, she didn't know if she could put up with it much longer. "All right," she responded to the Twi'lek's curt answer, and no signals from the outpost. "I just said there wasn't." Jan rolled her eyes. This was getting aggravating. "How we doing, boss?" This new voice came from behind, and Jan turned to look over her shoulder at Tunera Govern, the technical specialist selected for the mission. A human like her, Tuni was so thin he appeared to nearly cadaverous in appearance. A former slicer, he had joined the rebellion after the Empire had imprisoned him for hacking into Imperial databases and defacing several images of ranking officials, including Palpatine himself. Freed by the rebellion during the liberation of Coruscant, Tuni had asked what he could to repay his benefactors. And once his vast knowledge of computer systems had reached the right ears, he was transferred to the Intrepid. And while Jan was glad to have someone of such capability along in case repairs were needed to the outpost's electronic and technical systems, Tuni was proving to be almost as annoying as Venial. While he wasn't insubordinate or uncooperative, he had a habit of being where he wasn't wanted and constantly chewing some piece of candy or something. Even now, the sounds of the technician's masticating jaws began to grate on Jan's nerves. "All right, Tuni," a deep, bass voice rumbled, back into the cabin. "Leave the commander alone." "I was just seeing how things are going," the technician said. "If the commander wants you, she'll ask. Now." I'm coming." Turning round, Tuni exited the cabin, and was replaced a moment later with a form so large that it almost didn't fit through the hatch. "Everything okay up here, Commander?" Jan turned and offered a grateful smile. "Fine, Ristall," she said, gesturing with her head towards the back of the ship. "Thanks for that." Ristall Avendran smiled back. Another humanoid, Ristall came from a heavy-gravity world where the native species had adapted to the constant 3G pull by developing large, muscular bodies that were able to handle it. The strong rays of the system's twin suns had also created a genetic change, rendering the inhabitant's skin a deep, almost golden color to provide protection against the sun's rays. However, special stormtrooper armor had proven equal to the planet's gravity, and given the multiple mineral resources of Toxin IV, Ristall's people had found their great strength of no help against hand blasters and orbital guns. Still, the people had waited and plotted, finally managing to secure a long-range communicator and transmit a message for help. General Dodonna, in cooperation with Mon Mothma, had managed to secure the calamari cruiser, Rough Waters. Working in cooperation with the oppressed people, a surprise attack had been staged on the Imperial ground base, and while so engaged, the calamari cruiser had come in, guns blazing. The Star Destroyer in orbit of Toxin IV had been caught unawares, and with shields down. Once the remaining Imperials realized their command ship was gone, they had surrendered. Ristall's people, in gratitude to their liberators, had joined the rebellion with great spirit and purpose. And while Jan had been, initially, a little concerned about the great size of one member of her security contingent, she had soon found out that Ristall was a gentle giant in every sense of the word. And unlike Venial, he had taken no offense when Jan had laughed upon hearing of the large man's interest in poetry. Instead, he had responded by quoting a few lines to her. "No problem," he said now to her. "I'll head back and keep an eye on him." Jan nodded and Ristall departed, his bald head just clearing the lip of the hatch. And then the space was filled again with another large form. "Anything yet?" the newcomer asked. "Nothing yet," Jan replied, "and that bothers me. Even at this distance, we should be able to pick up residual power emanations." "Unless they mask their signatures," Venial offered. "That can be done, you know." "Venial," the new voice said, If you speak to the commander one more time like that, I swear I'll break you in half. The Twi'lek turned and glared at the person standing by the hatch. For a brief moment, Jan thought she'd have to break up a brawl. But then, Venial's eyes dropped away, and she turned to face forward once again. That's what I thought, said the newcomer, glaring at the red skin for a moment before turning to Jan again. You okay, Commander? Jan smiled again. Plaina, I told you before, you can call me Jan. I just don't know about that. You are the mission leader, after all. Jan fought back a chuckle. Plaina Wethit was from the same race as Ristol, but a female of the species. Nearly as large as the other, Plaina's golden skin was offset by her midnight black hair, which she wore in a long braid that ran down the middle of her back. She also had what Jan thought were the whitest teeth she had ever seen. When Plaina smiled, the teeth were nearly all you saw. She, along with Ristol, were the two she had connected with from the get-go. Plaina had also surprised Jan in that she was overly concerned with how she looked, even though 3/4 of the male crew on the Intrepid had crushes on her. She also was a stickler for military protocol, even though Jan had made it clear to the whole crew that a certain level of informality was acceptable to her. Fine, Jan said, sighing a bit. Commander it is then. Plaina smiled at her, the white teeth seeming to gleam in the cockpit. Just then, Venial's head tails twitched violently. Jan wasn't sure exactly what it meant, but she had learned that Twi'leks expressed emotions with the movement of their leku. What is it? She asked Venial. Surprisingly, the red-skinned alien answered her civilly. I'm not sure. There was a surge on the power detection meter for about 5 seconds, and then nothing. Where from? IIW don't KN Al, Venial answered, her expression showing that she had forgotten to check. Jan sighed heavily. Well, find out. I need to know if it came from one of the outposts. Okay, the Twi'lek said in an annoyed tone. I'll find out. Geez. With one large step, Plaina was behind her, a massive reaching down to encircle one of the head tails. She gave a firm, brief squeeze. Venial's scream was high and loud as Plaina released her. The Twi'lek rose from her chair and glared at the golden-skinned woman. How dare you touch my leku? I out too. Plaina never blinked. Go ahead. I'm waiting. Okay, that's IT. Jan yelled, her voice carrying with it enough strength and fury to get both women to look at her. I have had it up to here with both of you, she said, holding a hand above her head. You two want to kill each other. Fine. But do it after the mission? All right. The two aliens stared at Jan, who leveled a fierce gaze at both. Finally, they looked away. Venial sunk down in her chair with a muted grunt. Wasn't my fault, she began to mutter. Venial, Jan said, either stow the attitude or get the hell out of this cockpit. I need a competent tactician up here helping me, not some stupid brat holding a one-sided grudge. You read me? The Twi'lek looked at Jan with wide eyes, seeing the look directed at her. Finally, she nodded. I want an answer, Jan said. For a moment, it seemed the Twi'lek would not respond, but then she opened her mouth, and in an even tone, said, I understand, Commander. Good, Jan said. Now find out where that power surge came from. I will, the Twi'lek said. Good, Jan repeated, now Plaina. It turned out nothing else needed to be said. The golden-skinned woman had moved back to the hatch, head down, eyes studying the deck. They now shifted towards Jan. I'm sorry, she said in a low voice. As quickly as it had come, the fury left Jan. She looked up at the other, seeing unspoken words in her eyes. Just then, Ristol and Tuni came forward. What's wrong, Commander? The large man asked. Yeah, what happened? Echoed Tuni. Nothing, Jan said firmly, just clearing the air in her a little. You sure? Asked Ristol, concern in his voice. Jan reached a hand up towards Plaina. The large woman reached out with her left and encircled Jan's hand with her own. The squeeze the operative was returned with great gentleness and a small smile. Returning the smile, she answered. Yes, I'm sure. Okay, said Ristall, his voice beginning to move away. Wait a minute, said Venial, her voice low at first, then exclaiming, got it. Power surge detected. It's coming from. Jan looked at her. Where? Somewhere near Outpost Beta, came the answer. Okay, Jan said. I understand, but what? It's the power curve, Venial said, interrupting. I've seen this signature before. I think his weapons fire. The cockpit fell silent. Suddenly, Plana stumbled forward as Tooney somehow managed to push past her. Uninvited, he walked over to where Venial was, his fingers dancing over a set of controls. Hey, she said, what are you doing? Tooney responded. I've examined the energy signature, Commander, he said. Is not a typical energy spike. I think Venial may be right. Jan sat stunned, looking at the all but emaciated technician. His words just now had been spoken articulately, and without any slang. Plus, he had dropped, at least for the moment, the annoying boss appellation. You're sure? She asked. Tooney nodded. All right then, Jan said. Looks like we're going with Plan B then. Plana, Ristall, gear up. With firm acknowledgments, the two humanoids moved with amazing speed and grace out of the cockpit. Venial, status of shields and weapons. Fully charged, the Twi'lek replied. Jan gave her a quick smile. Good. Tooney, I need you to have your gear ready as well. We may have to go in hot. I'll be ready, boss, he said, leaving the cockpit. I wish he'd quit calling me that. The shuttle continued on, shield and weapons ready, and the crew prepared for a hostile encounter. Jan had discussed the possibility of this during the mission briefing, hoping she would be wrong. She thought briefly of Kyle, who would probably smile at this moment and say to her, well, it could be worse. She shook her head at this. Kyle seemed to have a way of reducing critical events to the merely mundane, which bugged her at times. But now, thinking of things in that way was helping her to stay calm and concentrate. A touch of the throttles increased power to the engines. Jan slowed the shuttle until it came to relative rest about 300 yards from the rebel outpost. Or to put it better, what was left of it. When originally erected, the station described a pinwheel shape with three fan-like projections radiating out from a central core, on top of which the circular shape of the main complex sat. Underneath was the power systems and reactor core to power the station. But as everyone in the cockpit saw, someone had been at work here, terrible, destructive work. One of the fan-like sections of the station had been ripped away, leaving an ugly-looking tear on one side. Scars from blast of fire and missile impacts were all over, and only a few external lights were still visible. Venial, Jan said, give me a reading on the station's power core. Tearing her eyes away from the destruction outside, the Twi'lek pressed the appropriate controls. The reactor is still online, she reported, but about less than 30% capacity. She looked to Jan, who said, there's more. Venial nodded. Station shields are down completely and hull integrity is reading about 40%. It had to be something big to do all this, observed Ristall, like a star destroyer. I am reading power spikes consistent with damage from turbolaser fire. I think that's what I detected earlier. Let's hope hard did this is gone, boss, said Tooney, staring straight ahead. My sentiments exactly, said Jan. Venial, what about the hangars? Can we board? The Twi'lek studied her panel for several more seconds. Hangar A is gone, she said with a shiver. Hangar B reads near structural collapse. That leaves Hangar C, but I can't get a reading on the sensors. What do you think, Commander? Asked Plana. Jan was about to answer when Venial shouted a warning. We've got incoming. Where? Jan called, not seeing anything. Is exiting the station hangar, Venial called, and then pointed. There. Jan looked in the direction the Twi'lek indicated. And there, just pulling away from the hangar, was the unmistakable outline of another Lambda-class shuttle. But as the vessel came into clearer view, Jan noticed one particular difference. The entire hull was black. What is it? Asked Plana. Jan shook her head. I don't know. Venial, try and raise them? Maybe whoever it is knows what happened here. The Twi'lek was about to comply when the other shuttle suddenly accelerated towards them and opened fire. A flurry of shots struck. Reacting instinctively, Jan rammed the throttles to the stops while pushing the shuttle down and away. More laser fire ripped through the space as the black shuttle came forward. Reversing the turn, Jan brought her shuttle up and around as the black shuttle flashed past. Completing the turn, she looked for where she expected the black shuttle to be, but it was too late. With a flicker of pseudo-motion, it was gone. They've gone to hyperspace, Venial reported. Well, thanks there, Captain Obvious, Toonie said. Venial glared at the technician. Jan was still staring at the space where the black shuttle had just been. 1,000 questions ran through her mind. Who was that? Why did they fire? Why were they here? Those same questions began to be echoed by Plana and Rastal. Why would they attack us? It didn't look like an Imperial craft. So who was it? Jan silenced the debate with a single observation. Whoever they were, they aren't friendly. And if they weren't Imperials, that still leaves pirates, salvage crews, and a bunch of others. Let's save the speculation for later and concentrate on what we know. All in the cockpit considered this, eventually nodding in agreement. Venial, Jan asked, do we have a sensor image, a recording, something to allow us to check into that other shuttle when we get back? The Twi'lek nodded. The computer has both the sensor image and radar records. Good, Jan said. Then I think we should check out the station next. She pointed the shuttle back towards the battle-damaged outpost and guided the ship forward. Venial, keep a sharp eye on the radar. If the shuttle appears again or anything else, I want to know immediately. You don't have to tell me twice, the Twi'lek responded. Toonie, Plana, Ristal, make your final checks. Acknowledgements came back as the three moved back to the rear area of the shuttle. Guiding it around to the far side of the station, Jan sent the shuttle towards the unlighted, but open maw of the hangar. Drawing close, she folded the wings and after Venial confirmed the path ahead was clear, moved the shuttle inside. Extending the land skids, Jan lowered the vessel until a small bump echoed through the ship. We're down, she said, Rastal, Plana go. Again moving with unlikely speed and grace, the two golden-skinned beings left the cockpit, appearing less than a minute later in front of the nose of shuttle. Both carried heavy, repeating blasters that a normal human would find impossible to manage. Lot of structural damage in here, Commander, said Rastal. Whoever attacked this place gave it one heck of a pounding. What about bio readings? Jan asked Venial. The Twi'lek tried, but shook her head, her Leku moving in counterpoint. No good. The station reactor is leaking into space and creating interference. Great, Jan muttered, then said, Ristal, Plana, head for the bridge and inner compartments. Try and find the station commander. On our way, Plana said. Now what? Toonie asked. Now we wait, Jan said. For real? Okay, then? Moving out of the cockpit, Jan had no idea what Toonie was up to until a brief snore came from the back of the vessel. Unbelievable, she muttered. Chapter 14. Excuse me, Commander. Yes, Venial. About before, see, look, I know all you humans think my race is good for nothing except eye candy or dancing in some brothel for your personal amusement, but Whoa, Jan said, holding a hand up. What in space made you think this? Venial seemed surprised for a moment, and then said, well, it's how your race always views my people. But that... Hold on a second, Venial, Jan said. Let me ask you something. When have I ever said such a thing to you? Well, not in so many words, the Twi'lek replied, But when you said how you hadn't worked with many of my people before. And I haven't, Jan said. The only other Twi'lek I know is a bridge officer on the Intrepid. Venial's purple irises bored into Jan, seeming to search her for something. So wait a minute, she said. Are you telling me that it wasn't a crack at my race? Sure wasn't, Jan said. I was trying to find something to say to you. And it's true that you're the first red-skinned Twi'lek I've ever met. I was surprised and a bit fascinated. Are you being serious? Absolutely, Jan said with conviction. My heart goes out to you and your people. You've been treated like dirt for years and seen as little more than slaves. I have a particular dislike for slavers. Really? Really? Something seemed to dawn on Venial's face, a realization of what was actually said and how she had reacted. By the sands of Rylith, she said, I assumed that you were like all the other humans I've known. I never stopped to think. Suddenly, Venial bowed her head low, her leku flopping to one side. I deeply apologize for my earlier conduct, Commander. I had no right to speak to you the way I did. I will accept appropriate punishment for my misdeeds. Punishment, Jan said, giving the alien a surprised look and then shaking her head. I don't think so. You and your people have suffered enough, Venial. One might expect you to be a little on edge sometimes. But Commander, it's done, Venial. It's over and done, as far as I'm concerned. The Twi'lek raised her head just enough to see Jan. Really? Really, the operative said, sighing a bit. Now get back to your post, all right. Yes, Commander, the Twi'lek said, crisply and brightly, sitting back up in her seat, her leku shaking a different way now. Oh, and Commander. Yes, Venial. My skin, by the way, is a product of a genetic mutation in my race. Red-skinned Twi'leks are rarely seen, and most are male. For a female to be born with this color is most unusual. Hence the desire for some to possess you. Venial nodded. Jan shook her head. Sick bastards, she muttered. Venial smiled. I think I am beginning to like you, Commander. You can call me Jan if you want. In time, perhaps, Commander will do for now. But yes, I am definitely beginning to like you. Just then, from the back came a louder snore. But I do not like that one, Venial said, gesturing behind her. Jan laughed. Just then, the comm came alive. Commander, this is Ristall. Can you hear me? Jan pressed a control. I'm here, Ristall. What did you find? There was a pause. Then, I think you'd better come see for yourself, Commander. Something wrong. I don't know, Ristall said. And besides, we need tuning. So far, we've been unable to access the station's computer system. There's also not a lot of illumination around here, Commander. It's going to be trouble. With your permission, I'll send Plana your way. Jan considered the statement, and then spoke. Tell her I'll be waiting outside. She'll be there in 2, Ristall said, ending the call. A snore from the back was cut off, followed a coughing sound, and then, did I hear someone say my name? Rise and shine, Toonie, Jan said. You're needed. A loud yawn came from the back. Okay, I'm ready. Shaking her head, Jan stood up from her seat, and so did Venial. Where are you going? With you, the Twi'lek said. Someone needs to stay with the ship, Venial. And with me and Toonie needed, that leaves you. I do not agree, Commander. The ship can be locked and an alarm set. A computerized alarm, Jan corrected. I'd rather have the real thing. Besides, you need to stay here and alert us if anyone else shows up in the system. Venial seemed to consider this, and then nodded. I still do not agree, but I will comply. Please be careful. Don't worry, Jan said. With a quick smile, I've been in worse spots than this. She paused as the words ran through her mind. I sound like Kyle. Smiling to herself, Jan was about to leave the cockpit when a strong arm encircled her wrist. She looked at Venial, who was gazing back at her with a strong expression. I will be here if needed. Do not hesitate to call me. Realizing that Venial was practically on the other side of the coin in terms of her attitude, Jan took it in good grace. I will. Make sure the ship stays safe. I will, Venial said confidently, releasing her. Stopping only long enough to grab her weapons belt and buckle it in place, Jan headed out of the cockpit to where the ramp was. She looked around for Toonie, but he was already gone. He was dead asleep just a minute ago, Jan thought, shaking her head. Moving down the ramp and outside the ship, she found little more than starlight providing dim illumination to the bay. Looking around, she realized that she couldn't see much beyond the cone of light coming from inside the shuttle. I think I'd better wait here. Commander. Jan nearly jumped in fright, small gasp escaping her mouth. Commander, Plana said, concern in her voice, are you all right? Jan waited a moment before speaking. Okay, girl. Calm yourself down now. I'm fine, Plana, she replied. It's just really dark in here. This will help, the large woman said. Out of the gloom, Plana's hand appeared, holding a large luma. Gratefully accepting it, Jan flipped the switch, a strong, bright beam shining forth from the lens. Part of the dark bay became visible. There's battle damage here, she noted. There's battle damage everywhere, Plana said. Whoever attacked this place has some heavy weapons. Imagining what might have happened to the station crew, Jan suppressed a shudder. Let's get to the bridge, she said. Follow me, said Plana. Training the beam to keep the golden-skinned woman in view, Jan followed her through corridors until they reached the doors to the bridge. Surprisingly, they slid open without hesitation. Jan stepped into the circular, finding it nearly as dim as the hangar bay. Commander, Ristal greeted her. Has anyone seen Toonie? She asked, remembering about the technician. Ristal jerked a thumb behind him. Over there. Jan aimed the beam there, finding the cadaverous-looking technician with half his body inside a computer station. Hey, Toonie yelled, point that somewhere else. I'm trying to work here. Find anything? Jan asked, turning the luma away. Nothing yet, boss, Toonie replied. Power's out all over this place. I'm trying to get, hey, here we go. Switch on. A smattering of overhead lights popped on, blinking at first before steadying into a glow that made it possible to see the bridge more clearly. Nice work, Jan said. Now, Ristal, what did you? Her voice trailed off as her eyes registered the view before her. The orderly bridge of the station had assumed the look of a slaughterhouse. Bodies were strewn all over, some lying in grotesque positions. Blood and other fluids covered the panels, the walls, the floors, even the viewports. Oh my, Jan said, a hand flying to her mouth. What's the problem, boss? Toonie said, head coming into view. I got you some power, but... The technician's eyes grew wide. Oh man, oh no, this can't be. A greenish tint began to flow up the man's face. Scrambling to his feet, he ran out of the room. Sorry, Commander, Ristal said, moving to stand near Jan. I didn't mean for you to see it like this. Jan's stomach had begun to feel much as she thought Toonie's was. With an effort, she forced herself to not give in to it. Instead, she tore her gaze from the scene of carnage and focused on Ristal's face. It's all right. I would have found out sooner or later. I know that neither you nor Plana are medics, but any idea what or who killed them? It wasn't a blaster, Plana said, and there's no sign of hand-to-hand combat. So what then? The golden-skinned woman shrugged. Several of them looked like they were cut. So a knife, Jan observed, or a viper blade. Maybe, Ristal said, but the cuts are awfully clean. Most cutting implements leave uglier wounds than these. Jan considered this. Given the level of destruction, she assumed it had to be energy weapons. But if Plana and Ristal were right... Can one of you get Toonie? I want to get the station's log downloaded, along with any records. I'll take care of it, Ristal said, moving past her and out of the room. Are you all right, Commander? Plana said, coming over. Not really, Jan replied. I'll feel a lot better when we're off the station. As will I. Just then, Ristal came back, clutching a struggling Toonie. No way, man, the technician protested. I can't go back there. Those bodies, man, don't make me. Commander, Ristall said, and Jan could tell by his expression that he was getting frustrated with the technician. Go ahead, Jan said. With one massive finger, Ristall reached for the top of Tooney's head and tapped it. The technician reacted as if he'd been struck. Ow. Hey, what's the deal, Ristall? That hurt. Tooney, Jan said firmly. The technician looked to her. Yeah, boss. I need you to download the station log and any computer records. Aw heck, boss. I already set that up before I left the shuttle. With the power active and all, the info's downloading as we speak. Jan stared at the technician with a surprised look, and then asked, how long? I dunno, Tooney said. Maybe 5, 6 minutes tops. Look, boss, I'm sick and my head hurts. Can I go on back to the ship, Tooney, and tell Venial to prepare for takeoff? We're leaving here as soon as the download is finished. Can't be soon enough for me, boss, Tooney said gratefully, turning and all but running back down the corridor. Ristall stared after him, shaking his massive head. Lightweight, he muttered. Let's go, Jan said. There's nothing else we can do here. Ristall and Plana nodded, and together, the trio left the station bridge. Arriving at the hangar bay, they found Venial waiting by the ramp. Commander, she exclaimed, coming towards them. Seeing the expression on the Twi'lek's face, Jan began to have a bad feeling. What's wrong, Venial? I'm not sure. That comm interference we've been dealing with since getting here suddenly cleared up. I decided to take advantage and try to contact the other outposts. Please tell me you used a coded channel, Jan said. Triple encrypted, Venial confirmed. And no response from Outpost A, but I did get a reply from Outpost C. What's their status? Jan asked, feeling excited now. Operational, Venial said, although the transmission was audio only. The comm officer said they've been struggling with interference and blackouts for about 6 weeks now. That explains the lack of contact, Jan thought. Let's get spaceborne, she said. I want to be at Outpost C yesterday. Receiving a hearty acknowledgement, the group boarded the shuttle. Working together, Jan and Venial got the shuttle powered up. Rising on its repulsors, the landing skids retracted, and with a quick 180-degree rotation, Jan sent the vessel flying out of the hangar bay and into open space. I'll begin setting up the jump, Jan said. Venial, contact Outpost C and inform them we're coming. Hey, came Tooney's voice as he moved up towards the hatch. What's going on? Some good news, Venial answered. Outpost C is operational. We're heading there now. That is good news, Tooney said, smiling widely. Nice work, boss. In the midst of her calculations, Jan didn't respond to the comment. Minutes passed as he finished computing and inputting the jump coordinates. The computer processed them and pronounced the values accurate. Everyone strap in, Jan called. We're making the jump. A small chorus of acknowledgments came from the back of the shuttle. Jan turned to her co-pilot. Ready? A nod. Here we go. She pulled back the hyperspace lever, and the stars outside became lines as the shuttle slipped smoothly into hyperspace. With the outpost less than a light year away, the trip took a little more than 10 minutes. We're coming out, Jan called, pushing on the hyperspace lever. The chaotic flow of hyperspace beyond the shuttle became a group of white streaks that within a few more seconds reassumed their correct place as stars. Short-range sensors immediately detected the presence of the station. And something else. What is that? Venial asked. I don't know, Jan replied. Hovering several thousand meters away from the shuttle was a ship. A ship so black and menacing, it wasn't difficult to figure out it was the bad guys. But any additional doubt was squelched by the sight of Outpost C. The healthy, robust station had been reduced to little more than a blackened shell. Turbolaser fire from the black ship was pouring down in rivers of green. As Jan watched, the station's reactor was hit in with a great flash of light. It exploded. What just happened? So overwhelmed by the whole of what had just occurred, Jan neither moved nor spoke. The whole thing just seemed inconceivable to her. When Venial's voice came, it seemed to be from a great distance. "Commander, that thing's coming towards us." The Twi'lek looked over at her commander, seeing the transfixed stare and complete lack of motion. Unbuckling her straps, Venial stepped over. "Commander," she called, gripping Jan by the shoulders and shaking her. "Answer me?" But no matter how hard she shook the other, Venial could get no response. That left her with only one choice. "Sorry about this." Making a fist, she punched Jan in the face. The pilot's head rocked to the side even as he moved. "Ow," she yelled, heading turning to look at the Twi'lek, a look of absolute anger on her face. In response, Venial pointed outside. "Out there," she called. For a moment, Jan seemed confused. Then her head turned to look outside and her eyes widened. "I see it," came a simple reply as her hands reached for the controls. Before Venial could fully finish strapping back in, Jan sent the shuttle into a diving turn, away from the oncoming ship. "Venial, I need you to take the controls while I calculate the hyperspace jump." The Twi'lek stared at her. "How? I've never flown one of these in combat." "You don't need to do anything fancy," Jan said reassuringly. "Just keep us away from that ship." For a moment, it seemed as if the co-pilot would refuse, but then she grasped the control stick in a two-handed grip. "I'll try," she said. Jan was about to smile at her when a curtain of turbolaser fire appeared outside the cockpit. Evasive. Venial yanked the control stick hard, putting the shuttle into a tight roll even as she turned away from the incoming fire. Not bad, Jan thought, and then fell to her task of making the calculations for the jump. The process itself was fairly rote, but doing so while in a battle situation with the combat neophyte jinking the ship all over the place didn't make for the easiest time. But in a little less than 2 minutes, she had computed a course and began feeding it to the computer as Venial rolled the ship inverted. Somehow, she managed to input the last of the figures and the computer set to work. "I'll take over," she called to Venial, reaching for her controls. The Twi'lek released hers with a long sigh, sweat practically pouring off her face. Jan was about to compliment her when she saw the course they were heading. "What in the universe did Yato?" she yelled at the Twi'lek. Instead of moving away from the other ship, Venial had turned the shuttle towards it. Biting back a curse, Jan set the shuttle into a barrel roll as green streaks reached out for it. The shuttle shuddered once, twice. A glance at the shield display confirmed what her instincts had already told her. The shuttle shields were no match for turbolasers. Already the power output was down to 40%. Couple more hits, and we've had it. She tried turning the ship a new direction, trying to send it away from the attacking vessel, but each attempt was met with the lethal curtain of turbolaser fire. The shuttle shook again as it was hit, the shields dropping to 25%. For a moment, Jan thought all was lost. They were more or less surrounded, shields failing, and no help within reach. But even as the thought flitted across her mind, an image of Kyle appeared. She realized if she gave up, she'd never see him again. That thought brought with it a fierce determination. No way was she going to give up. As she rolled the shuttle again, Jan looked at the black ship above, and in front of her. It was shaped much like a star destroyer, its thin-looking prow flaring out into the wide V shape. She also noticed where most of the laser fire was coming from. That gave her an idea. "Hang on," she called to Venial, turning the shuttle's nose towards the other ship and ramming the throttles to the stops. The shuttle accelerated, moving ahead. "Commander," said Venial, "you're heading right at it." "I know," Jan said in a clipped tone. "Shut up and let me fly." The Twi'lek wondered if the pilot had gone mad. She wondered if she should do something, perhaps take action to stop what she considered a suicidal choice. But as she studied Jan's face, her grip on the stick, something told her to do as her command had ordered. A laser turret sitting amidships on the black ship raked the shuttle, making it shake violently. An alarm began to blare and part of the display went red. "Shields are out," said Venial, surprised how calm her voice was. There was no reply from Jan. The surface of the black ship grew closer, and closer until Venial was certain they were going to crash. Suddenly, the shuttle rolled sharply. The sudden change in course made the Twi'lek dizzy for a moment. When she gazed outside the cockpit a few seconds later, a smile came to her face. The shuttle was skimming the surface of the other ship. "You did it," Venial said, turning to look at Jan. "Save it for when we're actually out of here," Jan said, her eyes never leaving the view outside. The surface of the black ship rushed past, less than 5 meters separating the two vessels. This position protected it from most of the turbolaser fire except for the occasional shot from turrets built along the underside of the other ship's hull. The shuttle gave another lurch, but neither Jan nor Venial reacted. As long as they were still in one piece, any damage mattered little at this point. Time passed as the aft section of the other ship became visible. Seeing it, Jan considered the next part of her plan. "Let's just hope these guys are as overconfident as they appear to be." When the last section of the hull of the black ship flashed past and the shuttle was in open space once more, Jan killed the engines, waiting until most of the forward momentum had bled off before spinning the vessel around. Before her was the aft hull of the other ship, 3 massive engines accompanied by other, smaller engines visible. Arming the shuttle's weapons, she picked the rightmost of the 3 biggest engines and centered the targeting reticule over it. While not exactly designed for combat, the Lambda-class shuttle did come equipped with an impressive array of weapons. Twin rotating blaster cannons sat near the juncture of the hull, and wings along with 2 fixed mounts set inboard. Now, as Jan pulled the trigger, all 8 barrels let forth with streams of red energy. Crossing the interval between the shuttle and the other ship, they began to strike the engine. Jan shifted the aim slightly so that, rather than the engine, the laser fire was directed at the area where the massive engine was connected to the rest of the ship. A brief smile crossed her face as she recognized that the attacking ship's shields were down, as she had anticipated. A minute passed as the steady stream of laser fire continued to strike the larger ship. And then, with the sudden, bright flare, the glow from the massive engine went out. Watching all this, Venial was about to ask a question when she threw against her straps as Jan spun the shuttle back around and hit the thrusters hard. The shuttle gave a momentary shudder before moving ahead, accelerating. "Venial," Jan called, briefly turning to look at the co-pilot. "I need the shields back up. Transfer power from wherever you have to, but get them back up." The look on the commander's face silenced any argument as the Twi'lek reached for her controls, trying to find a power source to re-energize the shields. As the shuttle drew away from the other ship, rear-mounted turbolaser cannons began to fire, fingers of green light reaching out. A voice seemed to whisper in Jan's ear, warning her. She worked the control stick, sending the shuttle diving away as the energy beams raked the space it had been in. Come on, she thought. "You can't hold forever." As if in reply, a massive light appeared from somewhere to the shuttle's aft quarter as the overload triggered by its intense laser fire caused the bigger ship's engine to explode. Seeing this, Jan moved back to her original course, knowing the shockwave from the blast is coming. Just then, the cockpit lights dimmed to a low level as Venial called out. "Shields are up." Wondering exactly how the Twi'lek had done it, Jan had no time to ask as the blast wave caught up to them. Buffeted by the blast, Jan could feel the wave trying to push her out of the way. Instead, she kept a firm grip on her controls, keeping the shuttle in place. This went on for a minute too, and then, with a sense of deceleration, Jan knew the blast wave had dissipated, leaving the shuttle clear and pushed several thousand meters away from the other ship. A glance of the control panel found the computer waiting for her to acknowledge acceptance of the hyperspace jump coordinates. She mashed the button to do so, and within seconds of receiving the acknowledgement, yanked the hyperspace black. The stars outside seemed to accelerate, becoming lines, and then disappearing as the shuttle leapt into hyperspace. Seconds passed before the pilot realized they had made it. Activating the autopilot, she released the control stick and sagged against the seat, releasing a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Turning to look at Venial, she saw the other's grateful smile and was about to speak when an alarm blared. Sitting forward quickly, Jan studied the instruments. What is it? The co-pilot asked. Jan frowned at the readings. Hyperdrive's been hit. And according to these readings, we don't have enough power to make it back to the fleet. So what do we do? Exit hyperspace early. What else? But we don't know where we are, Venial protested. I know, Jan said, sighing, but in 2 more hours, like it or not, we're coming out. Personally, I'd like to decide at the when and where. The Twi'lek was still not convinced. And so it was that a tired and frustrated Jan Ors held an impromptu meeting with the rest of the crew. A suggestion of repairing the hyperdrive was quickly shot down by Toonie, who reminded them all that they didn't have the tools to do so, and B, none of them knew how. Rastal and Plana were solidly behind Jan's decision to exercise hyperspace early, and after Toonie said it didn't really matter one way or another, Venial gave up. Returning to the cockpit, the pilot and co-pilot strapped in. We'll be exiting in 45 seconds, Jan said, wrapping her fingers around the hyperspace. Ready. I suppose, Venial said, acting much as she had at the beginning of the mission. I just hope we don't come out in the middle of a star. Me too, Jan said, offering a smile. Time passed, and at the exact moment, Jan pushed the lever forward. Lines became stars again as the shuttle came back into real space. We're out. And we appear to be safe, Venial observed, seeing the velvety blackness surrounding them. Not exactly, Jan said. Safe is when we're back aboard the Intrepid. They were about to begin a search pattern to determine their location when the radar lit up. We've got incoming, Venial said. Great, Jan said with a heavy sigh. Just what we didn't need. Shield status. Venial looked and shook her head. 10%. Might as well be nothing. Jan was about to reply when the proximity alarm went off, indicating the approaching craft was all but on top of them. They'll probably try to capture us. Let's. From overhead, a ship flashed past, then another. The vessels moved some distance away, slowing as they turned back towards the shuttle. Are those? The pilot smiled broadly. X-Wings. One of the mainstays of the Rebel Alliance's starfighter fleet. The X-Wing was a well-known ship, its shape instantly recognizable. The shuttle's comm came to life, indicating a transmission. Jan flipped a switch. Repeat. This is Green Leader to the Lambda-class shuttle. Do you receive? Initially tempted to call out for help, Jan cautioned herself. Although the sight of Rebel ships seemed to indicate a safe place, she couldn't be sure by appearance alone. She keyed her mic. Green Leader, this is the pilot of the Lambda-class shuttle. I'm assuming you're friendly. Depends if you are, friend, came back the reply. Jan debated about what to say next. She didn't want to give too much away, but she and her crew needed help. Green Leader, she said, this is Jan Ors, recognition code Whiskey Tango 57 Delta Sigma 11. Please confirm. There was a pause, and then the voice of the X-Wing pilot came back, sounding a little taken aback. Stand by, shuttle. The comm clicked off. What was that? Venial asked. Hopefully, a way to get us some help, Jan said. The Twi'lek opened her mouth to ask another question, and then closed it, deciding that if her commander wanted her to know, she'd tell her. Minutes passed. They're taking a while, Venial observed. Jan nodded. Just then, the comm came to life again. Shuttle, this is Green Leader. Go ahead, Jan replied. Recognition code has been confirmed, Miss Ors. Mon Mothma sends her compliments and orders for us to provide whatever help we can. Is your command ship nearby? About 9 parsecs, Green Leader replied. Can your ship make it that far? You've got some damage. Our hyperdrive is out, but we should have enough power to make it that far, Jan said. We'll give you an escort then, Green Leader replied. Appreciate it, Jan said. No problem. Here's the coordinates. The X-Wing pilot rattled off a string of numbers which Jan inputted into the computer. Course set, Jan tested the engines and found them responsive. Setting the shuttle on the indicated course, she advanced the throttles. Outside, the pair of X-Wings assumed positions to the left front and right rear of the shuttle. It took a little more than 2 hours to reach the fighter's command ship, a calamari cruiser named New Destiny. Its wide-mouthed hangar bay made it child's play for Jan to guide the shuttle inside and to a landing spot. After folding the wings into their stowed position, Jan brought the ship down until she felt the landing skids come into contact with the surface of the hangar bay. "We're down," she said simply. Having already unbuckled from her straps, Venial was suddenly beside her, smiling down at the pilot. "You did it," the Twi'lek said. Jan took in a deep breath and let it out slowly. "I suppose I did." Reaching down, Venial took one of Jan's hands in hers, squeezing it gently. "Got it," she said firmly. Jan looked up into the Twi'lek's face and saw something odd there. But any chance at further analysis was spoiled as the rest of her crew came boiling into the cockpit, full of happy spirits and congratulations for their commander. The whole scene became raucous until someone made a throat-clearing sound. Rising from her chair and craning her neck, Jan saw a man standing by the hatch to the cockpit. A human like herself, he had a somewhat befuddled expression on his face. "Commander Ors?" he asked. Pushing past the others, Jan came forward. "That's me." The man's hazel eyes took her in, and then a small smile came to his face. "Captain's compliments, ma'am. Welcome aboard the New Destiny. I'm the first officer, Commander Stephen Freenham." The two exchanged salutes. "Appreciate you picking us up, Commander Freenham." "Not a problem, Commander Ors," the man replied. "The captain asked me to inform you that Mon Mothma is aware of your situation. Once our medical staff has had a chance to check you and crew over, she'd like a report from you." "I'm sure she does," Jan thought. "What about my ship?" "We've got a repair team standing by," Freenham replied. "Well then," Jan said, a bit taken aback by how easily everything was being handled, "I suppose my crew and I are in your hands, Commander." The man smiled at her, then gestured outside the cockpit. "If you'll follow me." Exiting the shuttle, Jan, Venial, and the others accompanied the commander to the New Destiny's sickbay, where after a cursory examination, the doctor in charge informed Jan that she and her crew were all in good shape, although he recommended that they get some rest. That done, Jan followed Commander Freenham up to the bridge, learning on the way that the shuttle's hyperdrive had been severely damaged and repairs wouldn't be complete until the following day. Arriving on the bridge, Jan was introduced to the Mon Calamari captain of the New Destiny, Axnan. After exchanging greetings, the captain showed her to a comm station. The call to the Intrepid went through with little problem, and soon Jan found herself speaking to Mon Mothma. She assured the Alliance leader that she and her crew were all fine, and went on to explain the delay in returning. Mon Mothma understood and said she'd expect to see Jan soonest the next day. And with that, the operative found herself with absolutely nothing to do. She doubted the repair crew would require or welcome her presence, and she knew better than to try contacting Kyle. After sharing a quick midday, ship's time, meal with the captain, Jan found herself wandering the corridors of the calamari cruiser, waiting out the time until the evening meal. Venial, Toonie, Rastal, and Plana were nowhere to be found. Left virtually alone, Jan found herself thinking over the mission, what had happened, what she had seen. It chilled her to the bone thinking of the lives snuffed out by whoever had attacked the outpost. She also wondered about the black ship that had attacked the shuttle. Its appearance seemed to indicate it didn't belong to the Empire Space Navy, but who else had the ability or the credits to build such a ship? Lost in her musings, Jan walked into a room at random, finding herself in one of the ship's lounges. It was surprisingly empty, and she decided to leave the lights off as she walked to one of the large viewports. Outside was the void of space, stars, planets, nebula, so much to see, with colors all over the spectrum. But Jan saw none of it. Her eye was turned inward, mind replaying the events of the mission over and over again. Her logical mind told her there was nothing that could have been done. Even if she had arrived earlier, she would likely have found the black ship in the midst of attacking the outpost. And what could one Lambda-class shuttle do? But her feelings told an entirely different story. She kept seeing the outposts, turbolaser fire pouring into them, the crews trying to defend themselves, calling for help, and then realizing there was no hope, that they were all going to die. Her logical mind tried to jog her out of this, telling her the same facts. And in another setting, she might have listened. But now, in this place, alone, her feelings were winning out. Wrapping her arms around herself, Jan felt a shiver run up her back. She felt cold, even though the temperature in the room was perfectly comfortable. She wished she could talk to Kyle or Wexter or even the twins. She desperately wanted to hear another voice, someone to talk to. "Commander." The voice came so suddenly Jan couldn't help but jump a little. She whipped around, looking for a source. Her eyes found the form of Venial, standing just inside the doorway. "Oh, Venial," she said, her racing heart already beginning to slow. "It's you. Are you all right?" the Twi'lek asked. "Fine," Jan said a little too quickly. "I'm sorry if I'm disturbing you." "No," Jan said, again a little too quickly. "No, you're not. Please come in." The Twi'lek smiled and walked over to where Jan was standing. "I hadn't seen you in a while and was wondering where you had gotten to." "Had to report into Mon Mothma," Jan explained, "and I also heard from the repair crew. Looks like we're stuck here till tomorrow." "I see," Venial replied. There was a moment of silence. "Well, at least we're among friends," Jan offered. "True." Another moment of silence. "Commander," Venial began. "Venial," Jan said with an exasperated sigh, "we're off duty, at least for the interim. Call me Jan." "All right, Jan. Something you wanted to ask?" "Well, is something wrong?" "No," Venial replied firmly. "I was just wondering if you were all right." "Of course," Jan replied, offering a smile. Venial seemed to study her. For unbeknownst to Jan, the Twi'lek had been standing at the door for some time, watching her. "Okay," came the reply. "I was just wondering. You know, the mission and all." Jen opened her mouth to tell the Twi'lek that she was just fine, but staring into Venial's earnest face, she found she couldn't lie to her. "I still can't quite believe it. All those lives." Venial nodded, moving a bit closer. As Jan's voice trailed off, Venial moved right next to her and draped one of her leku across the other's shoulders, the tip of it reaching partway down Jan's left arm. "What's this?" she asked, surprised. "Among my people," Venial said, "we do this at times to offer friendship and support." Jan turned to look at the Twi'lek, seeing a curious light in her eyes. Her left hand reached up towards the dangling leku. "May I?" Venial nodded. Jan gently placed her hand on it and smiled. "It's warm." Venial laughed. "Well, it is part of my body after all." Jan let out a small laugh, her hand continuing to touch the leku. "Are you sure you're all right?" asked Venial. Jan said nothing, but she continued to stroke the leku. Reaching out with her left arm, Venial placed it across the operative's back. "Venial, you seemed like you were upset. I just thought you'd enjoy a little support." Part of Jan's mind warned her not to accept the offer, that there was danger. But at that moment, comfort was what she desired. She leaned in towards Venial, allowing the Twi'lek to comfort her. When she looked again, Jan found Venial's face close to hers. The light in the Twi'lek's eyes seemed to be growing. Suddenly, the doorway behind them opened. "Commander." The moment shattering around them like glass, Jan felt a hot flush rise in her face. She quickly stepped away from Venial, the leku falling off her shoulders. The Twi'lek seemed unaffected, her eyes still on Jan. "Commander," the voice called again. "Over here, Plana," Jan said, stepping towards the other woman. Behind her, Venial inwardly cursed her luck. The moment had been perfect, and now, thanks to Plana, it was ruined. "Well, I knew I was taking a chance." Since learning of the true personage of her commander, Venial had begun to see her with a new eye. Jan Ors understood her as no person ever had. She respected Venial as an individual, not as a piece of property or something to be ogled at and slavered over. She was determined to repay this kindness. A part of her considered that Jan might not feel as she did, but she quickly dismissed the thought. She saw Jan Ors as a loner, just like her. I will find a way to fill that void in her life. She will never be alone again. Chapter 15. The rest of the day and evening went by without further incident. The crew had dined together, and all had been treated to a reading Rastal had done from memory. The tale had everyone hanging on his every word right up till the end. Some hours later, when full stomachs and tiredness overcame their collective energy, Jan had stood up and spoke. Last order of the night, everyone. Go to bed. Toonie and Rastal headed off to the quarters set aside for them while Jan, Venial, and Plana debated over who get the bed and who get the couch. You two can take it, Jan offered. It doesn't bother me. I will not hear of it, Plana said firmly. Nor will I, echoed Venial. As she said this, the Twi'lek noticed the look from the golden-skinned woman. It was the same look she had been getting all evening whenever she tried to get close to Jan. She wondered if Plana suspected her intentions, but dismissed that as foolish thinking. When more debate failed to settle the issue, Jan had suggested a game of chance, which the others readily agreed to. In the end, Venial cursed her luck again as she lost in the third round. Sorry, Venial, Jan said, shrugging. I offered to let you have the bed before. It's fine, the Twi'lek replied, offering a fake smile. I don't mind. Besides, Plana said, a smirk on her face, you lost fair and square. Venial glared at her. Problem? No, the Twi'lek said after several seconds. No problem. Too bad, the golden-skinned woman muttered. And with that, the three went to sleep. The next morning, Venial had grown even more frustrated as Plana, and later Ristal, seemed to be doing everything they could to keep her away from Jan. She barely even saw her until mid-afternoon when the two of them were strapping into their seats, preparing to leave the Destiny. The comm panel lit up, and Jan accepted the call. Commander Ors, this is Captain Axnan. You're cleared for departure at your convenience. Everything all right aboard? Pre-flight checks show all systems working perfectly, Captain, Jan replied. Thanks again for all your help and hospitality. Our pleasure to provide it, the Mon Cal replied. Safe journey to you. And with that, the comm clicked off and Jan refocused her attention to powering up the shuttle. Repulsors and engines came on readily. Tracking and radar systems read green. A look to Venial and a nod in return confirmed that shields and weapons were functioning properly. Lifting the craft off the floor of the hangar bay, Jan retracted the landing skids and boarding ramp before rotating the ship around to face the open space doors. A touch of throttle sent the shuttle moving forward, and 15 seconds later, it passed into open space. After extending the wings, Jan called up the coordinates for the hyperspace jump. The computer digested the figures and confirmed the result. Reaching for the hyperspace lever, Jan turned to Venial. Ready? The Twi'lek nodded, and with the flicker of pseudo-motion, the shuttle slipped into hyperspace. Once she and Jan had confirmed successful entry and set the autopilot, Venial turned to her commander. Well, finally on our way. Jan sighed gratefully and smiled. Yes, we are. How are you doing? The Twi'lek asked. The pilot stared at her. After yesterday, and all. Oh, Jan said, remembering, a lot better. Thanks for being there. The Twi'lek gave her a warm smile. I'm glad. I was worried about you. Well, thank you, Jan replied, returning the smile directed at her. I appreciate it, particularly after how things had been between us. Venial dropped her gaze. I know. Truly, Jan, you have no idea how. It's done. Looking up into the other's eyes, Venial felt a surge of emotion. So how are things up here? A new voice asked. Pilot and co-pilot turned to see the hulking form of Plana, standing just inside the hatch. Jan smiled at her. Everything's fine. We should be back to the Intrepid in about 2 hours. Good, Plana said, nodding. Hey, Commander, Rastal, Toonie, and I are thinking of playing some Passic. You want to join in? Jan looked uncertain. I don't know. I've played the game before, but never done very well. Then you should team up with me, Plana said with an encouraging look. I'm an expert at the game. Really? The golden-skinned woman nodded. Well, why not? Jan said, we've got to do something to kill the time until reversion. She turned to Venial. You want to play? The co-pilot was glaring daggers at the large woman. Once again, that blasted Plana was interfering with her. And of all things, with the game Venial couldn't stand. She wanted to say something, to lash out, but doing so would create problems she wasn't prepared to deal with. She forced a smile. I'll pass, thanks. I'm not really into passing. Is that right? Plana said, a knowing grin on her face. Well, that's just too bad. The Twi'lek gave her another fierce look that promised revenge. Okay, Jan said, oblivious to the exchange between the two. I'll leave the cockpit in your care then. Venial nodded as Jan rose from her chair and accompanied Plana into the rear compartment. As time went on, the Twi'lek heard snatches of conversation, along with the occasional shout of victory or cry of defeat. From what she could decipher, Jan was doing well. That blasted woman. She keeps interfering, taking time away from me, and Jan, I don't know how much more I can stand. There's got to be some way I can get her alone, but how? And then a fiendishly clever idea came to the Twi'lek. She smiled a shark smile. This would do it, she was certain of it. She would have both her revenge and her desire. After nearly 90 minutes and several hands of Pazik later, Jan was back in the cockpit, counting down the seconds until reversion. When the counter reached 0, she pushed the hyperspace lever forward, the tunnel of hyperspace dissipating into white streaks of light that resolved themselves into stars. Guiding the shuttle into a lazy turn, the pilot and co-pilot saw the object of the jump, the alabaster hull of the Rebel Star Destroyer Intrepid. Activating the comm, Jan called into the mic, giving the same recognition code as she had with the X-Wing pilots earlier. The communications center aboard the command ship acknowledged her. Recognition code confirmed. Welcome back, Commander Ors. Please proceed to the main hangar bay. You've got a reception committee waiting for you. Is that right? Jan thought as the comm clicked off. Guiding the shuttle up towards the massive maw of the Star Destroyer's hangar bay, she set the engines to minimum power and used the repulsors to move the shuttle into a landing spot. Soon after the reverberating bump of the landing skids touching the deck sounded in the cockpit, Jan and Venial began the shutdown sequence. Guess they weren't kidding about a reception committee, the Twi'lek observed. Jan followed her gaze and saw several faces on a platform just in front of the shuttle. She recognized Mon Mothma and Dr. Berth right away. Well, let's go, she said to Venial. Waiting for her crew to debark first, Jan came down the shuttle's ramp and into the expanse of the hangar bay. Her eyes roved over the sea of faces once again, and then locked on one in particular. It was Kyle. He was gazing down at her. Part of her wanted to acknowledge his presence, wave at him, call his name. But even as she thought of these things, she decided that doing so would bring both of them undue attention. The last thing she wanted was for rumors and speculation to start. Jan had not the slightest doubt that she felt something for Kyle, but she also felt strongly that no one else needed to know except for the two of them. She settled for flashing a brief smile at him, then moving off to join her crew where Dr. Berth and his medical staff were, checking them over. After being pronounced fit by the doctor, Mon Mothma had come forward and asked Jan to report to the briefing room. So, Mon Mothma said as Jan concluded her report, all the outposts are gone. We only saw the two, the operative offered, but given the power of that ship, I have little doubt about the other one. You're certain it wasn't an Imperial ship? Not unless the Empire is going for basic black in their paint schemes now. Granted, that ship did look an awful lot like a Star Destroyer, but it definitely wasn't the same. And no support ships, TIE fighters, transports. Only that black shuttle I mentioned. Most curious, Mon Mothma said, contemplating the situation, none of the pirate gangs we're aware of have such ships. And if it wasn't the Empire. I have a suggestion, Kyle said. Yes. I'd ask Wineglass to look into it. Oh. Kyle briefly explained of the research the archivist had done for him. She's one heck of a researcher. I'll bet she can find out something about this mystery ship. It's not a mystery, Jan countered. I did see it. Sorry, Kyle said, lack of a better term. I will look into it, Mon Mothma said. It's important we find out what that ship is and who it belongs to as soon as possible. Kyle and Jan both nodded in agreement. Very well then, the rebel leader. Then we shall proceed as follows. Kyle, I want you to get the latest information from Tactical and Intelligence. See what you can find about this mysterious black ship. Also, check the holonet for any news. If whoever destroyed our outpost is trying to make a statement, they may be doing so publicly. I'll take care of it, Kyle replied. And me? Jan asked. You are off duty for the next 24 hours, Jan? What? She stared at the rebel leader with an open-mouthed expression. Jan, considering what you have been through over the last few days, I think a break would be in order. I don't need a break, the operative countered. I disagree. Mon Mothma, please. I know I just got back from a mission, but I feel fine. I don't want or need a break. I want to stay busy. The rebel leader studied her junior's face for several seconds, and then sighed. Very well, she said, but Yower are off duty for the rest of the day today. I can live with that, said Jan. Very well, Mon Mothma said, wrapping things up. I shall expect a report from you, Kyle, within the week. Jan, you and I will meet at 1000 hours tomorrow to discuss your next assignment. Any questions? No, said Kyle. None here, echoed Jan. Good, Mon Mothma said. You're both dismissed. Saluting their commander, the two operatives left the briefing room, Kyle a few steps behind Jan. Stepping out into the hallway, Jan turned around to face him. Well then, since I'm off duty, what shall we do? Kyle shrugged. How about a quick jog around the track at the gym? Narrowing his eyes, Kyle shook his head at her. Funny, Jan, real funny. What I'd really like right now is my picture back. Huh? My picture. Picture. Oh, right. This. She retrieved the photograph from a pocket she had unconsciously put it into while leaving the briefing room. Yeah, that. He extended a hand. Jan looked at the picture. I still can't believe this is you. How old were you when this was taken? Kyle shrugged. I dunno, 7 or 8, I guess. I really don't remember. Now, Jan. 7 or 8, she echoed, still looking at the image. A while ago. And your parents, they look like nice people. Yes, he said, now if I could. What was your mom's name again? Feeling a hint of irritation creeping into his mind, Kyle nonetheless answered. Patricia. Her name was Patricia. Patricia Katarn, Jan said, still studying the picture. She's got such dark hair. Okay, that's it. Jan, he said, raising his voice a little. She looked up from the picture. Yes. Can I please have it back now? Just a second, Katarn. I'm not done yet. Look, I'll make you a copy. When I'm done, she said firmly. Feeling his anger begin to rise, Kyle took a step forward and reached for the picture. Jan pulled it away. Hey, don't be rude. I'm not. I just want my picture back. And I said I'll give it you when I'm done, she replied. He reached for it again, and she pulled it away again, a smile coming to her face. Twice more he tried, and twice more she pulled it away. Come on, Kyle, she teased. Almost there, oops. Not quite, try again. Come on, try once more. She was retreating down the corridor, still holding the picture. Another attempt and again he missed, nearly falling this time. Jan laughed as he recovered himself. And with that, his temper broke. Blast you, Janors. Give it back. Other people in the corridor stopped what they were doing at the sudden shout. Jan seemed frozen in place, staring at Kyle wide-eyed. And while he also the eyes looking at him, he was too upset to care. Fight or flight instinct kicking in, he turned to go. Fine, he shouted. You know what oars. Keep the blasted thing. I don't care anymore. And with that, he hobbled away as fast as the cane would allow him to walk. Jan watched him go, feeling more confused than upset. What in space was that about? Realizing that people were looking at her as well, she did what nobody was expecting. In a loud voice, she called, "Y'all looking at something?" Everyone looking at her suddenly found new places to look and to go. In less than a minute, the hall was deserted. She stood there a bit longer, reviewing in her mind what had just happened. Maybe I shouldn't have teased him, but it's not like I wasn't going to give the picture back. I just wanted to look at it a bit more. Not sure what to do, Jan headed in the general direction of her quarters, trying to figure out why Kyle was so mad. It did make sense to her. "Jan?" A voice called. "Hey, Jan." Realizing someone was calling, she looked around and found Wexter coming the other way, piloting a repulsor scooter as she was. He came forward to where she was and stopped. "Welcome back," he said warmly, opening his arms to her. Jan allowed the older man to hug her. "Thanks, Wexter," she said. "It's good to be back. So tell me what happened. Your ship looked like you'd been through a firefight." "You have no idea," said Jan. "So let's get some calf, and you can tell me all the unclassified parts, unless the whole mission is classified." Jan raised an eyebrow. "Wexter, when it comes to you, very little ever stays classified." "Hey," he said defensively. I resemble that remark. The two shared a laugh, and then Wexter spoke. "Where's Kyle?" Jan shrugged. "I don't know." Wexter looked at her face and gave her a knowing look. "Uh-oh, what did you do?" "Nothing," Jan said quickly and defensively. "I was just looking at this picture when he got all upset and yelled at me." She held out the picture to Wexter. "Oh yeah," he said. "I know this. Kyle got it from his house on Sulan. Told me it was the only image he had of his parents." "What?" Wexter shrugged. "That's what he said." A light bulb flashed on in Jan's mind. "I need to go," she said quickly. "What's wrong?" "I have to find Kyle. I've made a really bad mistake, Wexter, and I have to fix it. I'm not sure what's going on, but go ahead. Call me later and let me know what's going on." "I will," Jan said, turning her scooter around and sending the repulsor-powered craft moving down the corridor as fast as it would go. "Oh, Kyle," she thought. "Why didn't you tell me?" Arriving at his quarters, Jan tried the chime and knocking, but no one responded. She considered that Kyle might be in there and just not answering her, but dismissed the thought as ludicrous. It wasn't like him to act like that. Where else could he have gone? And then she remembered. Kyle stared out at the cacophony of stars, eyes closed, breathing in through his nose, out through his mouth. After blowing up at Jan, he hadn't been sure where he was going until he remembered this place. Arriving, he stood there for several minutes, his breath coming fast and hard from all the exertion he had put himself through getting here. He also kept replaying the scene with Jan in his mind. I shouldn't have yelled like that. Jan was only teasing, I know. It's just that. Sudden tears came to his eyes as he thought of the picture. The thought of possibly losing that one last image of his parents made his heart hurt. It won't happen. Jan will probably give it back to me the next time I see her. Or will she? Part of his mind seemed to be saying. The thought was absolutely ridiculous, he knew, but it made his worry increase tenfold. He tried the Jedi common technique Ron had taught him, but it didn't work the first time, or the second, or the fifth. Now, on his 10th attempt, Kyle felt a sense of calm returning to his body. His heart was still beating fast, but not uncontrollably so, and his breath was coming a lot easier. I'm going to have to find her and ask her again. If I don't get upset, maybe. Kyle. Jan's voice came from somewhere behind him. Kyle felt his heart lurch in his chest and his breathing speed up a bit. What is she doing here? A moment after he said this, a cynical smile came to his face. Well, Demoron, she figured out you were here. Kyle, she called again, her voice closer. He wanted to turn around and say something to her, but it was as if his feet were suddenly welded to the floor. His throat suddenly felt dry and incapable of producing sound. He also wondered what kind of mood she was in. She might be mad. Kyle, please answer me. He realized he was going to have to say something. Part of him said it should be kind, conciliatory. But the larger part voted that down in a second. What, Jan? He said, voice even but not kind. You left before I could give you back your picture. Are you done with it? Yes, I am. Still not turning to face her, Kyle reached out and back with his right hand. There was a pause, and then he felt the flimsoplast touch his palm. Pulling his hand into view, he saw the picture. The image made his heart leap with joy. He had it back. He had it back. He looked at it. The faces there, the expressions, the memories. Kyle. He realized he should thank her at the very least. But the larger part of him was still mad. I was wondering if you would. Don't be like that, Katarn. It isn't you? Now she was judging him. I'll be however I want, Jan, you were the one. Kyle felt a sudden weight against his back. Feeling a sensation, he looked down to see two arms snake around his middle. I'm sorry, Kyle. The hot blood rising inside him cooled almost instantly. The retort on his lips died in mid-sentence. And beyond hearing her earnest words, he could almost feel Jan's sincerity. Jan, I didn't know it was the only picture you had of your parents. I didn't mean to make you so upset. Kyle felt his whole body relax, a smile coming to his face. Reaching down, he covered Jan's hands with his own. Thank you, he said softly. Turning on his heel, Kyle felt Jan release him as he turned to face her, then felt her arms wrap around him once again. He hugged her back, feeling her face against his chest. I'm really sorry, she said. Allowing her to pull back a little, Kyle stared down into Jan's face. She was smiling up at him, her blue eyes like two sparkling pools. You know, Jan said, I meant to tell you this before, but your mom was a beautiful woman. Yes, he replied wistfully, yes, she was. Letting go with one hand, Jan reached to stroke Kyle's cheek. Just like her son. Kyle felt his heart begin to thump strongly in his chest. Strong emotion was rising in him. Looking down, he saw Jan had closed her eyes. He lowered his face towards hers. Commander Ors. The sound of a voice nearby was like a square of transparent steel shattering. Jan's eyes snapped open, as did Kyle's. With their collective cheeks turning red with embarrassment, they let go of each other as if they'd been shot. Without a word, Kyle moved to stand by the viewport once again while Jan did the same, but 3 paces to the right and 2 back. Commander Ors. The voice called again. Sign, Jan responded. I'm over here, Venial. Coming into sight at the far end of the hallway, the red-skinned Twi'lek smiled as she saw Jan. Commander, there you are. Give me a moment, she whispered. Sure, Kyle replied. Moving down to where the other was, Jan looked quizzically at her. What's up? The dockmaster said he needed to talk to you. He needed you to sign some paperwork regarding the shuttle. Jan couldn't help a small sigh. I knew about that, Venial. I was planning on taking of it tomorrow morning. Oh, the Twi'lek said, looking suddenly surprised. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. It's all right, Jan soothed. Something wrong, called Kyle, coming towards the women. No, Jan said, turning to look at him over her shoulder. Venial was reminding me of the release paperwork for the shuttle. Ah, yes, Kyle said, making a face, the joy of paperwork. Jan smiled at him, and then looked to Venial, who had an uncertain expression on her face. Oh, that's right, she exclaimed, you two haven't been introduced. Venial Drugan, meet Kyle Katarn. Kyle, this is Venial, my co-pilot from the mission. So you're Venial, Kyle said, stepping forward and extending his hand. Jan's report didn't do you justice. It's a pleasure to meet you. But instead of coming forward to accept the proffered hand, the Twi'lek instead seemed to shrink behind Jan. Her expression was partly fear, partly anger. Taken aback, Kyle stood there with his hand out until it became clear Venial wasn't going to respond. What's wrong? Jan asked. The Twi'lek didn't answer, but her glare at Kyle was hot enough to melt lead. Are you all right? Kyle said, taking another step forward. Stay away. The loud cry seemed to echo in the hallway. Looking as if he'd just been struck, Kyle didn't know what to do or say. Jan turned to face the Twi'lek, a retort on her lips. But when she saw the other's facial expression, her anger faded. Venial was clearly frightened. Venial, she said, her voice soft. What's wrong? The Twi'lek said nothing, her eyes still on Kyle. Feeling increasingly uncomfortable, he made a suggestion. Maybe I should leave. Jan started to disagree when she felt a hand encircle her arm. It squeezed gently, but firmly. Understanding what it meant, she turned back to Kyle, her face a mixture of emotions. Kyle, It's okay, Jan, he said, giving her a warm smile. Take care of your friend. I'm going to head my quarters for a bit. Call me later. Her smile back at him gave the answer. Moving past the two women, he paused only briefly. I'm sorry if I upset you, Venial. The Twi'lek said nothing. Passing out of the corridor, and out of sight, Venial waited until the clicking sound of Kyle's cane on the floor faded away before releasing Jan's arm. So you want to tell me what that was all about? Venial looked at her, the mixed expression still on her face. His face, she said, it reminds of someone. A man, the man. The one who was going to buy you. Jan ventured. The Twi'lek nodded. Jan wanted to laugh, but doing so would be a bit insulting. Instead, she settled for a smile. Venial, I can assure you Kyle is nothing like that. He hates slavers as much as I do. He can be an insensitive jerk at times, but he's basically a good guy. The Twi'lek didn't look the least bit convinced. I mean it, Jan said firmly. Kyle's the last guy you have to be afraid of. He bothers me, said Venial, his face, it looks so much like that man. You mean the beard? Jan asked, 'cause if that's it, I've been looking for an excuse to get him to shave it off. The Twi'lek shook her head. It's more than that. His face? Well, so much for that idea, Jan thought. I do not think I like him, Venial said. Well, you're not the first to feel that way, Jan said, but I'll tell you this, Venial. The Twi'lek looked into her eyes. I trust Kyle. Venial gave her a wide-eyed look, as if seeking to see if Jan was being serious. The operator's eyes never wavered. I see, Venial finally said. Jan's serious face broke into a smile. Look, I won't force the issue. No one says you have to like or get along with everyone on the ship. All I ask is give him a chance, okay? There was a long pause before the Twi'lek answered. I'll think about it. Good enough, Jan said. Now, since I seem to have some free time, how about you and me go take care of that paperwork? Venial gave her a questioning look and then she smiled. Yes, I'd like that. Jan extended a hand to her. Let's go. The Twi'lek took her hand and off they went. I just can't figure it out, no matter how I look at it. I wasn't aggressive, didn't raise my voice or anything like that. So why was she afraid? Floating a short distance away, Ouija let out a string of beeps and whistles, talking to Kyle who's sitting on his bunk. Kyle shook his head at the droid. Calling her names doesn't help, Weed. The droid spoke again. No, I've never met any of her kind before. The Empire was pretty much anti-alien, and even with all the different races aboard the Intrepid, I've never seen a Twi'lek before except from what I remember from history class. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. Maybe that's it. Weed, can you do a quick search on Twi'leks and see what you can find out, particularly in their interactions with humans? The droid fell silent for nearly a minute as it worked. Then another group of whistles and honks issued from his vocabulator. Slaves, huh? That might explain some of her behavior. Some, Ouija said. Slavers are the lowest form of life in the galaxy, Weed. Some of them treat their charges like cattle. I imagine the Twi'leks have a lot of built-up resentment. The droid said more. I know it doesn't excuse her behavior, Weed, but it does make sense to me now. The droid beeped some more. You're right about her needing to get used to men now that she's part of the New Republic. But at the same time, old memories can die hard. The droid asked a question. Now how am I supposed to know how she feels about droids? The droid said something else, to which Kyle shook his head. No, I am not gonna ask Jan to find out for you. So what are you going to do? The droid asked. I'm not sure, Kyle said. I guess I'll try giving her some space for now. Maybe later, I can try talking to her. Truth be told, I'm not that worried about it. She's Jan's friend, not mine. Just then, he heard the sound of Knuckles rapping on his door. He smiled. Come in, Jan. The door slid open to reveal the form of his friend. Hi. Hi, he said back. You coming in? Jan responded by stepping inside, the door closing behind her. So, he said, how's Venial? She's fine, Jan said. Look, Kyle, you need to understand. He held up a hand. We just gave me the lowdown on the Twi'lek race. I had no idea what they've been through. Jan nodded. It's pretty bad. And Venial seems especially sensitive, especially when it comes to you. What do you mean? Jan looked uncomfortable. Uh-oh, I know that face. She said something bad about me, didn't she? Jan nodded. Well, either I can try guessing or you can just tell me. Your choice, of course. A hint of a smile crossed her face before the somber expression returned. Venial said you remind her of a man who was going to buy her. Kyle felt a sensation as if he had been physically struck. His eyes went wide, his mouth gaped open. Jan was quick to say more. I told her you were nothing like that, and you're a nice guy. A nice guy, huh? Is that what I really am? When you're not being a wiseies, yes. The two of them chuckled, a bit of the tension in the room dissipating. Then Kyle spoke again. I had a feeling her reaction has something to do with her people being slaves, but this, I had no idea. In 3 quick steps, Jan was sitting next to him on the bed, an arm across his shoulders. I'm sorry, she said. I almost didn't want to tell you. He managed a weak smile. It's okay. Probably better for me to hear it from you than someone else. I see why she acted like she did, but still. The hand across his shoulders let go, and now reached to grasp his chin. Jan turned his face towards hers. Kyle? Yeah. You are nothing like that. I told Venial that most emphatically. Seeing her strong blue eyes boring into him conveyed the truth and sincerity in her words. I also told her I trust you. That hit Kyle strongly. It was something already implicit in their relationship, but to have Jan say it. He smiled at her. Thank you. Jan smiled back at him. Actually, I thought it might have something to do with this beard. He raised an eyebrow. And Jan's lips curled in a smirk. You're off the hook this time. Venial said that wasn't it. Does it really bother you? Jan let her eyes rove over his face, studying it. She sighed. Not really. It's just that I liked your face the way it was before. This was such a dramatic change. She paused. But I suppose I'll get used to it. Good, he said firmly, 'cause I ain't shaving it. They both laughed. Kyle leaned in towards her. What do you think you're doing, Katarn? Finishing what we started before, he said. Jan smiled, moving her face towards his. A series of beeps interrupted. Pulling back, Kyle turned an angry glare on the droid. No, you cannot watch, weak. And unless you won't go offline for a while, I'd suggest you make yourself scarce. The droid raised the heavier of its 2 arms in a defensive gesture. In response, Kyle smirked. Jan, you've got your eye on Wrench, don't you? He winked at her. It just so happens I do, she said, reaching a hand into one of her many pockets. Just then, the door chime went off. Jan looked to Kyle, who looked to Ouija, and back to Jan. I wasn't expecting anyone, he said. Jan sighed heavily. You'd better check. It might be something important. Frowning, Kyle rose to his feet and stepped towards the door. Come in. The door slid aside, and in stepped 2 men. Caston Wexter High. The younger of the 2 men smiled. Glad to see both back from your missions, my friends. And now, in order to properly appreciate your return, Wexter and I are here to extend an invitation to come celebrate with us. Caught by surprise, Kyle worked to figure out something to say. Why, yeah. Wasn't really expecting this. That's why it's called a surprise, said Wexter. Yeah, Kyle admitted. I just really didn't know. My leg still isn't all that good. And Jan just got back. I'm not really sure. Caston gave him a disappointed look, and then smiled. I thought you might feel that way, but I really can't accept that answer. Turning to look over his shoulder, the Alderaanian raised his voice. Rastal, Plana, come in here please. Kyle's eyes grew wide as two of the largest beings he had ever seen somehow managed to squeeze in through the doorframe. He recognized their names from the personnel that had gone with Jan. Now he stared, all but dumbfounded as the two beings looked down at him. In case you didn't already know, Caston said, these two serve as security personnel here on the Intrepid. I can't believe that, thought Kyle. But in this case, I have contracted their services just for this occasion. Officer Rastal, Officer Plana, do your duty. Yes, sir, the two large beings said. Before Kyle could quite comprehend what was happening, the one called Rastal stepped forward and encircled the operative's shoulders with two massive hands, gently but firmly raising him off the floor. Plana stepped over to where Jan sat. Commander, I'm sorry about this. Jan responded by laughing. Don't be Plana. Besides, you have your orders. And as your former commander, I expect you to carry them out. The large woman smiled as she reached down and pulled Jan up and off the bed, nestling her in the crook of a massive arm. Objective secured, sir, Rastal said. Very good, Officer Caston said. Then let us go. And so it was that Jan and Kyle found themselves transported to an unused room that had been converted for their use. Upon the arrival of the group, they found several other members of the crew waiting. Stepping inside, Rastal gently deposited Kyle on the ground and then spoke. Hope there's no hard feelings. Kyle shook his head. None at all. Just glad you're on our side. Rastal laughed, a deep basso sound. Nearby, Jan smiled up at Plana. Thank you. That was fun. The large woman smiled back at her. All right, everyone. Wexter called loudly. We've got the guests of honor, so let's get this party started. Chapter 16. A chorus of cheers went up as Caston positioned himself behind a makeshift bar and began passing out drinks. Wexter led the first toast, welcoming Jan and Kyle back. Caught in the relative chaos, the operatives decided to relax and enjoy the fun. Other persons showed up and joined the crowd of well-wishers and parchers. Food and drinks seemed to be endless and within arm's reach all over the place. An hour passed as the room became abuzz with several conversations and other toasts. Several familiar faces were present, including Tinoville and Nerwin, Mockfarkin, Adarn Damon, Chief Brawley, Wineglass, BJRN Falkvis, Dave Flamerock, Luntic Pandora, Kachin Tails, Finsta, Figmalion, and Manus Dei. As food and drink were consumed in liberal quantities, the mood in the room became more festive. By the third hour, the party was in full swing. Both Kyle and Jan had decided their sentence was an altogether pleasant one. They also made mental notes to never underestimate Caston Drown and Wexter Wayfarer again. When a music synthesizer was brought in and began to play several lively tunes, interspersed with some slow ones, impromptu couples all over the room began to gather and dance. A space was cleared to one side, so that those not dancing wouldn't interfere with those who were. Leaning against the bar, Kyle was sipping his third glass of Yuri juice and talking to Caston when someone walked up next to him. Casually looking over, he saw one of the two large beings from before. A search of his memory brought her name to him. Hi, Plana, he said. Hi, she returned, nodding to Caston as she accepted a drink from him. So, what do you think of all this? I think Caston Drown and Wexter Wayfarer are two very underhanded men who I've grossly underestimated. You better believe it, the bartender said with a smile. Plana looked at Kyle with an expression that said she thought he might be angry. Instead, he chuckled. At the same time, I don't think I mind what happened all that much. This party was a good idea. The relief Plana felt was clearly visible in her expression. After raising their glasses to each other, the two of them stood there, looking out at the virtual sea of people. You ever dance? Plana asked suddenly. Not much, Kyle said, a bit surprised by the question, although Jan taught me a little. Oh, the large woman said. How about you? He asked. Me? When Kyle nodded, Plana shrugged. A little bit. I do enjoy it. A slight turn of his head allowed Kyle to look at the large woman without being noticed. A smile came to his face as he noticed the bit of color in her cheeks. As big as she is, and she's actually embarrassed. Go figure. Her expression indicated she wanted to say more, but was hesitating. Kyle debated about what to do. His leg still wasn't 100%, but he thought he might be okay without the cane for a time. His searching eye brought with it a new observation. For all her size and possible menace, Plana was, as they say, easy on the eyes. Oh, why the heck not? He decided. As long as I'm careful. Hooking the cane onto the bar, he moved to stand in front of Plana and with a small flourish, bow from the waist. Then, he said, raising his head to look up at her, would the lady grant me the pleasure? Plana's eyes went wide as she figured out what he was saying. Oh my. I'd like to, but. Then if you will, he said, extending a hand to her. But, your leg, Plana said, her concern evident. I don't want to. I think it'll be okay, Kyle said confidently. Just go easy on me, okay. Plana was still hesitant. She did want to dance, but as big as she was, doing so with most other species was difficult. Still, he was offering. All right, she said. Let's give it a try, she said. Allowing Kyle to take her by the hand, Plana accompanied him out onto the dance floor. The two of them initially made quite the sight and drew a number of stares. The size difference made their movements awkward and uncoordinated at first. But, as they continued to move and turn, the pair gradually found a rhythm that worked well for them. Everyone's looking at us, Plana observed. So what? Kyle said, smiling up at her. Let 'em look. They're probably just jealous. That brought a smile to the large woman's face. She became lost in the dance for a while, simply enjoying the feeling. She also appreciated her dance partner. He was proven to be quite the man. A few minutes later, when the song ended, Plana was even more surprised as the dancers around them turned to her and Kyle and applauded. Taking Plana's right hand in his left, Kyle made a theatrical bow to the crowd, and after a moment, Plana did similarly. Then a sudden move sent the operative spinning around. A second later, the breath was effectively squashed out of him as the large woman enveloped him in a hug. Releasing him a few seconds later, she beamed to him. Thank you, she said effusively. I enjoyed that. Still recovering his breath, Kyle managed to return the smile. My pleasure. Having just finished dancing with Wexter, Jan watched as Plana walked with Kyle back towards the bar. Nice work, Katarn. She also felt a strong pang in her heart as she watched them. More than anything, she wanted to go over and ask Kyle to dance with her too. But given the atmosphere, and all the people who knew them that were here, she was concerned about how it might look. She especially noticed the watchful eyes of Tinaville and Nerwin. Stepping off the dance floor, Jan was heading for one of a collection of tables set to one side of the room when a hand reached out and grabbed her wrist. It pulled, and Jan found herself pulled backwards. Her dancer's instincts kicked in and she pivoted gracefully on one heel to face the other person. A small gasp escaped her mouth as she recognized the face. Venial, she said, frowning at the Twi'lek. What are you doing? The red-skinned alien continued pulling, bringing Jan back onto the dance floor. I wanted to dance with you, Venial said, a hopeful look on her face. Jan's return look was quizzical. Well, instead of grabbing me, you could have just asked. The Twi'lek seemed instantly repentant. I'm sorry. I just didn't want to miss the chance. You don't mind, do you? Jan did mind a little. She didn't appreciate aggressive moves like this, especially given the earlier encounter and Veniel's reaction to Kyle. She decided that she was going to have to talk to Veniel about this later. If the two of them were going to be friends, certain boundaries were going to have to be set. Still, she decided, it is only one dance. She smiled at the Twi'lek. I suppose not. The two women began dancing, the sight of them attracting several eyes, and not all of them friendly ones. Jan was wondering a bit at this when she caught new movement out of the corner of her eye. Looking to her left, a laugh escaped her mouth as she saw Tinoviel and Nerwin more or less dragging Kyle back onto the dance floor. She could only wonder how he was going to manage to dance with the twins. Good luck, she thought. So intrigued was she by the thought that, even as she and Veniel continued to move and turn, Jan kept glancing towards where Kyle was. And once again she laughed. Somehow, even with his bad leg, Kyle was managing to execute about a half-dozen steps with Tinoviel. Then, pivoting on his good foot, he turned to Nerwin and do the same set of steps. And while the trio did well at first, they each began to laugh at the situation they were in, their moves becoming less and less coordinated. It finally took Kyle nearly falling and Nerwin catching him before the three decided they had had enough. Jan. Looking away from where Kyle and the twins were exiting the dance floor, she answered Veniel. Yes. The Twi'lek seemed to study her for a moment before speaking. You dance very well. Thanks, Jan replied, even as a part of her mind went, huh. A minute later, when the song ended, Jan began to detach herself from the Twi'lek. But Veniel still had a hold of her wrist. Looking at her, Jan saw concern in the alien's face. Something wrong. I looked across the red-skinned alien's face, a rather strange look. Jan, I need to talk to you. Do you have a moment? Right now. It's important, Veniel said. Jan looked around the room, finding herself suddenly wishing someone she knew was nearby. But everyone seemed engaged at the moment. A persistent voice in her head was telling her that something was wrong, but what the danger was, she couldn't see, hear, or feel. Chiding herself for jumping to idle conclusion, she acquiesced. I suppose. Veniel shook her head. Not here. Let's talk outside. Jan sighed. This was getting a bit ridiculous. Fine. The pair moved past other partygoers until they reached the door and stepped out into the hall. Veniel held Jan's hand the whole way, which was making the operative uncomfortable. Once they were outside and the door closed, Jan was the first to speak. Okay, Veniel. What's so important that we had to come out here for you to tell me? The Twi'lek didn't answer at first, her expression saying she was a bit taken aback by Jan's less than friendly tone. Veniel, Jan started to say. Jan, why are you upset? I'm not upset, the operative immediately countered. Then, hearing her own voice, she adjusted her tone. I'm just sensing some weird things here, Veniel. You've been acting out ever since we got back. I'm sorry, the alien said. I didn't mean to upset you. Oh, for the love of. Jan felt her anger rising again, but didn't know why. Right now, all she wanted was to do was go back inside the room, to be among people again. Still, looking at the expression on the Twi'lek's face, she felt a pang of guilt as well. Okay, Lois, stay calm. Find out what she wants, and then you can go back inside. Taking a deep breath, she spoke in a calmer tone. Veniel, why did you call me out here? A small smile came to the alien's face. I had to tell you something important. And that is... Veniel paused before continuing, a pause so long Jan felt her temper rising once again. The Twi'lek suddenly spoke. I like you. The statement was said so quickly and plainly that Jan wasn't sure how to respond at first. It seemed rather nonsensical to her. This is what was so important. Okay, Veniel, she said dismissively, that's fine and all but. The alien cut her off, shaking her head. When she spoke, her tone was more impassioned. You don't understand, Jan. Please listen to me. I like you. For Jan Ors, an instant after her mind had processed the words, It felt as if all time had suddenly stopped. Her logical mind went over them a second time and found the words the same as before. Did I hear that right? Did Venial just say what I think she said? The red-skinned alien continued. You're just like me, Jan. You're alone, adrift, no home to go to, no one who's there for you. The operative felt a cold shiver work its way down her spine. But now you can, Venial continued. You can with me, Jan, we can have it together. The operative's mind was reeling. When Venial had called her out here, she had had a weird feeling, a sensation that something wasn't quite right. It made no sense to her, and yet this had happened. Venial had spoken the words, her tone and expression indicating she meant every one of them. The whole thing was crazy. And then, in the cacophony, one thought rose above all else. I'm definitely not interested. Still, she decided to try letting the Twi'lek down easy. The last she wanted to do was hurt Venial with an out-and-out rejection. For now, she'd go with kid gloves. Venial, Jan said, smiling at the red-skinned alien, I appreciate what you're saying, your feelings and all. Truthfully, it's kind of flattering. But what you've said, I'm afraid you've got me wrong. What? The Twi'lek said, her expression indicating a complete lack of understanding. I'm not alone or adrift, Venial. I have a home here on this ship, and I have people who care about me. But there's no one close to you, the Twi'lek challenged. You're wrong about that too, Jan replied. I do have people here who are close to me. Venial demanded. Jan raised an eyebrow at her. The Twi'lek was beginning to push her luck. That's none of your business, Venial. The red-skinned alien was shaking her head. No, this isn't right. You're not telling me the truth. The rejection of Jan's words was said so flatly the operative knew the Twi'lek was either not listening or simply wouldn't allow herself to believe what had been said. Growing impatient with both Venial and the situation itself, Jan steeled herself. This wasn't going to be easy. She had tried being nice, and it clearly not working. Fine then, she decided. I'm not playing this game anymore. You know what, Venial? She said, an edge in her tone. Whether or not you believe me is up to you. But at this point, I don't really care much one way or another. The point is this, I'm not interested. Now, I'd appreciate it if you'd let me go. I'm heading back to the party. But the Twi'lek didn't let go. A stricken expression appeared on her face. Jan, why are you saying these things? What's happened to you? Venial, let go of me. She tried to break the hold on her wrist, but the Twi'lek held fast. She was obviously stronger than she appeared to be. Tell me what's happened, Venial pleaded. I'll listen. I said, let me go. Jan was angry now, angry enough that she was ready to use physical force on the Twi'lek. The situation was getting out of hand. But Venial was adamant. Not until you explain to me what's wrong. I'm not interested in explaining anything to you, Venial. Now let me go, or I'll make you. Something flashed in the Twi'lek's eyes, and Jan winced as the grip on her wrist tightened. That hurts Venial. It actually hurt more than the operative let on. But she was determined not to show weakness. What is wrong with you, Jan? Why are you being mean to me? Because you're hurting me. Now let go. The pressure increased. Venial, I'm warning you. Why are you treating me like this? We had gotten so close, and now. Jan cried out as the pressure intensified more. She went down to one knee. Tell me what's going on, Jan. I won't stop until you do. Tell me. Suddenly the Twi'lek screamed, a high sound that filled the corridor. The pressure on Jan's wrist vanished, and she pulled the arm free, shaking it a few times to restore the blood flow. Red blotches appeared in the spots where Venial's fingers had been. It tingled as sensation returned. Jan carefully massaged the wounded place with her other hand. Jan, a voice called, are you okay? Are you all right? Called a second. Recognizing them, the operative rose to her feet and moved to where she could see. Venial had stopped screaming but was crouched on the floor, her eyes closed, voice still calling out in pain. And there, standing behind the Twi'lek, each of them holding a leku, were Tinoviel Undomiel and Nerwin Aldarian. You too? Jan said. How? We saw you head out with her, said Tenaville. When you didn't come back after a few minutes, we got worried, added Nerwin. It's a good thing you did, said Jan, still holding her injured wrist. Thanks. The twins smiled at her. No problem, said Nerwin. We're friends. And friends are always there for each other, finished Tenaville. Jan smiled back at them, and then turned to look at Veniel. I think you can let her go now. Are you sure? Asked Nerwin, glaring at the Twi'lek. She might try something else, added Tenaville, the same glare on her face. Not with three of us here, Jan concluded, so let go, please. Reluctantly, the twins released their holds on Veniel's Leku. The Twi'lek's eyes snapped open, and she rose to her feet, reaching behind her to caress the head-tails. That hurt. She cried. What did you two savages think you were doing? Helping a friend, Tenaville said angrily, her eyes meeting the aliens. Nerwin nodded, her eyes also on Veniel and her voice matching her sister's. What's your explanation? Explanation. For what? For hurting Jan, the twins said together. Watching them, Jan could hardly believe these two were the same innocent-looking and devil-may-care women she knew. Both of them looked ready to take Veniel down. They seemed almost eager for the Twi'lek to try something. Veniel stared at them a moment, seemingly shocked at the pair speaking simultaneously. I wasn't hurting her. I was just talking to her. Right, scoffed Nerwin, and we're a couple of seamstresses. Week saw you, added Tenaville. The Twi'lek looked to Jan, her eyes widening. Jan, she said, taking a step towards the operative. What happened? Are you all right? Just stay right there, Veniel. Don't come any closer. Hurting as she was, the operative assumed a defensive stance. There was no way she was going to let the Twi'lek get any closer. But Jan. I mean it, Jan said, the anger she felt evident in her voice. Not one step. We're here to, Veniel, said Nerwin, fists raised. So don't try and anything stupid, added Tenaville, eyes flashing. I don't understand this, Veniel said. Why are you? Quit the play acting, Veniel, Jan said angrily, shaking her head. I've heard about all I can stand. I don't know what your malfunction is, but I'm not playing this game anymore. Tenaville and Nerwin moved to stand next to Jan, their fierce gazes directed towards the Twi'lek. Jan, I don't. Shut up, the operative said curtly. Tenaville, Nerwin, if she starts another sentence like that, you know what to do. The twins smiled confidently. Yes, we do, they said together. Realizing that any further attempts at subterfuge or deception would be of no use, Veniel changed tactics. I thought you understood me, Jan, she said, a strange light in her eyes. You and I, we're two of a kind. I just wanted us to be together. You didn't hear one word I said, did you? Jan retorted, glaring at the Twi'lek. I'm nothing like you, Veniel. I've got friends like these two. Veniel's eyes moved from Tenaville to Nerwin and back to Jan. And let me tell you something else, the operative said. I don't know what Twi'lek relationships are like, but I'm not interested in exploring anything with you. You got it. For the first time since the incident had begun, the Twi'lek said nothing. So unless you want more trouble than you can handle, I'd suggest you get out of here right now. And if I don't, Veniel said in a challenging way. A strange smile was on the Twi'lek's face. A smile that made Jan's blood run cold. It also enraged her, a field of red moving across her eyes. Then we'll get involved, said a new voice. The Twi'lek whirled to see Rastal and Plana standing nearby, as well as several people from the party. All were looking towards Jan or glaring at Veniel. The red-skinned alien made one last attempt. Jan, please, I never meant. Shut up, Jan yelled, anger boiling inside her, and get out here before I decide to do something. And what is that? Veniel said with sudden anger. You gonna slap me? Before anyone realized it was happening, Jan had crossed the short distance between her and the Twi'lek. Veniel's eyes went wide as the breath exploded from her mouth, Jan's upraised knees slamming into her midsection. Bending over, the Twi'lek fell onto her knees, arms cradling her middle. Jan reached down and grabbed the alien's chin, raising it so Venial was looking at her. The Twi'lek's expression was pained, but also scared. She clearly never expected Jan to actually hit her. "Whatever works," the operative said simply. Silence reigned in the space, everyone watching Jan and Venial. After a minute, the Twi'lek rose slowly, still holding herself. She looked once more at Jan, and then without another word, passed by and out of the area. The quiet went on for another minute until a voice spoke. "Well," Caston Drown said, "guess the party's over for now. Sorry, everyone." There was good-natured grumbling, but most understood what had happened and left in relative peace, but not before stopping where Jan was and offering a word of praise, comfort, apology, or encouragement. By the time the last one had filed past, the operator's anger had abated and she actually felt a little better, buoyed on a sea of good wishes. "Are you sure you're all right, Jan?" asked Tinoville. "How does the arm feel?" asked Nerwin. "Better," Jan said, displaying the wrist to the two women. The red marks had faded and there appeared to be no other damage. The twins breathed a collective sigh of relief. "That's good," said Nerwin. "We were worried," added Tinoville. "I can't thank you both enough," said Jan, "if you hadn't shown up when you did." The twins smiled at her. "We're glad we were there for you," said Nerwin. "We're also sorry for what happened," said Tinoville. "It wasn't your fault," Jan said, who knew Venial would act like that. "I suppose you're right," said Tinoville. "Still, it makes us mad," said Nerwin. Just then, a new voice entered. "Hey there, partner. How are you doing?" It was Kyle, his voice anxious and full of concern. Jan glanced up at him, feeling partly glad he was there, but also partly angry that he hadn't been there sooner. "And just where the hell were you, Katarn?" she said, her anger winning over. Surprised by her reaction, Kyle started to react defensively, but then stopped. He felt something like an idea or a notion in his mind. It told him that Jan was more upset than angry. The look on her face confirmed it. "I'm sorry, Jan," he said. "When we all heard the shouting from outside, I tried to get out, but I wasn't quick enough." "Well, then," she replied, her voice losing some of the fire in it, "it's a good thing Tinoville and Nerwin were here." "Yes, it was," Kyle said. He looked to the twins. "Thanks, both of you." They smiled back at him. "No problem," said Nerwin. "We're glad we could help," added Tinoville, "although I'm not sure if Jan really needed us." "I know what you mean," echoed Nerwin, the way she took out Venial. "Pal." She mimed the knee lift Jan had executed. "We should probably get you to sickbay," said Rastel, moving to stand behind Kyle. "Get that wrist looked at." "I can't take you," offered Plana. "No." The assembled group looked at Jan, each with the same incredulous expression. "What?" began Tinoville. "Did you say?" finished Nerwin. "I said no." "Jan," Plana began. "If I go to sick bay, they'll want to know what happened." "So?" said Rastel. "So, I'm not willing to turn this incident into a big mess." "But, Jan," Tinoville said, "what Venial did. You can't just let this go," added Nerwin confidently. "I'm not planning on letting it go," Jan said, "but I'll be the one to deal with Venial on my terms, no one else's." "Jan." "What, Katarn? Are you sure?" She looked him in the eye. "Okay," Kyle said, shrugging. "I don't agree, but okay." "Jan, I really don't think." "Rastel," Kyle said, turning to the big man, "she's made up her mind." "And what if Venial does something else?" Plana asked. "I don't think she will," Kyle said. "Not after tonight." "Are you sure?" asked Tinoville. "What if you're wrong?" asked Nerwin. "Look, everyone," Kyle said, "no matter what any of us think, I think we can agree it's Jan's problem to take care of." There was silence for a long moment before anyone spoke. "I suppose," Rastel said quietly. "I don't like it," Plana said, "but you're right." "We don't like it either," the twins said together, "but, okay. Good enough, partner." Jan nodded and then spoke, her voice even. I appreciate this, everyone. Thanks. Tinaville and Nerwin stepped over and hugged her, while Plana and Ristal watched, uncertain if they should join in. Then Jan turned to Kyle. We need to talk, Katarn. Come with me? For a moment, he hesitated, wondering if Jan was mad at him. She'll probably be madder if I don't follow her. Coming, he called, moving to trail just behind her. The others watched them go. What do you suppose that's about? Asked Ristal. Tinaville and Nerwin exchanged a knowing look, and then focused on the two golden-skinned beings. You want to know? They asked together. Taken aback by how the two talked at the same time, Plana and Ristal exchanged a look. About what? Plana asked. About them, Tinaville said. We know some things, added Nerwin. What kind of things? Asked Ristal. Come with us, began Nerwin. And you'll find out, finished Tinaville. Feeling a bit perplexed, but also curious, the two golden-skinned beings nodded, following the twins as they exited the corridor. Jan stood at the oversized window, gazing out at the stars. Kyle stood nearby, his eyes looking from the view outside to her and back. He wanted to say something, to apologize, to offer comfort, to help, but the words wouldn't come. Jan hadn't said anything since telling him to come with her, and for some reason, Kyle felt like the best thing to do for now was remain quiet. Suddenly, Jan spoke. You know, I should be awfully angry with you, Katarn. Huh? We're supposed to be partners. You're supposed to have my back. Feeling the steely finger of accusation pluck at his heart, Kyle felt the defensive response come again, but he quashed it. Attacking Jan was the last thing he needed to do right now. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. None of this was your fault. Okay, but what should I? Don't say anything. Okay? Jan shook her head. No, that's not what I mean. Look, She fell silent again. A minute passed. Kyle. Her voice was softer now. Yes. Would you hold me? The request was so unexpected that he had no idea how to respond at first. He knew Jan was waiting for answer, but what should he say? Huh? He managed. Oh, great, he thought. Smooth one, Kyle. Would you hold me? Jan repeated. Expecting a retort, possibly a complaint from her, hearing the request again was even more unexpected. This time, he managed to utter a slightly more articulate response. Sure, if you want, I can. Just get over here, Katarn, she said flatly. 2 steps were all that was needed for him to stand behind her. Feeling worried, but wanting to do as she had asked, Kyle reached his arms around Jan's middle, his hands coming to hover just above her stomach. With a frustrated sigh, Jan covered his hands with hers and pressed them down until they were touching her shirt, the sensation of the material against his hands sending pleasure signals and warnings of danger to his brain. Then he felt a soft weight against his chest as Jan leaned back, her head against his upper chest, her hair brushing against his chin. Another minute passed. This feels good, she said. Good, he said, the nervousness he felt evident in his voice. That's good. Katarn. Yes, Jan. Shut up. Yes, Jan. Suddenly she laughed, the sound partially filling the space. The laughter went for several seconds and then suddenly cut off. Jan suddenly let go of Kyle's hand and, turning round, flattened herself against him, arms wrapping strongly around his midsection. Unsure of what he should do, Kyle held his hands in midair. Should I? Hold me, Kyle. Please? He responded by wrapping his arms around her. The first sob reached his ears seconds later. Looking down, Kyle was unable to see Jan's face, but he could hear her. She's crying. A minute passed as Jan cried silent tears. Then, drawing her face back a bit from Kyle's chest, she began to talk. I was so scared. When she grabbed me, I never thought she'd act like that. She buried her face in his chest again, the sobs louder now. Kyle reached up with one hand and placed it atop her head. I'm sorry, he said, his voice low and nearly indistinct. I should have been there for you. I was so scared, Jan said again, the look on her face. Kyle began to gently stroke her hair, feeling the smoothness of it, the texture. I'm sorry, he repeated. They stayed like that as Jan poured out her fear and anger. Kyle continued to tell her he was sorry and how he wished he had been there. Several minutes later, when the last of her tears had come, Jan realized how good she felt right now. Wrapped in Kyle's arms, she felt safe and secure. It was a strange feeling, not one she'd ever known before. Pulling her face off his chest, she looked up. Kyle was staring down at her, his face full of concern and worry. Pulling one of her hands free, she reached up to touch his face, feeling the sensation of his skin and the slightly rough surface of his beard. She whispered his name, and a moment later, their lips met. She tightened her hold on him, and Kyle responded by doing the same. Sensations, feelings, unspoken words, 1,000 upon 1,000 things passed between them as they stood there, holding each other, eyes closed, minds eyes seeing nothing except each other. When at last their lips parted, the operatives looked at each other, strong emotions filling them. And then Kyle yawned. Jan glared at him. Way to ruin the mood, Katarn. Kyle's initial temptation was to try and explain, but Jan's expression said that would be futile. So he settled for a simpler choice. I couldn't help it. I'm tired. Oh, are you up past your bedtime? Jan teased, still glaring. Actually, I am, Kyle said, lifting his wrist to where she could see it. And so are you. Jan's eyes widened a little as she read the display. That can't be right, she said. It's calibrated to the ship's master clock, he countered. Knowing Kyle was telling the truth, Jan still had trouble believing it. Kyle's chrono showed that it was 0300 hours. And we've both got meetings tomorrow, she said, shaking her head. Maybe we should call in sick, Kyle ventured. You really think Mon Mothma's gonna buy that? Kyle looked uncertain. Probably not. Jan's eyes flashed. Blast Wexter and Caston. If they hadn't decided to have that stupid party, none of this would have happened. I'm sure they meant well, Jan. Hearing this, she softened a little. Yeah, you're right. I know they didn't mean anything bad. It's just that. She shivered a little as she remembered what had happened between her and Venial. Well, Kyle said, let's find a scooter and head to our quarters. We can get some sleep. Jan nodded and started out of the room, Kyle trailing behind her. She looked back. Go ahead, he said. I'll catch up. Jan looked at him a moment, then turned and came back where he was. Give me that thing, she said, taking the cane. Then, as Kyle opened his mouth to protest, she held out her left arm to him. Kyle stared at it, and then looked to her. Go ahead, she said. You can lean on me. Just not too hard, okay? It took a few seconds for him to understand, and then he smiled. Reaching out, he wrapped his hand around Jan's forearm. The skin was soft and warm to the touch, but he also felt the wiry muscle underneath. Something, Katarn. He shook his head. Then let's go, she said. And together they went, Jan supporting Kyle. Chapter 17. Both operatives found waking up this morning especially hard given the events of the night before. That, combined with lack of sleep, made it all the harder to get up. And so it was that they rose reluctantly from their respective beds, each with a strong desire to fall back and disappear under the covers for several more hours of sack time. But duty called, and both of them were determined that no one would ever be able to say that Kyle Katarn or Jan Orr shirked their duty as members of the New Republic. They caught up to each other in the mess hall a little later, managing to sit near each other without consciously doing so. Hearing the clattering of a nearby chair, Kyle looked up and saw Jan. She looked as tired as he felt. Still, seeing her brought a smile to his face, and also a flash of concern. Good morning, he called to her. Jan looked back at him in surprise, obviously not having expected to find him there. A smile came to her face as well. Morning. Did you sleep? The instant the words escaped his mouth, Kyle wished he hadn't said them. The last thing he wanted to do was bring up last night. But if Jan minded, she gave no sign. Some, she replied. Kyle yawned, much as he had been doing since getting up. Nice, Katarn, Jen muttered. You sound like an old man. And then she yawned, a long drawn-out one. Right back at ya, old woman, he retorted. Jen glared at him, but it didn't seem to faze Kyle. He steadily gazed back at her. And then, in a strange, high-pitched voice, he said, I will never blink. Jan couldn't hold her expression anymore and laughed. What was that? She asked after getting control of herself. Something I saw in an old comedy holo once, he replied. Not bad, eh? Jan's glare was back. Don't quit your day job, Katarn. This time, he laughed, and then mimed as if she had shot him. Ouch. With the mood lightened, the two began to eat, the food and especially the coffee helping each to feel a little more awake and aware. The buzz of other conversations in the room provided a pleasant background hum. Looking at Jan, Kyle debated about asking the question foremost on his mind and finally decided to go for it. So, how are you doing? Jan's pleasant expression vanished in an instant. She looked away and muttered, I'm fine. And then in a low voice Kyle couldn't hear, she added, I guess. Not looking quite convinced of her answer, Kyle pressed her. Are you sure? I don't want to be a pain, but if you need. She turned to look at him again, her face set in a stony expression. I said I'm fine, Katarn. The words were said with such force that Kyle was taken aback. I stepped on a landmine that time. Maybe I'd just better leave her alone for a while. Pushing his chair back, Kyle stood up. Okay. Then, he said uncertainly, I've got to go meet with Tinaville and Nerwin and then Commander Tanos. So I guess I'll see you later. There was no response. Kyle wanted to say more, but decided not to. After last night, he wanted to do whatever he could to help Jan. Pressing her further wasn't going to do that. With tray in hand, he moved past her. After dropping his off with other used trays, he headed for the exit, stopping briefly to look in Jan's direction. She hadn't moved. Shrugging, Kyle left the mess hall. At the table, Jan turned her just enough so her peripheral vision could pick up the entrance exit to the mess hall. She saw that Kyle had gone. Making a fist with her right hand, she slammed it into the palm of her left. Blast it. Why did I say that? He was only trying to help, and I practically slammed the door in his face. And especially after last night. A memory flashed across her mind. Kyle holding her, comforting her, telling her over and over again how sorry he was and how he wished he would have been there to help. This is no good. I can't keep doing this. I can't keep hurting my partner. It just isn't fair. Just then, Jan's chrono alarm went off, reminding her of her meeting with Mon Mothma. Silencing the device, she rose from her chair, took the empty tray to the cleaning belt and left the mess hall. She'd have to deal with Kyle later. So that's what we know, Kyle concluded. Now tell me what you two know. Said Tinaville, a black superstar destroyer? I've never even heard of such a thing, added Nerwin. It sure doesn't fit in with normal Imperial ship design, Kyle said. But what about a test vehicle? Or maybe a prototype? It's possible, said Nerwin. We can definitely look into it, said Tinaville. I appreciate it, said Kyle. Just call me when you have the information. We will, the twins said together. There's also something, began Nerwin. We need to tell you, finished Tinaville. What's that? Kyle asked. We may have found, began Tinaville. Where 8T88 is, finished Nerwin. Kyle felt a sudden thrill of anticipation. Ever since the droid had gotten away from him on an AR Shatta, the operative had hoped he might have another chance at the automaton, especially given the disk 8T88 had found. There were questions he had for the droid to answer. You did? He said excitedly. We think so, said Nerwin. We're in the process of verifying if the information we have is accurate, said Tinaville. Where is he? Kyle asked. If our information is right, began Tinaville. He's on Sulin, finished Nerwin. What? Kyle exclaimed. He's on the very planet I just came from. That's what we're trying to confirm, said Nerwin. At best, the information is still uncertain right now, added Teneville. We're on Salon, asked Kyle. We don't know, said Teneville. That's part of what we're trying to find out, added Nerwin. The anticipatory feeling faded into disappointment. We're waiting on a report, began Nerwin. From our agent there, finished Teneville. Kyle's eyes widened. You have an agent on Sulan. The New Republic has spies everywhere, Kyle, said Teneville with a smile. Our information network stretches from here to Coruscant and beyond, boasted Nerwin, also smiling. You know, Kyle said, sometimes you two scare me a little. Us, said Nerwin. Why is that, Kyle? Yes, added Teneville. Why is that, Kyle? Realizing that he had just painted himself into a corner with his own words, the operative thought fast on how to extricate himself. Well, it's the way you two have such access to information from all over the galaxy. If you were part of the Empire. Teneville's and Nerwin's strong glares cut him off. Strike one, he thought. I'm just really glad you two are on our side, he said quickly. The glares faded and smiles returned. Not bad, said Teneville. Just squeaked yourself out of that one, added Nerwin. And then they laughed, which relieved the tension in the room. Now, said Nerwin, smiling slyly at Kyle, there's something I want to find out from you. Yes, added Teneville, something only you can tell us. Feeling uncertain? Kyle responded. What is that? How is Jan? The twins asked together, concerned looks on their faces. Kyle hesitated before answering. While he knew that Jan and the twins were friends, he didn't feel like he should go into detail about things. Still, he needed to answer the inquiry. She was upset, he confessed. The whole thing shook her up a little. But I saw her this morning, and she said she was fine. Is that right? Said Teneville, looking worried. Did she look all right? Asked Nerwin, also concerned. Well, Kyle said, I didn't get much sleep, and I don't think she did either. But other than that, she seemed okay. The twins looked at each other, and then back at him. Their expressions were even more serious looking. Are you keeping an eye on her? Asked Nerwin. Making sure she's all right, asked Teneville. What? Kyle responded, taken aback by the questions. The twins said nothing, but continued to stare at him, their faces saying they expected an answer. Kyle's uncertainty turned to annoyance. Sure, he and Jan were friends, close friends, maybe even more than friends. But with all the perks and benefits of their relationship, there also came with certain rules and boundaries, ones that he wasn't about to cross. Well, I'm not stalking her, if that's what you're asking, Kyle said with an edge in his voice. I'm not exactly the woman's babysitter, you know. That's not what we meant, said Teneville, still looking strongly at him. We want to know if you're taking your role as her partner seriously, said Nerwin, a similar expression on her face. Of course I am, Kyle said, a bit more anger in his voice now. After last night and how torn up she was, I'd do almost anything for her. As soon as the words left his mouth, the operative realized he had said too much. His and Jan's relationship was something between them only. Jan had made it abundantly clear at the outset that it was no business of anyone else. His gaze dropped as his face colored a bit in embarrassment. Sith spit. Sorry, Jan, I screwed up. But when he looked up, Teneville and Nerwin were smiling at him. Good, said Nerwin, that's what we wanted to hear. We knew you wouldn't let us down, added Teneville. Kyle opened his mouth to ask a question, but the twins spoke first. We'll get to work on seeing what we can find out about that black ship, said Teneville. And we'll let you know if we hear anything more on 8T88, said Nerwin. And with that, the co-heads of intelligence left the room, leaving a perplexed Kyle Katarn in their wake. He sat there for several minutes, going over the last exchange in his head. He felt that he was missing something important, but what it was he couldn't figure out. As he continued to puzzle over the matter, Jan was having a less than pleasant meeting in another part of the ship. Later, The operative realized she should have figured out that this was going to happen. But at the time, she had been caught more or less flat-footed. Arriving at the briefing room, Jan had pressed the call chime and was ushered inside seconds later. Approaching the table where Mon Mothma was already seated, the operative felt a strangeness in the air. Something doesn't feel right, she thought. Nevertheless, she stopped before the table and, at Mon Mothma's gesture, took a seat. But no words were exchanged between the two as the rebel leader didn't speak and Jan hesitated too. Time passed and the operative began to grow uncomfortable under the rebel leader's steady gaze. Finally, she had had all she could take and spoke. "Is there something the matter, Mon Mothma?" An interesting question, Jan, the older woman replied. "I'll give you an answer. But first, is there something you want to tell me?" The operative searched her mind for something she needed to tell her superior. "I can't think of anything," she said. The rebel leader sighed and rose from her chair. She moved to the near wall, where a piece of artwork had been recently hung. She gazed at it silently for several seconds, and then spoke. "Jan, do you remember when you first came to work for me?" "Yes," came the slightly confused response. "Do you also remember the first discussion we had? How I told you there were certain non-negotiable rules you would need to follow in order to work for me?" "I remember," Jan said. "Do you recall that one of them was that there was to always be total truth between us, no matter the situation?" Jan felt a sharp, cold pain in her chest as she realized what Mon Mothma was driving at. She lowered her gaze to study the table. "How did you find out?" she asked in a low tone. "There's very little that happens on this ship that escapes my notice, Jan. Now, do you have something you want to tell me?" "Want to?" "No. Have to, I guess." Mon Mothma walked back to the table and resumed her seat. "Then tell me what happened last night." Jan began speaking, telling Mon Mothma of the party, meeting Venial there, and the subsequent encounter between herself and the Twi'lek. "Once she left, I hung out with Kyle for a while and then went back to my quarters." "I see," Mon Mothma replied. "It seems that this situation is more disturbing than I had originally understood it to be." Jan said nothing. "I will need you to make a formal statement, Jan. There will also be a hearing to address this matter." "Mon Mothma," Jan said, "is that really necessary?" The rebel leader gave her a strong look. She attacked a superior officer and then threatened additional harm. By themselves, both items are grounds for disciplinary action as well as formal charges. "Mon Mothma, I really don't think Venial meant to." "Jan, you just told me she gripped your wrist hard enough to leave marks. Are you defending her now?" "No," the operative retorted. "It's just that a hearing and all would make this whole incident public knowledge. I'd just as soon not have that happen. Venial is part of the New Republic military, Jan, and there are very clear and strict rules when it comes to situations like this." "Please, Mon Mothma," Jan said imploringly. "I've already dealt with Venial, and I don't think she'll try anything again. A formal hearing is going to start the rumor mill all over the ship. People will begin asking questions I'd rather not answer." "I fail to understand why you are so adamant about this, Jan," Mon Mothma said gravely. "Then maybe this will shed some light on things," the operative said, telling the rebel leader of her initial encounters with the Twi'lek, how Venial's attitude had taken a 180-degree change. "She thought you had something against her?" Mon Mothma asked. Jan nodded. She thought I was like the human slavers she'd encountered in the past. But she then understood you weren't like that. "Exactly," Jan said, and that's when things began to get squirrely. She went on to describe how Venial had grown suddenly close to her. And while it was embarrassing to repeat, the operative told the rebel leader of the encounter aboard the new Destiny, and then how Venial had acted towards Kyle once Jan and her team had arrived back on the Intrepid. Mon Mothma's eyes widened as the realization of what happened dawned on her. "Are you telling me that Venial desires a relationship with you?" the rebel leader asked. "Something like that," Jan admitted. "I think it's more like a crush of sorts. She sees me as someone like her and figures we're meant to be together." "And your own feelings?" Mon Mothma asked, her expression showing her discomfort with the question. "Oh, please." Jen exclaimed, a shudder passing through her body. I am so not interested. And Venial knows this. I made it as clear as I could, Jan said. I see, Mon Mothma said. This definitely puts a different light on things. Still, I cannot condone her actions or her behavior. Neither can I, Jan said, but Mon Mothma, please. I feel strongly that I can deal with Venial. The rebel leader sat back in her chair, contemplating the request. A minute passed too. I am very uncomfortable with this, Jan, Mon Mothma said as she sat forward. Despite your assurances, Venial's behavior deeply concerns me. I would prefer to issue formal charges and have her confined to the brig. Jan felt her heart sink. However, I will agree to your proposal for now. I believe in giving people the benefit of the doubt. Think why? The rebel leader raised a finger. But, if there is another incident, I shall not hesitate to formally charge her. Do you understand? Mon Mothma's counterproposal wasn't exactly what Jan wanted. But given the circumstances, she didn't have much of a choice. I understand, she replied. Good, Mon Mothma said, a look of relief passing over her face. And now on to other matters, or more specifically, your new assignment. Jan sat forward a bit, listening intently. Since the Nar Shaddaa mission, intelligence has been looking into the activities of this droid, AT-88. The one Kyle went to meet, Jan said. The same, Mon Mothma replied. We've been able to confirm that the droid did recently have dealings with the rumored Dark Jedi known as Jarek. A Dark Jedi. The enemies of the Jedi back in the days of the Old Republic. They were practitioners of the dark side of the Force. But I thought the Jedi were all extinct, Jan said. When Palpatine took over and issued Order 66, thousands of Jedi were killed by the very clone troopers they served with. But, even after the destruction of the Jedi Temple, there were many, many stories and rumors of Jedi surviving. Like the one Kyle told me about. Most recently, when the first Death Star was destroyed, I learned that Obi-Wan Kenobi had indeed survived. And since the destruction of the second Death Star, Luke Skywalker has told me that there are other Jedi still alive today. You believe him? If you'd asked me that 10 years ago, I would have said no. But now, I feel strongly that he is correct about Jedi still existing in the galaxy. And if they are, Jan surmised, then it's possible the Dark Jedi are still out there too. Precisely, Mon Mothma said. So how does that affect us? Jan asked. If this Jarek truly is a Dark Jedi, he represents a grave threat. Jan, it would be as bad as if Darth Vader was still alive. A chill passed through the operative. She, like everyone else in the New Republic, knew about Vader and the death and destruction he had wrought as the Dark Lord of the Sith. Therefore, I plan on assigning you and Kyle to find AT-88 and find out exactly what he knows. I would like you to serve as Kyle's mission officer as you did before. Overall command. The corner of Mon Mothma's mouth lifted. I'm sure the two of you can work that out. Now, depending on what information Kyle is able to learn from intelligence and tactical, I will schedule a mission meeting for 3 days from today. At that time, we'll devise the next part of our strategy. Questions? Jan thought for a moment, and then shook her head. Nothing at the moment. Good, Mon Mothma said, indicating the meeting was concluded. But as the operative began to rise from her chair, the rebel leader spoke again. Jan. Yes. While I have faith in your ability to deal with Venial, I will have a security team standing by should you need assistance. Jan smiled, appreciating the gesture. Thank you, Mon Mothma. I'll keep it in mind. Very good, the rebel leader dismissed. After leaving the intelligence briefing room, Kyle had received a message from Chief Brawley asking him to come by the weapons lab as soon as he was available. The operative replied that he'd be by after meeting with Commander Thonis in Tactical. But for right now, he was due in sickbay. It was finally the momentous day he had been waiting for. Sitting on the examination table, he watched as Berth ran a battery of tests on Kyle's leg. The doctor's low muttering to himself coupled with his own growing impatience finally drove the operative to speak. Well, how is it? Just a minute, Berth said, looking up briefly. I'm almost done. The minute seemed to take an eternity before the doctor gave a satisfied grunt and deactivated the testing equipment. When he looked at Kyle, the older man nearly laughed at the pained expression on the younger man's face. You look like you're about to burst. The comment caused Kyle to relax himself a little, but his eyes still bored into the doctor's. Well, Berth said, I've got good news and bad news. What's the good news? Kyle asked. The good news is your calf is completely healed. I can't take that back now. Reaching out, the doctor accepted the cane from Kyle. And the bad news? Well, now that you're fit for duty, I imagine you will be going out on another mission and returning here with a new wound. How's that bad news? Kyle asked, confused. It's bad news for me, Berth said. I've been enjoying the peace and quiet around here. Why you? Kyle said, swinging a fist on the older man. Berth ducked under it, already beginning to laugh. Kyle glared at him for several seconds, and then joined in. When the last chuckle had faded, the doctor smiled at his patient. Go ahead and give it a try. Moving carefully, Kyle slid off the exam table and onto the floor, placing his right foot down first. Gingerly, he placed his left foot on the ground. Put some weight on it, the doctor advised. Kyle did so, a smile coming to his face as he found the leg was supporting him perfectly, no weakness, no give. It felt great. Try walking. The operative took a few steps, then turned and came back. How is it? It hurts a little, Kyle said, and there's some stiffness. I expected that. It's nothing to worry about. But in all seriousness, Kyle, you want to be careful in the short term. Even with the leg healed, there is some muscle atrophy. The stiffness should go away after a few days. Is it okay to start working out with it? Berth nodded. I'd be okay with that. All right then, Kyle said, turning towards the door. And just where do you think you're going? The doctor asked. I've got 2 more meetings to go to. And after that, the gym. He was about halfway through the sickbay doors when Berth called after him. Just don't overdo it this time. Kyle paused in mid-step, looking back over his shoulder at the doctor. He knew. Somehow he knew. Or he figured it out. The realization made him appreciate Berth both as a doctor and as a man all the more. I won't. He called over his shoulder and then proceeded down the corridor. As he walked, Kyle noticed how strange it felt to not be using the cane. But despite the stiffness and soreness, it felt good to be able to walk normally again. He continued down the corridor, heading for the area near sickbay where the repulsor scooters were stored. Coming around a turn, he spotted the entrance to the storage area. As he got closer, he noticed a figure standing near the door. More steps brought the form into focus. It was Venial. Worry and concern replaced the buoyantly happy feeling inside him. He hadn't expected to see the Twi'lek so soon, especially given the events of last night. He briefly considered turning round and heading a different direction, but dismissed the thought as cowardly. Besides, what did he have to fear from Venial? She was the one with the problem, and it concerned Jan, not him. Besides, it's not like she's going to start anything. As he drew closer, Kyle raised a hand in greeting, calling out, Hi Venial. How's your day going? The Twi'lek's face rose from looking at the floor to face Kyle. Her expression was neutral, neither friendly nor hostile. She said nothing in response to the greeting. Well, she's as antisocial as ever. Well, I'm not gonna worry. Just gotta get me a scooter and be on my way. But when Kyle was about a half dozen steps away from the entrance to the storage room, Venial pushed off the wall she was leaning against and came towards him. Kyle stopped walking, feeling even more concerned now. He decided to wait and see what the Twi'lek was going to do. At first, it seemed the red-skinned alien was simply going to pass by him, but with a sudden movement, she was standing in front of him. Before Kyle's mind could fully comprehend what was happening, Venial's right hand snaked out and struck him soundly across the side of his face. Head rocking to the side with the force of the impact, Kyle sucked in a breath as the Twi'lek's sharpened nails dug 2 shallow furrows in his cheek. The pain hit all at once, and with a muted cry, Kyle backed up a step, stumbled a little, and then found himself against the wall, cupping his bleeding cheek with one hand. His eyes searched for and found Venial standing there looking at him. He glared at her angrily. "Blast you," he growled. "That hurt. What is your prob?" His voice trailed off as a smile came to the rich-skinned alien's face. Suddenly she was in front of him again, her hands grabbing double fistfuls of Kyle's shirt, her face inches away from his. "It's your fault," she said. "All of it. It's because of you that she's acting like this." "What are you talking about?" he retorted. "You're just like he was. You don't care about her. You don't care about anyone. I won't let you do it again." "Do what?" "Look, With the shove against Kyle's chest, Venial let go and took off at a run down the corridor, leaving the stunned and wounded man leaning against the wall, blood seeping between his fingers, mind a whirl, trying to figure out what had just happened. In time, one thought floated to the top. "Guess I'm going back to sickbay." As he passed through the entryway, Kyle found himself greeted by Katarn Damon. "Hey there, Kyle. Good to see. Whoa. What happened to you?" The weapons tech pointed, indicating the square bandage taped to one side of the operative's face. "Huh," Kyle said. "Oh, this. Cut myself shaving. But I thought you quit shaving." The operative dismissed the comment with a wave. "It's nothing. I'm fine. More importantly, Chief Brawley said he wanted to see me." Damon stared at the operative a moment longer, as if contemplating whether or not to pursue the matter further. Ultimately, he decided not to. "Yeah, he does. We've got something to show you." Turning slightly, the weapons tech called loudly. "Hey, boss. Kyle's here." Both men heard the sound of footsteps as the head of weapons testing, Brawley, appeared. He raised a hand in greeting. "Ah, Kyle. Good. Appreciate you. What happened?" "It's nothing," the operative replied. "I'm fine." Brawley seemed to consider this, and then shrugged. "Your message said you had a new toy for me?" The head weapons tech smiled. "Indeed, I do. Follow me." Kyle followed the man towards a clear enclosure that Brawley and his assistants used for weapons testing. Inside was a scarred and battered table that most would have said was ready for the junk pile. It served as the holding area and test bed for the weapons, and as such, had endured its share of ricochets, misfires, and the like. As the two men stepped into the enclosure, Kyle noticed a familiar object sitting on the table. "Hey, I remember that thing." The weapons chief frowned at the casual description. "That thing is a laser crossbow originally created by the Wookiees on planet Kashyyyk." "Okay," Kyle said, shaking his head at the inability of the operative to understand the importance of what he was saying. Brawley moved on. "Normally, these weapons work like any other crossbow, the purpose of which is to fire projectiles to wound or kill the enemy. The Wookiees took the additional step of creating ones which can fire energy blasts. However, because of the size of the weapon and the strength needed just to cock it, use of the crossbow was limited pretty much to Kashyyyk." Brawley paused. "Am I going too fast for you?" "Not at all," Kyle said. "Your description so far has been absolutely fascinating." Raising an eyebrow, Brawley continued. "This one has been extensively modified as compared to a normal bowcaster. The frame uses a strong but lightweight construction suitable for humans to handle and carry. I've also noticed the firing chamber has been altered to allow 2 different firing modes." Now Kyle was intrigued. "I noticed before that it had 2 triggers." Brawley nodded. "Take a look." Hefting the weapon, the weapons chief aimed towards a targeting dummy at the far end of the room. Settling the stock of the bowcaster against his shoulder, Brawley aimed it and then reached for the primary trigger. The weapon didn't fire at first, but a sound like something pulsating began to sound in the room, growing louder and faster by the second. As Kyle watched, Brawley released the trigger. The weapon bucked strongly as a dart of green-white energy issued from the muzzle. Then, to the operative's surprise, the dart seemed to expand until there were 5 of them. 3 of the shots struck the dummy, gouging ugly rents in it, while the 2 bolts to the outside struck the shielding built into the far wall. "Wow," Kyle said. "This is the secondary mode," Brawley said, pulling the trigger situated just behind the primary one. The weapon bucked again, but with less force as a single green dart issued from it, slicing into the targeting dummy. The operative's eyes grew wide at damage the shots did. It sure makes a mess of the target, doesn't it? Brawley nodded again, smiling at the performance of the bowcaster. The spread and impact of the shots in primary firing mode is controlled by the amount of time the trigger is held down. But I'll warn you right now, it's got a mean kick at the higher levels, so be aware. Secondary mode isn't as harsh, but no less destructive. Can I try it? Sure, the weapons chief said, handing the weapon over. Kyle noticed immediately how light the weapon felt, given its size. It wasn't much heavier than his blaster. At the same time, he found it a bit difficult to balance. The polarizers at the end of the barrel make it a bit difficult to handle at first. The weapons chief helped Kyle adjust his grip a little. How's that? Better, the operative replied. Settling the stock into his shoulder as Brawley had done, Kyle sighted down the barrel, centering on the targeting dummy. Reaching forward, he found and pulled the primary trigger. The pulsating sound came again, rising in volume and speed until it became nearly a solid one. You might want to let go of the trigger now, Brawley said. Oh, right, said Kyle. Kinda feels weird to do that. But here goes. The operative released the trigger, and then felt a massive force slam into his shoulder as the weapon bucked mightily. Unprepared for the sudden force, Kyle's shot went off target, although 3 of the 5 bolts managed to strike the dummy, effectively eviscerating it. But the other 2 missed, striking a corner of the far wall and ricocheting. Duck, Brawley yelled. Dropping to the floor, Kyle heard the sound as the energy darts streaked overhead, expending themselves against the shielding of the near wall. Having seen the commotion, Farcone and Katarn came running over. Boss, one of the men shouted, are you guys okay? Rising from where he was crouched on the floor, Brawley shot the man a look. How many times have I told you not to call me that? Yeah, dummy, said Katarn. You're not supposed to call him that. You call him boss too? Retorted Farcone. Oh yeah, said Damon, you're right. And he is our boss after all. Damon nodded, and then spoke to Brawley. So are you two okay? I'm fine, said the weapons chief, now throwing a look at Kyle. No thanks to some people. Sorry, the operative said, a sheepish grin on his face while he rubbed his pained shoulder. You were right about that thing having a kick. That's why I told you to be careful, Brawley said, sighing. In any case, we're working on a dampening system to try and minimize the recoil. Do you think you can have it working by the time I head out on my next mission? Kyle asked. Brawley paused before answering the question. Possibly. Then I'll leave it in your capable hands, Chief, Kyle said, heading for the door. Where are you going? Asked Farcone. Where else? Kyle said. Sickbay. I feel like that thing busted my shoulder. Brawley shook his head as the operative left. I warned him it had a kick. But does he listen? No. Leaving sickbay for the 3rd time that day, Kyle felt almost like a student who'd been called to the principal's office. Dr. Berth had been clearly upset that the operative had managed to get himself hurt twice in one day without even leaving the ship. I almost feel like I should have you confined to quarters, Berth had said. Maybe then you'd stay out of trouble. It wasn't my fault, Kyle retorted. The doctor said, clearly not believing the claim. Retrieving a repulsor scooter from the storage area, Kyle decided to head for his quarters for the time being. He had no more meetings for the day as Commander Thanos had canceled on him, saying that he was too engaged in the system upgrade to meet with Kyle. He had promised to reschedule the meeting as soon as possible. And given all that had happened, the operative determined that a short rest before dinner would do him some good. He was almost there when a familiar face appeared, coming from the opposite direction. It was Jan. On her way from performing a systems check on the Crow, Jan had been contemplating trying to contact Kyle. She knew he was likely still in one of his meetings, but hoped she might get him anyway. Still, after this morning, she didn't want to bother him. She was still debating with herself when she caught sight of him coming the other way. Well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect to see him here. It also occurred to the operative that this was a perfect opportunity to apologize for lashing out at him this morning. But then, she saw his face. Jan's hand was raised in greeting, and she was smiling at him until the moment her eyes got a good look at his face. Her expression went from happy to concerned within a few seconds. Drawing up beside his scooter, she gave him a strong look as the two of them dismounted and faced each other. "What did you do, Katarn?" "Look," he began, indicating the bandage on his face. "This really wasn't my fault in what happened in the weapons lab." Jan held up a hand to stop him. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Slow down, Kyle. I can't understand what you're saying. Take a deep breath and try again. Kyle did so, his mind going over the words he wanted to say. He wondered if he should tell Jan about his encounter with Venial. Maybe I shouldn't tell her. It's not like there's anything she can do about the situation. But even as he considered not telling her, Kyle knew he couldn't. Trust was one of the keys to his relationship with Jan. If he hid this from her now and she found out later, it'd potentially cause a rift between them, and that was the last thing he wanted. "Actually," he said, "there's a lot to tell you. What I'd prefer to do in private. My quarters, after dinner." Jan gave him a somewhat doubtful look. "You can't tell me now." Kyle shook his head. "Look, Katarn," she began, Please." Jan examined his face, using her powers of observation to see the intent behind the words. "All right," she said, "after dinner then. But tell me at least one thing." "Yeah. Are you okay?" Kyle smiled widely. "Now that I've seen you, I feel much better." Color rose in Jan's cheeks and she glanced around quickly before reaching a hand out to him, caressing the cheek that wasn't bandaged. "Sweet talker," she muttered. "Huh?" "Never mind," Jan said, stepping forward and kissing him. It only lasted a few seconds, but to Kyle it was a blissful eternity. Disengaging, Jan stepped back and remounted her scooter. "Until dinner then," she said, and headed off. Kyle watched her go, a sigh escaping his lips. I must be the luckiest guy in the whole galaxy.